Hey Edie, how's it going? Good morning, I'm asleep now. No worries, man. Sleep well. Right, I think we're good to go here. Hello. Thank you for playing Wizardry Variants Daphne. The following issues are currently under investigation. At the time of a mission pass repurchase, players may be unable to attempt that weekly resets or earn mission rewards. Hi Shadow Akira, how are you? Okay. Maintenance has been completed, yeah. Okay. Meeting Kate Sith again. Okay. Village, pointed time has arrived, you can meet Kate Sith again. Okay, cool. The village of Northern Hollow and Ghost Castle. Yeah, this is what I was. This is the most interesting thing that I've seen this morning. Going to work. Ah, okay, I see. Have a good day at work, Akira. The village of Northern Hollow and Ghost Castle of North Cleft will remain accessible even after the COLLAB period ends. I don't know what they must have swung. The COLLAB must have gone exceptionally well for them to be able to negotiate a permanent COLLAB with Final Fantasy. It's actually kind of crazy. So, great stuff. Hey man, told you what my end game is with GBF. No, I don't think so. Hello Aratems, how are you my man? How have you been? What have you been up to? Yeah, we've had a Final Fantasy 11 COLLAB going for the last, I don't know, 20 days or so. Materials required for reforging can still be obtained in the Ghost Castle of the North Cleft. Thank you, by the way, that's very, very kind of you. So yeah, it's gone crazy in Japan, absolutely crazy. It's blown up. It's everything they ever wanted for the COLLAB. They worked really hard on this, and Final Fantasy fans are super happy with it. The director of Final Fantasy 11 is super happy with it. Like, they are absolutely over the moon. They even put like a few wizardry pieces into Final Fantasy 11, which is very uncommon. Like, there has to be, generally the COLLABs only go one way with Final Fantasy. It has to be usually a very, very big IP for them to put stuff into the game. It's really, yeah, it did really super well. Good news, because this Dread Barrage might bring that reality sooner. Finally be able to put GBF down after this Dread Barrage. If you know you're going to put it down, why not just put it down now, Edie? There's no real need to keep playing it if you already have an ending point. Final Fantasy did some Wiz stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's really big news for it. Really big news for it. Various balance adjustments will be made, including changes to the enemies appearing in the Ghost Castle of North Cleft. The contents of treasure, so I'm guessing that's probably like the Tonberries will no longer be there. The contents of treasure chests and junk and mining rates. Right, so they'll nerf down the mining rates. The other nice thing about this is even if they nerf down the mining rates, it means that we'll be able to go there and farm ore on the castle. We can just take pickaxes to the ore to get like low grade ore, medium grade ore. Okay, Edie. Tombury adjustments. With the maintenance of August 20th, we plan to add countermeasures against certain Tombury actions. Interesting. There's something to combat everybody's grudge. When's that, sorry? August the 20th, so in a week's time. Waken Darkness of Fantasy Special Supplies. Just past thing. Oh no, special supplies, okay. Adjustments to the status affliction stone semi-stone. Oh, interesting. Stone status is defined as a state in which the adventurer has lost consciousness, just as when dead, but certain passive skills were still activating, resulting in behavior that differed from a state of death. Therefore, we've implemented the following adjustments. Effects nullified while turned to stone. Effects applied during battle will not be applied to adventurers who are turned to stone. Additionally, if an adventurer turns to stone while the infected... I wonder what this was aimed at targeting. That effect will be removed. Effects that are always active once learned will still function even while turned to stone. Effects that persist due to external factors such as contracts with Morgus, Harkin's Blessing, or Blessing of Agora will take effect with it even while in stone. Interesting. Ah, so while you're turned to stone, you won't be able to proc defenses and that kind of thing. I see. Certain effects no longer activate while turned to stone. Timing at which the semi-stone status transition to stone status has been changed from the end of the battle to the moment one step is taken after the battle ends. Oh, that's a huge quality of life change. So you can end a battle now without getting surprise petrified. You still have to be paying some attention though, because if you take a step you'll die. But yeah. Skills that will no longer activate during stun sleep. The following skills have already been adjusted so they no longer activate while stunned or asleep. Behind cover. Interesting. You could behind cover while stunned or asleep. Oops. Finally getting part 2 of the collab. Yeah, that's right. You can talk to Kate Sith again to play out presumably the second part of the adventure. Yeah, okay, for Death and Rebuff was deployed. I don't know. Okay, sure. Every strike sim can be used while barehanded. During battle, voice lines for running out of SP, MP may play even if SP, MP remains. The Gates Castle of North Cleft. Multiple treasures are placed on the same coordinates. Yeah, we've obviously seen that. Examining a statue may unintentionally trigger a battle if a monster is at a certain nearby location. Okay. In dungeons, performing movement input immediately after falling into a pit may prevent battle from occurring even after coming into contact with an enemy. Defeating turns in the story, sure. Certain dispatch requests, an accompanying adventurer may not use a gold North Cliff pickaxe while mining even if they have one. When leaping to the source of the curse using curse wheels, some unlocked Harkins may become locks again. Missions that require using an instant scroll using the instant scroll on the target other than the specified target with hitting the specified target. The row attack does not complete the mission. Moving from Adventurers Guild training room to another screen and then returning to the training room, adventurers are not shown. Enhancement inheritance equipment belonging to adventurers currently on dispatch can be selected even though it should not be usable as a material. In trader delivery support refresh list, the explanation for gem expenditure is displayed even in cases where expending gems is not required. Okay. Yeah, there's no rush to finish them basically. Effects of your Vanadial trade coupon have expired. Oh, this is new. We don't have these. Vanadial trade coupon. This is what? Oh, this is for gil gain and stuff, right? Is this actually even worth rebuying? I don't know. Skill obtained upon delivery support. Probably not. Don't think that when you pack stuff, worth for the purple gems, maybe.
Welcome. What do you seek?
So I presume these reset as well. These big Bono packs. Oh yeah, looks like it. They added the expensive ones, not the $8 ones, yeah. They already refreshed the $8 ones. Way too cheap, yeah. Super duper cheap. Far too cheap.
What do you seek? What do you seek?
I guess I'll rebuy this a second.
I am always ready to serve.
Oh yeah, our well-earned Garda Assault Support Completion Reward, of course. I forgot about that. Big gemmos. Hello? Game? Hello? Thank you. Can't tell if the Barclay quest is glitched. I did the goblins and went to the tavern and he tells me to do the goblin there. Barclay quest. Unfortunately, I do not have any recollection of what you're talking about, Sage. I'm sorry. Or Prish Dish quest. Oh, for giving her food? I just did the mackerel sandwich for her, and that worked fine. Yeah, just get the mackerel sandwich for her. It's probably a lot easier. Right, what are we doing? We need to go find Kate Sith. Where's Kate Sith? I can't remember where we went to meet him. In the castle? In the village? I guess we'll have a look around. Front door. Okay, thank you. Oh, we need to see this anyway. I kind of forgot. So useful, so kind. These are our last attestations that we need. Move on to holy fragments, whichever ones these are. It's crazy, they just have it all. A guiding light for the... But for a goblin baking quest, really? Don't have any kind of recollection of that. Anyone know what Sage is talking about? A guiding light?
Been here before.
Yeah, so we'll be able to come here and mine this stuff even after the collab is ended. Like, we won't be able to get loads, probably like loads of full alteration stones and stuff. Not that anyone was really getting those anyway. But you can probably come here and mine like ore.
Leave it to me.
That's nice.
I'll cast my spell. Leave it to me.
Leave this to me. It is finished.
I must see to the wounded.
This is the essence of exploration.
It's done.
I mean, I'm only using the poor pickaxe anyway.
No! Have at you!
Yeah. Real sad.
This is the essence of exploration.
It's absolutely fantastic news. It means that the collab must have gone so fucking well. Which is just an incredibly huge win for all consumers, really.
This is a good opportunity.
Have at you! I am on the defensive. No ill will.
You are a fine leader.
You all enjoy the sight of blood as much as I?
This is the essence of exploration.
That is absolutely not the right way.
The coordinates to reach are over there.
Something's here. Do you think we can open it? Perhaps? Opportunity. I feel more brave when I'm you all enjoy the sight of blood as much as I? Opportunity. I am on the defensive. You've done a lot of killing. I feel more brave when I'm
Fought
with you.
magnificently.
Do as you will with
I think it's really cool that people will get to experience this forever as part of the game as well. Like, so much work went into this. So happy for them that they get to.
Let us show our
Like,
valor.
it would have sucked if they probably put like 5-6 months of work into this, right? Genuinely. So yeah, it'd be a real shame if that just disappeared after a month.
I must not be outdone.
Oh, maybe they'll consider that more in the future. Especially, but like Blade Ambassador being permanent isn't. It's not quite the same statement anyway as Final Fantasy being permanent. Like that, it's such a huge thing for the director of Final Fantasy 11 and whoever else is involved to actually sign off on that to make a Final Fantasy thing permanent in the game. It's absolutely fucking huge for them.
I am on the defensive. No ill
Blade Ambassadors, whatever.
You are a fine leader.
It's their own IP, isn't it? But yeah, maybe they'll consider making that permanent as well when they run a new one.
It's done.
Hello, Ruraku, how are you?
We have the initiative. Praise be to great Agora's blessing. I am on the defensive.
Since Blade Ambassador always uses the same thing anyway, it uses the Dragon Cave, right? So we'll just have different. I have no idea if it's correct. I was just told to come to the entrance. Bit disappointed by the second part. As I said to people and have been for the last like 2 weeks, really shouldn't get your hopes up over anything in Wizardry. You should always expect the least. It looks like I guess we're not on the right path or something. I think you will. I'm really happy that they made it permanent. I think it's great. It's great for players, huge for the consumer, and it has such real meaning for the game, just in general. Like, it's such a good sign for the consumer. Means the game is doing super well. Means the collab went incredibly. So it probably means that Wizardry has a very bright future.
I am on the defensive. It is done.
I'm kind of glad they didn't add more stuff because people were feeling overwhelmed. The average player was feeling very overwhelmed as it was already with the amount of stuff that was in the collab, like not being able to get the relics, etc. So I think it's probably for the best that they didn't add more stuff.
I am on the defensive.
This was probably not that easy for them to do. You can't just, like, snap your fingers and be like, oh, this is permanent now with this kind of content. It's not possible. They will have had to, like, renegotiate their agreement. And Final Fantasy devs, you know, it's a very protected IP, right? So for them to sign off on making something permanent within a game which is not their own is absolutely huge. Like, absolutely insanely huge. It's a really big deal. It means that they must have been extremely happy with the collab. Like, excessively happy with the collab. Which would correlate with the responses that we saw in the interview, where they said they were, like, overwhelmed with how the Daphne, how much attention to detail the Daphne devs made to the Final Fantasy collab. Because Final Fantasy 11 and other Final Fantasies, like, there are a lot of collabs of them flying around in various different games, and most of them are, you know, pretty low quality, as most collabs are. So I'm sure it was a surprise to them. I mean, it was a surprise to us that the collab was so focused, so well done. It sounds like the Final Fantasy fans feel like that Wizardry has done right by them, and it's not very easy to win over, like, the Final Fantasy player base.
The coordinates to reach are over there.
Yeah, good news all around, really.
That was scary.
So we need to wheel or something, I guess. Can we do that on event tab? Probably. Where do we need to wheel to? Ghost Castle. Ghost Castle. Thank you. Hi, Not Luck. How's it going? Kick chat. Kicks the knee twitch.
Careful. Something is there.
Get out of the way, goblin. You're not getting shit.
This way, right?
Treasure.
Looks like with true ending behind boss, we can now farm Bracelet of Hatred 100% safe. Cool.
Disarming. It's done.
Something's here.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
Glad you're doing well, not like.
Please, leave this to me. You need not sully your hands with such drudgery. Have at you!
Do you mind, Chili? That is my microphone. I appreciate you.
Your command
Well.
never ceases to amaze me. Blood as much as
Infiltrating.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
This is the process how to farm relic. You want to go to 5th floor and fight the demon packs, not like the 8 deep. Just keep trying to find 8 demon packs.
I end you.
Leave this to me.
I am on the
It
defensive.
is done.
You are a fine leader.
That is probably the most effective way to farm
Not
it.
quite so entertaining.
I guess something else is you'll be able to constantly remake the items, right?
Be outdone.
I am on the defensive.
It is done. Mere foolery.
Do you all enjoy the sight of blood as much as
magnificently.
I? What could be
If they're
inside?
leaving the village in with the blacksmith, you'll be able to remake the items endlessly if you want to. Assuming you can actually farm the mats for it. Maybe you won't be able to get Tombury
I am
Tombury
on the
juice.
defensive. I must see to the wounded. Your command never
grow
ceases
weary
to
of
amaze
the
me. Sight of blood as much as I. We have the initiative. Praise
Yeah,
be to
it'll be the
Prince of
perfect time to
Blood
use full alteration stones.
Have at you. Leave it to me. They'll not escape. I am on the defensive. That's amazing.
This is the essence of exploration.
It's done.
Hello, kitty cat.
Look there. There's Kate Sith. At first glance, she's just a cat. But she carries herself with real elegance.
Noticing you, Kate Sith's large eyes widen ever so slightly in recognition. The cat comes sauntering over.
You there! Though you are a child of this world, how is it that you sense the light of Vana'diel? Feel its luminescence. That is it! Precisely so. It is that self-same occurrence which causes my whiskers to tingle.
Whiskas.
Well, well. How did you come by this? You must not take it from here. not to be taken away. To carry the very memories of Vanadil into another world is a matter of the gravest concern. A crisis of the highest order.
Oh, we wouldn't want to do that, would we, Kaseth? You explain that you sought the Lights of Hope to oppose the Shadow Lord. You add that you're looking for a way to seal the other world to stop the leaking darkness.
Oh. As it happens, I too harbor no desire to see the records and memories of Vanadil bleed into this other world. Let's work together then. Team up. I'll put on my thinking cap and come up with a plan. Your part shall be to carry my design into effect. We're agreed then.
How very shrewd.
Nevertheless, there are certain matters that even I must subject to proper scrutiny. That require diligent investigation. Yes. Let's meet right back here in a little bit. Here in a short while. As for Vanadil's Lights of Hope, I shall assume their guardianship for the interim.
Will you now? Kaseth offers a reassuring nod. She gathers up all the crystals, tucking them safely away. Tucking them safely away where?
Well, until then, the appointed time.
Are these crystals getting burnt? It's been lacking pockets. Kaseth turns and stalks away.
Well now, she certainly does things her own way, doesn't she? But I'm sure that is what you can come to expect from a fairy. Should we find something else to do to
How hard is this
time
relic
to
farming
move
stuff
on?
realistically for someone still in early game? Pretty hard. Really, really hard because of you can't get fragments. You can clear the stuff, it will scale to your kind of progress, but you can't get fragments from the chests and stuff. Oh wait.
Hey,
Find something else to kill time until we meet her. Like to kill time in the ghost castle, you could always go watch everyone get swallowed up by the darkness again. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess we could do that. Harken out and come back.
Leave
Okay.
this to me. You need not. I am on the defensive.
It's still August the 1st.
what do you think is inside?
Lily's so snarky. I love this.
Hey,
Ah, shit. Let me read this again. He's such a snarky.
hey.
Should you find something else to do to kill time until we meet you? If you're looking to kill time in the ghost castle, you can always go and watch everyone get swallowed up by the darkness again. That is a thing that you could do. It's like, thanks, Lily. No, thanks for that. Oh, isn't the Harken actually down from us? I don't need to go all the way out.
Leave this to me. I am on the defensive.
Have at you. Your command?
I'm sure you do, Twitchery. I have no doubt of that, mate.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
What could this be?
Nice. We're blessed.
Get us out of here.
A job well done.
Felt like there was going to be a cutscene then.
Onward.
So not there right now. I guess I need to re-enter.
This is a good opportunity.
walk into it. Okay.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
Schlag.
I have your back. Leave it to me.
Schlag.
Leave this to me. Have at you. I am on the defense. It is done. Mere foolery. Do you all enjoy the sight of blood as much as I? Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
Ah, you have arrived as promised, oh child of men from this other world. Kept your appointment. You want to close the other world. Shut the gate. I would see that Vanadil's memories don't leak to another world. I have done my utmost to know the very method, how it must be done. Listen carefully. Mind you,
Case's large eyes narrow as she elaborates.
to seal the boundary between Vanadil and your world, we must first suppress the power of darkness. Quell its influence. For that very purpose, the 6 lights of hope within this world are vital. Absolutely necessary. You must gather all 6.
Why 6?
The lights of hope you held were etched from the memories of hope that saved Vanadil from crisis, delivered it from disaster. What you have found are memories deeply intertwined with Lion, Ulmia, and Tenzin. They were the rise of the Zillard, the chains of Promathia, and the rhapsodies of Vanadil. Therefore, the remaining 3 must likewise be memories of hope that saved the world from crisis, delivered it from peril.
What are the 6 dangers? Caseth elaborates on the events that have unfolded in Vanadil, keeping the account brief and to the point. Tell me more about the rise of the Zillard.
It's the memory of an adventure spanning 10,000 years and unraveling the mystery surrounding the paradise of the ancient Zillard. Lion and Zide were also deeply involved, intimately tied to it.
Tell me more about the chains of Promathia.
It's the memory of an adventure confronting the god Promathia with a feisty young woman as his chains unravel, his bonds undone. It's the memory of saving the world together with Prish and Ulmia. Saving the world. It's the memory of an adventure, thriving as a mercenary caught between the ever-expanding empire of At Urgon and the Beastmen. Even my own heart ached terribly over those events. It grieved me to the very core.
Wings of the Goddess.
It's the memory of an adventure, going back in time to protect history, the turning point of the Crystal War, and to great strife. I myself put in quite a lot of work then. Very busy I was. Busy indeed.
Seekers of Adolin?
It's the memory of
Hi,
an
Silka.
adventure. A pioneer from the sacred city of Adulin set out to tame the miasma-choked continent of Olbuka. A vast new land was spreading out there, unfurling far and wide. I thought it was even beyond my sight, well beyond my purview.
Rhapsodies of Vanadil.
An adventure. The rhapsody of a girl of tragic fate. And an adventure
Yeah, it's awesome,
turned
Silka.
savior.
It's really, really great news for the game, for the franchise, for the IP, for the consumer, for everyone, really.
Until then, the accumulated memories became our strength. It's a story that can't be told without tears.
Got it.
My, you are an exceptionally quick-witted child of men, aren't you? Possessed of a remarkably swift intellect.
That's me.
Ah yes, lest I forget. The 3 lights of hope which I took into my safekeeping. Upon closer inspection, the memories came back with clarity, only to vanish immediately thereafter. Dissipate into nothingness. To us, they are but memories. Yet, gathered by you, who are from another world, it seems they take shape. I trust I have told you all you need to know, imparted all necessary knowledge. Do you still have questions for me?
What am I supposed to do?
You must seek the lights of hope, imbued with Vana'diel's 6 core memories.
So I guess we're gonna get the
Search for these vital objects.
reads on things again
Should you find all the stories of hope,
as we walk around.
you
We're gonna have to
shall
explore the
possess
levels.
power to resist the darkness, oppose its encroaching shadow.
I love opposing encroaching shadow. I have no more questions.
I wish you luck. The fate of this entire affair rests almost squarely upon your shoulders. The outcome hinges upon your deeds. Well then, you may proceed entirely as you see fit. If you please.
Oh, little fairy.
This fairy cat is quite a
farm
character,
this.
isn't she?
I don't think so. I don't know if you would want that to be farmed. Farming tends to be quite rigorous. Not in a good way.
But to think we have to hunt all over again for the 3 we already found? We shouldn't have handed those crystals over. But then, she probably wouldn't have agreed to help us if we hadn't. Guess the cursed wheel isn't all-powerful after all. Well, at least we know what we need to do. Let's go find those 6 crystals. We don't know how accurate Kate Sith's information actually is. But, hey, that's just how adventures always are.
In order to sever the influence of the Shadow Lord, I will collect the crystals inscribed with the 6 stories of hope passed down by Vana'diel. So I guess we're gonna have to walk around here.
Is it not treasure?
This is a good opportunity.
I am on the defense. No ill will.
That went well enough, didn't it?
What do you think is inside?
Go get the sandwich first. Okay, we can go do that.
A treasure chest.
Look at all these treasure
What
chests
could be
lined up.
inside?
Oh,
It's on.
baby.
It's done.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
What could this be? I look forward to our return to town.
Oh, Mr. Sandwich Man.
Sorry. I'm in.
Okay, we can't. Have to talk to her first. Oh, whoops, that's the wrong one.
Let us sneak in. Turn back? Whatever.
Well, shall we be going?
I mean, what it actually did is it made me go and check something that wasn't up yet. That's completely wasting my time, which I know people like to do that too. Without warning, a snarling monster lunges at you from behind.
Oh my.
This is a trap. You have to get the formation.
Oh no. Oh no. Get him, Prish.
Super hungry Mumbo! Prish, reporting in. I'll help you out. So break out some grub when we're done.
She's so annoying.
Oh my. Oh my.
I am on the defensive.
Keep her away from
Hey,
it.
you guys. If I hadn't shown up, you'd have been monster.
Right. Now, presumably, we can go back and get the mackerel sandwich.
Onward.
Let us show our valor.
I am on the defensive.
Question mark? What's up, Brittle?
I must not be outdone.
Opportunity.
Hi, Jakari.
I am on
How's it
the
going?
defensive.
Hey, Warpole guy. What's going on? They probably want to keep it accessible so that everyone can access it. That's right. Recently, over the last 6 months, they've made a lot of content which has not been accessible, like that has been focused on very, very high game, like end game players, and it has not been received very well. So I think they are probably taking a different,
Something here.
line going forwards. Yeah, I absolutely agree, Birdle. It's absolutely awesome.
Turn back?
Incredible,
Whatever.
incredible news for the consumer, for the average player. A little disappointed there's no new relic weapons. Yeah, I've been saying to people not to get their hopes up for that. Now maybe Chappie will give us the mackerel sandwich.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah, cool. I guess you have to trigger the quest or trigger Prish before you can go out and get it. Doing the third run, I assume so. Yeah, this is the new path that's been unlocked.
Let us sneak in.
Kerry got the sandwich beforehand. Well, as you saw, Breadstick, which I showed, the guy was still setting up his store when I went out to check it. Would be done. I have to wait for my dispatch teams to do the full neutral door. No worries. Do we have to do that? Like, can we not just cheat it like before?
Give
Can we
me
not just
something to eat.
barrel our way through?
Anything.
Because last time we didn't need to do the door. To barrel your way through something is to roll like a barrel, like unstoppably through something. I'm in a hurry. Get out of here, Prish. I'm not actually in a hurry, I just didn't want to listen to Prish. Yeah, it's like steamroll. It means like kind of recklessly go through something without caring about your surroundings, like a barrel rolls down a hill or whatever. They updated the Wizard, so I haven't actually seen it yet, no.
Do as you will with what's inside.
Hold on. Let's have a look. Is it... Oh. Is it at a new address? Hold on. I still have this for that English web store. Official website, not store. Can someone link the official website? Thank you. I don't think I've ever looked at this website. It's really cool that they've kind of like permanently added these guys. Thank you. That's so nice of you, Mr. Ducky Muffin. I really appreciate it. 12 months. Such a long time. Thank you, man. Super appreciate it. Yeah, I've never really looked at this website. I only ever look at the web store. So I don't actually know the difference other than it obviously has a load of Final Fantasy stuff on it. Yeah, it seems cool enough.
Disarming.
I'm just happy that the collab has gone so well for them, and for Final Fantasy 11 as well. Everyone just seems really happy about it. Japanese community's absolutely buzzing about Wizardry. Has a huge amount of social media reception, massive reach. So good for the game. Even in global, like, admittedly, obviously, it's a infinitesimally smaller size, but like it's been really reasonably successful here as well. We had high player counts on Steam, you know, relatively high. No, Wizardry is probably not EOSing anytime soon, that's for sure. Like, the game is extremely successful for them, like obscenely successful compared to their other properties. Exactly, Toshri. That's one of the best things about Wizardry. Same thing as Granblue, like, because we're on a server with all the Japanese players, we never really have to worry about the game EOSing or anything like that. Now, with something like Suikoden Starleap, for instance, because we won't be on the same server as Japanese, we will constantly be living in fear of being EOS, which is one of the biggest problems with all Japanese gachas. Yeah, I know, Raraki. It's great.
This is the essence of exploration.
Yeah, it's really good. Thanks for linking that, Raraki. Shelly's not on the mage section because mages don't exist.
Disarming.
Mages are shit.
It's done.
It's all over. The best mages in the game are healers. Maybe when Shelly gets her altar. And just stop developing the EN localization. They won't. They won't, Warthog guy. Like, I've spoken with the Wizardry staff and also their associates quite a few times. They are dead set. This is what they want. This is the best opportunity they've ever had to push Wizardry into the global market, and they really, 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 really want to push Wizardry into the global market. So there's no real concern for that kind of thing. Don't worry about it.
This is a good opportunity.
I am on the defensive. No ill will.
I don't think they'll do Frieren. Like, after seeing their Final Fantasy collab, they know exactly what they want for the vision of this game, for the aesthetic of the game. Otherwise, they wouldn't have picked Final Fantasy 11. Like, they are looking for things that fit basically exactly, and Frieren does not fit basically exactly.
On the defensive.
Yep.
I hope I can hold out. I will endure.
Yeah, it's great, Leska. It's really good. But of course, it does mean that people get deprived of IPs that they would like to see, like Frieren. I know loads of people want Frieren. I'd love to see Frieren as well. I don't think it fits for them. Lord of the Rings, Caleb. Not quite Japanese enough, I'm afraid.
Blood as much as I. This is the essence of exploration.
It really seems like they want to pick collabs that have where they can do them repeatedly as well, where they can make them like kind of part of the world, as they have strived to do very much so with the Final Fantasy collab. It's funny, we were talking a lot about that before they even announced that this was going to be permanent. This just kind of doubles down on that. I don't think they want like flash in the pan collabs. They want things that are going to be part of the growing world. They want like Wizardry in other worlds. They want other worlds in Wizardry. They want the whole thing to be symbiotic.
Who could have guessed adventuring could be quite so What do you think is inside?
Yes, Warthog guy. And I'm sure with this, maybe they'll, when they run it again, when they run like a new version, they'll make it permanent. Maybe. Who knows?
Well, it lasts. What is it?
I am on the defensive.
Because the two collabs they've run from Blade and Bastard, they were both in the same cave, right? So it wouldn't be very hard for them to just make that cave permanent. They've been making all of the other content in the game permanent. They stopped doing limited content in this game like quite close, what, about maybe 6 months after they released it? It might not be that bad, RES.
I will endure.
Well, it lasts.
I am on the defensive.
There are no new relics, bro.
I feel more brave when I endure with
Blood as much as I. This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming.
I don't know if there's a super boss. I don't think so. I haven't seen anyone mention it.
Oh, a treasure
This
chest?
is the essence of exploration.
Within the bottle, the guide-light bugs given to you by Kate Sith suddenly begin to stir, light flickering as they flutter.
I have your back.
think it's exciting that they're trying to build something with Wizardry,
What do you think
and it's
is
cool to
inside?
be, you know, to be a player in it, to be able to be a little bit of a part of it. Actually feels like something rather than just being, you know, just playing gacha. You wish them every success.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell. On the defensive.
You've done a lot of killing.
We have the initiative. Praise be to greater Gora's blessing.
Thought you hate the game, but now you like it. Wait, why do I hate the game? What are you talking about, brother?
I must see to the wounded. I feel more brave when I look at a guest as much as I could be
Do as
quite
you
so
will with what's
entertaining.
inside.
Confirmed it before. I've never confirmed that I hate Wizardry. Maybe I was joking? There it is. Oh yeah, I hate Wizardry players, but I don't hate Wizardry, jeez. Cool, these are like little flashbacks of Final Fantasy XI. I love the like very quiet Final Fantasy music that plays during these. Shifting luminescence suddenly resolves into the unmistakable figure of Lion.
Well,
Can you check enemies' level in combat? Yeah, sure. I'm sorry. It's one of the stories of hope in which Zide and Lion played a part. A memory of light that can actually oppose the darkness. Even so, Zide is clumsy in his approach to quietly abandon his country and organization just to face a threat to the world. He's probably the type who's bad with words, takes on everything by himself. Sound like anyone you know? Let's give him a hand, help change his fate. We'll have a look around the rest of the floor, but I imagine it's going to be one per floor.
is it not treasure?
This is the essence of exploration.
on. It's done.
Please, leave this to me. You need not sully your hands with such drudgery. I am on the defensive.
Endure.
I hope I can hold out.
70, 70. All 70, I assume.
Forward.
Now, we don't hate Wizardry Audacity. How are you?
Mere foolery.
You all enjoy the sight of blood as much as I.
Do as you will with what's inside.
They'll not escape. I am on the defensive. I must see to the wounded. Your command never ceases to amaze me. Blood as much as
Is there a bond mate out of this? I've seen people saying. Is this a bond mate that I'm going to want to farm? What's the story, Balamori? It's you, Perek. You're the bond mate. That's interesting. Kate said don't need to farm. What is the bond mate? Is it not good? 8 HP, 4 MP, 4 SP if it's on one of the characters. Okay, probably don't need to worry about that. Yep.
Step aside.
Yeah, I'd farm the Pro Egg
one,
one, mate. I'd farm it 67 times. Took Benadryl before sleep yesterday. Now getting ready for work is a struggle. Oh boy. I hope whatever you had to set the Benadryl for clears up.
Opportunity.
It's going to be 8 HP, and then you get an extra 4 SP and 4 MP, I think, from what Rocky said, if it's on a collab character. So it's not even really particularly good on a collab character. 8 HP is kind of worth it.
Let us end this quick.
No, you get the 8 HP on any character, bro. You don't get the MP or SP unless it's on a collab character. Considering Sir Jack is what, like 24 HP.
My moment of peril.
I'm this.
Now then, for knowing Sir.
Following her as a gaze, you spot Kate Sith strolling along on 2 legs. Kate Sith gives you a knowing wave of her paw and turns and saunters away.
Could that be Kate Sith? Of whom I have heard tales from?
Yeah,
my master?
Albano is actually great. Albano is a great bond mate. And Sir Jack, like, I guess more comparatively, is just so much better. The Trout, there are a few, we have a few HP bond mates, don't we? We have quite a few HP bond mates at this point, and they're all like 20 plus HP. Well, let me have a look. You got Sir Jack, he's 24. We got Old Mage's Lingering Fixation, not that you're ever going to do that, which is 20. We have the guy from the Dwarf Cave again, not really something that people are going to farm. But he's 20 and 12 magic defense, he's obviously really good. Then the Trout is 20 as well. I guess we don't have that many. Yeah, so I suppose it's really just Sir Jack and the Trout. Because Old Mage's Lingering Fixation is probably the worst thing to farm in the game in terms of tedium. And this is just not something that most people are ever going to be able to do, Dolgan. Maybe in Abyss 5 people can go do Dolgan.
It appeared to be waving its paw at you. You are a mysterious individual, masked adventurer.
Is it worth matching the elements on bond mates?
I must find Sir
From what I know, there is
this,
no point in matching
shall
elements
take my
on bond
leave.
mates. However, I have been told that Wimmy found some kind of interaction with bond mates, but I couldn't get any sense out of it. So, as far as I know, no. Matching the elements does nothing. But I have been told that that is not correct.
I suppose you could say she is a very well-mannered young woman.
Bond mates have elements, yeah.
Let's head for the lowest floor too, while we look for the crystals.
I wonder how my friend's a treasure chest.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
Oh.
Right.
Yeah, so probably one per floor.
I have your back.
Tawny B.
I am on the defensive. I hope I can hold out. I will endure defensive. Your command never ceases.
They raised the level cap for the gelatinous cube.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
It's not great. Yeah, just the cube.
Treasure.
This is the essence of exploration.
Hello. Who's that guy? What's wrong with his nose?
Well,
Yeah, it's not that hard to find though. Apparently they fixed its location, so if you did want to farm it out, I think it's quite easy now. But I haven't done it myself. This is the Crystal of Hope. The one etched with the memories of the treasures of Art Ergan. It's a story of hope. A mercenary being drawn into a conflict between the ever-expanding Art Ergan Empire and the Beastmen. You acquired Crystal of Hope. Okay, cool. Art Ergan. So we need to do
Infiltrating.
petrification crimes here. Always Burke. Burke's always the one to step up. Bless her. Thanks for the high potion, mate.
I'm fine. I can still walk.
That cry.
I don't remember those sound effects. It's disturbing. Yeah, it's always the good characters.
Lion.
Hold it up like a sword. Who, Lion? You're a big Lion fan, Bretton.
A dangerous enemy.
Sorry, but
I will protect you.
don't expect me
Let us
to
end
go
this
easy
quickly.
on you.
This is but one torture.
We are moving on. I am on the defensive.
You'll be the first to become a corpse.
She does have cool attacks, yeah.
I saw what you were doing. Things are about to heat up.
I am on the defensive.
Right. I will do this.
I am on the defensive.
So do something useful, mate.
It is finished.
Still
I did see it.
dreaming.
I'm glad you
I'm satisfied.
We gained
Limitless
much
dodge and
experience.
AoE
Side.
and a super move, right? I'm this.
Let's head for the deepest part while gathering the rest of the crystals.
No Ratman genocide today. I'm afraid not. I'm kind of I'm pretty much done with EQ Legends. I'm just gonna be doing the raids probably every week.
Something's here. Treasure? What could be inside?
Disarming.
Farmed everything we wanted to farm. Thank you by the way, Capital. It's very kind of you. 15 months, a very awfully long time. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope you're having a wonderful day.
This is the essence of
Really good news for the COLLAB, right?
It's done.
Permanent COLLAB means
A
exceptionally good
treasure
things.
chest. This is the essence of exploration.
Well, the mask is in Final Fantasy 11, so kinda.
This is a good opportunity. Leave this to me.
Yep. I am on the defensive. I must see to the wounded. What could be inside?
Disarming. It's done.
No new relics and stuff means I won't have to do too much farming here.
Something here?
I think we've already got all of the other relic stuff farmed out, so it would be a case of like making up the relics, and I'll probably like remake the sword. I don't know if I'll bother remaking anything else. Kinda doubt it. Interesting. It's in the doorway. Can it be above us? Is there an area above us? So I'm not seeing any white dot. Must be up on one of these sides, right? See it from here. Look down. On the edge of the ground next to the teleport. Okay. Yeah, okay. Thanks.
A tricky one.
I don't know which of these I'm meant to take. I can't remember.
Opportunity.
I am on the defensive. Hold no ill will.
A sound victory, you all.
Just
fought
as expected,
magnificently.
adventuring could be quite so entertaining.
That is not the right portion of the map.
An enemy.
When did they?
Do I need to do that, Raraki? Because the last time I just didn't do it.
I am on the defensive. Our traits don't match. Take this! How impressive!
Yeah, I figured you can just brute force the door again.
Brave, you all enjoy the feel of blood as much as I.
Do as you will with what's inside?
Nah, you only have to do one thing successfully. So if you do the alignment successfully, you don't have to do the petrification puzzle successfully. And if you do the petrification puzzle successfully, you don't have to do the alignment door successfully. From what I understand. Although I don't... I only know one person who's who didn't do the Gorgons but did do the door. A 300-day login achievement. Enjoy your 20 gems? 50 gems? 20, I think, right? They sure know how to treat you right.
I have your back.
I end you. This is but one torture.
How impressive. Leave this to me. Have at you. I am on the defensive. A sound victory, you all. Just as expected.
Yeah, they were way too generous giving those gems. You're right, Toshri.
A tricky one.
I have your back.
Interlopers, I end you. This is but one torture.
I am on the defensive.
Aha. Might be the right
An
side.
enemy. Opportunity.
How about that? I am on the defensive.
No, that's not the right side. Must be the other side. Oh, this is lit up here.
We have the initiative. Praise be to Great Agora's blessing. I am on the defensive. This! Have this!
Sounds good for him. Enjoy it. Ah, there it is.
Please leave this to me. You need not sully your hands with such drudgery.
It's weird that that was lighting up down below.
This is the essence.
Yeah, you have to play it through one more time. Rim by the sounds of things.
It's done.
Please leave this to me. You need not sully your hands with such drudgery. I am on the defensive.
Mere foolery.
Do you all enjoy the sight of blood as much as I? What could be inside?
Disarming. It's done.
You are right, Rim. You are very right.
Please leave this to me. You need not sell your face to such drudgery.
Leave this to me.
I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive. It is done. I must see to the wounded.
Hey, Dory. How's it going? It's a crystal, and you can see something within. You peer deep into the stone. Its ethereal radiance illuminating your face. Your face. My face.
Well,
So this is the Crystal of Hope, the one etched with the memories of the wings of the goddess. It's a story of hope about going back in time to the turning point of the Crystal War and striving to protect the true timeline. That is the last one to my best knowledge.
Something's here.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming.
It's done.
Bit Gale Gaines.
A tricky one. Opportunity.
I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive.
I feel more brave when I fall into the
Feel blood as much as
Do
I.
as you will with what's inside. Disarming.
It's cool to know that any collabs that Wizardry does take on, they're going to make quite a big deal out of them.
An enemy.
Careless.
Yeah. Well, that's just the way it is. True. Can't have it all, mate.
Your command never
feel like
ceases
it's
to
dangerous
amaze
to
me.
anyone.
Blood as much as I. They'll not escape.
Leave it to me!
I am on the defensive. The types do not match. They're quicker than I thought.
I feel like
You
I
all
can't
enjoy
lose
the
to
sight of
anyone.
blood as much as I.
I mean,
Ah, there it is. That must have been the one that we sensed below. Yeah, thanks, Brisic.
well,
I'm etched with the memories of... It's a memory of light. Something that Prish and Olmir were deeply involved in. Seems that Prish no longer ages because of some baptism ritual. Ah, yes. The old 9,000-year-old little girl. Yep, And to be treated as an abomination and a monstrosity? It's awful. Maybe that wild streak of hers comes from all of it.
right.
Still, watching someone fighting against fate is a thing of beauty. Might be precisely because Olmir was there supporting Prish that she was able to overcome her fate. I'd like to think I can be that kind of support for you, too. Yeah, you're a fucking inspiration, Lulu. Thanks. You're an inspiration, my sweet.
Let us show our valor.
Oh, no, not this one. Ugh.
Traits clash.
Gross. Actually gross.
Our traits don't match. I am on the defensive.
Oh, did they change this so the spirit is in the back row? So your characters hit the demon instead on auto? Or is this a different spirit?
I will heal the blessing of Agora.
I think they changed it so the spirit gets summoned into the back row, so your main character, so your characters hit the front. Ah, some summon only one. I see, I see.
We will all enjoy the sight of blood as much as I. What do you think is inside?
Okay. I've had loads of spirits where they've summoned it in the front row, and my characters have just hit the front row over and over and over again. The spirit.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell. I will heal the blessing of Agora. Have at you. I must see to the wounded. What could be inside? Damn it!
Krish, no.
Quite so.
Have you gathered the lights of hope to oppose the darkness? Secured the necessary illumination?
I believe so.
Goodness,
It's a.
listen to me. At present, I must simply place my trust in the children of man. Thanks to you, the Shadow Lord's power of dominion has grown no stronger, but farther in. I do hope you find your companions soon. Locate them with all haste.
Thanks. Thanks, Kate Sith. Just take the damage on everyone. Seems fair. It's alright, Lana. Don't make a fucking fuss about it, love. Jesus.
An enemy.
When did they?
I end you.
Have at you.
I end you.
This is quite the blessing of Agora. Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
Omia, talk to me.
Oh no, demons. Demons.
I have never
Not
seen
the
a face.
demons.
Will consume everything.
I end you. This is but one torture.
Behold the protection of greater fortune be with thee.
You'll be the first to become a corpse.
Well done, ye faithful of great Agora. I offer you this!
noble and honored melody.
There's our bard, guys. That's why they couldn't put her in the COLLAB. Oh?
Omnia, come on! Wake up already!
Hold it up like a sword.
My legs are heavy. I would rest my bones.
Knees weak, arms are heavy. There's vomit on his sweater already. Mom spaghetti.
Master.
The summer was was it Lavana? I don't know. We already had our summer unit though. We already had our summer altar. They might do another. It might be seasonal. We don't really know. Is there another thingy on this floor? Probably not, but I guess we'll have a look around. Oh, there is.
A treasure chest.
Should I do it?
Interlopers, I end you.
How about that? This is quite the blessing of Agora.
He's a fiery boy.
This is quite the blessing of Agora. I hope I didn't let it
Seems we can still keep fighting. This is the essence of exploration.
What mages should be, yeah, maybe. Oh, we're on floor 5. We just farm this floor a second.
Do you think we can open it?
While we're here. Big gill. I wonder if they've increased the gill from chess. I've seen a lot of gill from chess. Anyone else seen a lot of gill from chess today?
I end you. This is but one torture.
I am on the defensive.
I end you.
Increase the gill from chess so you never get the fragments. That's smart. Very smart.
I am on the defensive.
Flies fast.
A flies faster.
I must see to the wounded.
No, breadstick doesn't need the fragments.
Could have been one more device.
He's making a joke about how new
Do
players
as you
can't
will
get
with what's
fragments.
inside.
We cannot lose as long as we keep our wits about us. I must see to the wounded.
Over there.
Pathetic.
I am on the defensive. Well done. What do you think is inside?
This is the essence of exploration.
It's done.
Should I do it? Leave it to me.
That's what happens when you make a sandwich, mate.
I am on the defensive.
May you have it is finished.
I must see to the wounded.
Perhaps I'm starting to fit in at this party.
A familiar enemy is a quick way to die. Well,
Yeah, Iroha is really stunning. Maybe in the future she'll be updated, you know. So this is the Crystal of Hope, one etched with the memories of the Rhapsodies of Vana'diel. The memory of light that can counter the darkness, one that Iroha and Tenzin were deeply connected to as well. Still, Iroha is one tough girl. She stood up all by herself to save a world that was already destroyed. Even with the power of immortality in her, being slain over and over and standing again, not just anyone can do that. But then, the same goes for you, doesn't it? As two who just don't know when to quit, I'm sure you have a few thoughts. I hope what you're doing here turns out to be her salvation, too.
they'll not escape.
I end you. This is but one torture.
Have at you. This will be your grave.
Come now, while it lasts.
I am on the defensive. I hope I didn't let anyone down.
Have relied on Great Agora's strength.
Do as you will with what's inside.
Nostalgic music, yes, an absolute drift. How are you, Kara? Did you play Final Fantasy XI? This collab is incredibly good.
Our wits about us.
So much so it's been made permanent.
Let us quickly do away with this rabble.
Oop. What?
Now, while it lasts.
I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive. I must see to the wounded.
Just impulsively resub to 14. We have a few people here who are playing through 14 at the moment. I think they're at the start of Stormblood.
It's done.
Boone and Fox. I think Ariatel's playing with them and Quantum as well.
They'll not escape.
Only 450 HP, really?
I am on the defensive.
Doesn't seem right. Oh, at level 40, okay.
What could be inside?
I like Stormblood.
An enemy.
Something.
A tricky one.
This is the essence of exploration.
It's done.
We have the initiative. Praise be to Great Agora's blessing.
I am on the defensive. The types do not match. on the defensive.
It is done. Trivial.
It seems we can still keep fighting.
Right.
Done the Sval theme, so I never played Final Fantasy 11 properly. But this is Sval, this is the Fortress of Sval or something,
Let's
right?
go with gusto.
Yeah, it is.
Leave this to me. Have at you. I am on the defensive.
This is blown up in Japan. It's actually so fucking popular over there.
This is the essence of exploration.
This is probably, well, it's definitely the most popular Daphne has ever been in Japan. It's absolutely gone to the moon because the collab was so well received from Final Fantasy fans. And even from the director of Final Fantasy 11, he was astounded by how faithful they were and how much care and how meticulous they were with the collab.
Is finished. This is the essence of exploration.
Disarm.
Judging by
It's done.
the collabs that I have seen in Granblue Fantasy, I imagine the Final Fantasy 11 collab was utterly trash in GBF. I don't know if GBF does any good collabs, but the ones I've seen have not been particularly great.
Escape. I am on the defensive.
Yeah, we have Prish, Zaid, and Iroha
I am on the defensive.
as the collab characters here.
I must see to the wounded.
Trivial.
We need more.
Nikkei Persona collab's not even voiced. What?
Exploration.
Disarming.
That's absolutely outrageous.
It's done.
Oh, it still has Japanese voice actors, yeah? No English. That makes more sense. That makes more sense.
I am on the defensive.
No, really, no Japanese voice actors. What?
Must see to the wounded.
That's absolutely outrageous.
Battle could have been won more.
That's so low effort. Holy fuck, man.
Disarming. It's done.
I don't know why they chose the characters that they chose. But no Lilisa and no Shantoto.
Let's go with gusto.
I end you. This is but one torture.
I am on the defensive. I was mesmerized.
Seems very likely that they're probably going to collab with them again in the future, though, because it went so well for both parties. Final Fantasy 11
Disarming.
even put a few Wizardry bits and pieces in there in 11
It's done.
to commemorate it.
We have the initiative. Praise be to great Agora's blessing. I am on the defensive.
I don't think we're getting more relic weapons, Warthog Guy. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news.
Dead. What could be inside?
Disarming. It's done. Pathetic.
Leave it to me.
Yeah, Lalafels are incredibly annoying. Yeah, sorry, Stepway. I don't think we're getting new relics.
Oh my. I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive. Well done.
No more relics actually is a good move, like genuinely, seriously, because the average player was already really struggling. They felt overwhelmed by the amount of stuff in the collab, so making it, you know, permanent and them able to farm it afterwards, and also adding no more relics.
Well enough.
Probably a good move for them.
Keep fighting. This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming.
Yeah, and it's true for them. Yeah, it leaves space open for if they run the collab again, they can add a second set of relic weapons, which is cool. I do think they're probably aiming like long term with these things. Have it permanent. They've definitely upped the gil in chess. They must have added like upped the amount of gil dropping in chess.
A dangerous feat. Do not
I've farmed for entire days without seeing any gil from chess, and we've just seen what, like 4 or 5 gil drops.
A flies faster.
This is quite the blessing of Agora.
That would hit me?
You have done well enough.
Being
Your
careless
Agora
with a familiar
is
enemy
dead.
is a quick way
What
to
could be
die.
inside?
Oh, we're like deadly poisoned.
We cannot lose as long as we
I
keep
am
our
on the
wits about us.
defensive.
I end you.
Have at you. You have done
Gil is definitely a problem for the average player.
Familiar enemy is a
What could
quick
be
way to die.
inside?
Disarming. It's done.
An insignificant foe.
Leave it to
All
me.
shall be dedicated unto great Agora. I am on the defensive. Have at you.
I want to wash off.
I want to keep myself as clean as be healed.
And here? Oh, there. See. All of these cutscenes are so pretty.
Well,
So this is the Crystal of Hope, the one etched with the memories of the Seekers of Adolin. The story of hope, pioneering miasma-choked lands of Ulbuka from the sacred city of Adolin, the Alliance leader siblings. Yeah, it's exceptionally rare breadstick. By the sounds of things.
nice.
Oh, we did it. Well, that's all 6 Lights of Hope gathered. We should be able to take down the Shadow Lord and close off the other world now. Thanks. Thanks, Lulu. That's the confirmation. Oh, we need to get the teleporters, don't we?
What?
I am on the defensive.
You made quite a showing.
I end you.
I am on the defensive.
I must see to the wounded. That battle could have been won more
It seems like I
effectively
can
in Great
still keep
Agora's
fighting.
strength.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
Wait,
I sense something behind us. What do you sense behind us, Lulu? You quickly turn back, eyes scanning the shadows behind the party, but as far as you can tell, there's nothing there.
well,
Was it my imagination? I thought I felt a presence that gave me shivers, though... Ah! I knew it! Something is there! Oh! That's a monster from the other world, but there's something different about it. So that's the Tombury trigger. It seems to have left. There might still be monsters out there we haven't encountered yet. For now, finding the people we're looking for comes first. Let's keep moving. Tawny Bee! Yeah, I haven't seen that before. Tawny Bee, Tawny Bee.
We cannot lose as long as we keep our wits about us. I am on the defensive.
What is the Wiz update like? So more than anything, Cyril, they've made the COLLAB permanent. That's probably the most major thing that's happened. Once the period is up, they will make modifications to the drops and things, but this place is going to stay up forever.
As long as we keep our wits about us.
Other than that, there's a new story route to play through.
I must see to the wounded. That battle could have been won more effectively.
If we wear ourselves out, we won't be able to act when it matters.
We have no pickaxes left. We got pickaxeless.
An enemy.
When did they...
On the defensive. Our traits don't match.
Not bad.
Take this! I must see to the wounded.
This is the essence of exploration.
Hey, there's a super boss. Yeah, I mean, it would be cool for people if they put a super boss in. I'm glad that they focused on newer players, though.
I hope I didn't let anyone careless with a familiar enemy is a quick way to die. They'll not escape.
I end you.
Have at you. This will be your grave.
2k gems for the Garda Fortress thing, Citizen. Everyone should have it in your box at the Adventurers Guild. You don't get it if you didn't clear it. Oh, really? You don't get it if you didn't clear Garda Fortress. Is that true? Or is this misinformation?
There's something here.
It's true. Ah, good to know. So anyone who didn't clear Garda doesn't get the gems. I mean, that's fair. You didn't get it either, Godshad. Have you cleared Garda?
We're blessed.
Haven't cleared it and it's not on your box. Ah, there you go. Yeah, so it's only people who've cleared Garda Fortress. Ah, bad luck, Gunshad. Oh, I don't know why I went back. Really mean to.
I look forward to our return to town.
Honestly, I think that's kind of fair. Like, it'd be kind of weird to give gems to people who hadn't cleared it yet. Because it was, you know, it was part of the challenge, so anyone who had cleared it. I think it's kind of reasonable for those to be the only people who are eligible. I'm usually all for, you know, giving everything to everyone, but yeah, it's kind of weird to reward people for when they haven't actually cleared it yet. Yep, that's the 2k gems. It's from the Garda campaign. Yeah, she doesn't recognise what bread is. This food in Vanadiel. Vanadiel is like so delicious. Must be nice. Hold the crystal up.
A dangerous adversary.
I'm Tenzin
Do not let
of
down
the
your
Far
guard.
East.
There's no time to pull out
Come.
the crystal.
Face me in honorable
Let's thin out the
combat.
I'm worried about.
I end you. Let us end this quickly. You'll be the first to become a corpse.
Well done.
Have at you.
Wow, all the flood streams.
You made quite a beautifully.
Danger was upon us.
Oh,
Don't
victory.
Burka anymore.
It seems we managed to save Iraha and Tenzin. The Shadow Lord's power hasn't increased. They have all the crystals. Now all that's left is to face the Shadow Lord.
The Super Shadow Lord. There might be. Yeah, we don't really know, do
Why'd
we?
you stop?
There's still
Was
what,
there
like
something here?
30 days left on the COLLAB or something crazy, so there's definitely room for new things to be added, but it's hard to say. You never really know with Wizardry, do you? It's part of the fun. Look at him chilling out over here. Oh, you can max it out now, can you,
Those
Bretta?
men being held captive behind the Shadow Lord.
One of you's wrong. Bretzik has been wrong before.
Of this unknown world. Behold, as the space of my hatred quenches the candle of your existence. A brilliant light serves only to deepen the darkness. Let the entirety of this world's
Yeah, not like you,
be
Tweshwe.
gathered into my shroud. The flames of hatred will never be stayed until there is not left of man but smoke and ash. Come, mortals! I will show you my hatred and your trembling despair!
The sun in your hand suddenly erupts with a dazzling radiance, completely obliterating the darkness.
Right.
Lightness dispel the darkness. As long as that crystal shines, it seems our allies will not be taken by the darkness. Oh, we don't even get the partial darkness, even though we failed the entrance quest thing. We have had a lot of our MP drained. I don't think it matters too much, probably, but...
Tis the power of darkness.
Oh! He's immune to, battle growth.
Kill quickly.
My power is building. Leave this to come at you.
Can't even use my poor foot. Trained out of mana. RIPS.
Well, it lasts.
Shadowlord begins siphoning the surrounding darkness. The umber and shadows stretch and bleed toward him in a swirling vortex.
Careful now.
You didn't go back and rest. Where do you think my MP... No, I know he didn't drain my MP. I'm saying that we got our MP drained while we were moving through the place, Britta. Looks like the Shadowlord is readying something. A massive attack might be coming. Be careful.
Hey,
Oh. Shadowlord reels back, staggering, and the ominous vortex of gathered darkness fractures and dissipates harmlessly.
all right.
So we managed to stop his big attack. What's a perilous moment? Everyone is unharmed.
Now then,
The opening will not last. Strike now, while we may.
be reduced to ash! Be reduced to ash!
We're getting reduced to ash. Oh no. The Arch Shadowlord prepares Umbra Smash. That sounds bad. Sounds like something we don't want.
Hiya! Tis the power of
I
darkness.
will do this.
This is quite the blessing of Agora. Leave it to me. Hairline hunt. How about that? Has something happened?
Chronosis works on him. Probably not, huh? Nah, Chronosis doesn't work on anything anymore. They're tired of that. Don't blame him.
Have at you.
Well, it lasts.
Kneel, bereft of
Pretty cool. We got paralyzed.
Paralysis has
Ah, he's immune to physical now. It doesn't really matter that she's paralyzed. Great job, side. Great job, idiot.
Interlopers, beat no one has survived against bodies will pass across the stream.
I feel much better now. I offer you this.
One moment of finality, yeah.
Greater Gore, display thy true power.
That's now physical.
I end
Oh, no. Never mind. That's not true. Fake news.
Well done.
Great job, Krish. Fucking idiot.
Greater Gore, display thy true power.
This element does nothing.
no one has survived against bodies will pass across the stream.
One day I'll get an enchant, so... But not today. Wait, did he swap then? I was looking at chat. No, we're good, we're good.
I'll hold.
No one has survived against bodies will pass across the stream.
Sink into the size of
Rude.
Can your might overcome this barrier?
Yeah, we just have nothing. Now we can hit him, right?
Have at you. Here I get wrecked.
I end you. I'm feeling much
Weird that we're Oblivion flashing when he's not within death range. It's a bit odd.
This is quite the bother.
Yeah, I guess it's just a damage marker. He's just got a lot of life. Whoops.
Right. I will do this.
Leave this to have at you.
I end you.
The hour of your end is at hand.
I know. Oh dear. Well. I mean, I guess we probably do, really. Pretty sure it's a phase change because he starts prepping implosion. Ah, I see, I see.
I end you. This is but one torture.
I beg thee, lend me thy protection.
We actually have no resources. We're completely fucked.
This is quite the blessing of Agora.
Yeah, I guess it like reads phase changes or something.
Have at you! Great Agora, I beg thee, lend me thy protection. Great Agora, wounds be healed. Well done, you faithful of Great Agora.
The hour of your end is at hand.
Oh shit.
Ye spirit who defies death, rise again.
So implosion does... So implosion does like just massive damage, or it kills you if you're not topped or something? I don't know. No idea. Max HP minus 1 damage. Ah, I see, I see, I see. I guess we should go back and heal then, because like we don't have any resources. Yeah, you live with 1 HP. I could already tell that. Actually, I'm not that stupid. Yeah. I am, thanks. You're full HP and got whacked the first time I fought him. I see, I see. It seemed that way to me because I had 2 characters who weren't maxed and they died. They both died.
Those who live well, die well.
So it seemed like it was minus 1.
Be enjoyed after all.
I don't have Camille.
Be on guard. I look forward to our return to town.
Parking outside a boss room, don't know. Maybe. Oh, it's not tavern, is it? It's in. Whoops. We don't have our exchange yet, do we? No.
Will you be staying?
It is Mausoleum today, yeah. I have Mausoleum today.
Keeping oneself clean is a good thing.
Had a good rest? Come stay anytime.
This streamer really is a streamer. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, Pro. Chatting about, sir.
Well, shall we be going?
Right, let's go and try again. This altar didn't come, so we didn't have tits on the screen. Huh? I'm so confused as to what is happening in chat right now. Nothing anyone is saying is making any sense.
What is this?
Ah, yeah, there's a Harken right here. Thank you. I don't think I even found this the last time we went through. I didn't know this was there. That's interesting. Oh. Guess not. Yeah, we had to update. I'm sure there are all sorts of bugs. Every time they edit something, there's bound to be a load of bugs.
Oh, those men
Yeah, Dr.
being
Hunter.
held captive behind the Shadow Lord. Are they the client's sons?
Did he just... that walk forwards is really odd. Go get him, gang.
A dangerous fiend.
I will show you my hatred and your folly! Trembling despair!
Right.
Yeah, we actually have resources this time. That's nice. A treat. Battlegraph didn't work on him. It's interesting.
Behold the protection of great Aurora. Fortune be with thee. Kill quickly.
Oh, our speed is gone.
My power is building.
Having 3 crystals and third run having us collect 6 crystals, you get a presumably the true ending, Dr. Hunter, but I haven't seen it yet.
Leave this to have at you.
Poor this.
Be reduced!
Stand this tight.
Be reduced to ash!
Behold the protection of great fortune be
I
with
will
thee.
do this.
He's doing an implosion. Against siphoning the surrounding darkness, the ambient shadows stretch and bleed towards him and swirling it vortex.
Careful now.
Massive attack might be coming.
Hey,
Ah, so this dissipates it the first time I see.
all right.
Now then,
Yeah, line's pretty cool.
Hi-ya! 'Tis the power of darkness. How about that?
Thanks, Senna! 32 months! Thank you for being here. Thank you for your support. And I hope you have a wonderful day. Fuck you, Torta Plus. We hate you, apparently. Damn rough. We are quite paralyzed. Which this paralysis, isn't it? Yeah.
Paralysis has gone.
Paralysis is good.
This is quite the barbarian blessing of Agora.
Oh, whoops. Yep. Magic shield. Yep. We might as well just defend. Save our SP for when he swaps back. You have loads of MP this time. You'll be alright. You can chuck some Zaleks in there. I imagine pretty strong.
What is it?
It can get pushed off, interestingly.
Interlopers, I end you. This is but one torture.
Hold. Leave it to me. Great Agora, display thy true power.
Big sure hit from Alice there. That Rene aura doing work.
Interlopers, beat no one has survived against bodies or power above the stream.
Your front line, you're really lucky we're already past the water abyss. Yeah.
I offer you this. This is quite the blessing of Agora. Leave it to me.
Is doing an implosion.
I need treatment.
Into the fires of darkness. Can your might overcome this barrier?
Oh. Were we still protected? I guess we were still protected or something? I thought that was gonna like reduce us to 1 HP. Okay, he's got his magic shield up now.
I end you.
Have at you.
You won't die to element weakness in story mode. I'm pretty sure I would, Tushwi.
I end you.
Amatsu?
Discipline doesn't really do that much, and my gear isn't that good. I don't know, man. I think I get pretty fucked up. I get pretty fucked up sometimes by all sorts of stuff in this game.
This is quite the blessing of Agora.
A lot of my farming pro egg was done like previous to Abyss 4, and the gear that's available now is way better than it was like farming ship 2, dude. Oh, yep, of course we swapped. know how much HP this has, so I guess we should use like reasonable attacks. Gear doesn't matter. gear matters a little bit. But knowledge matters the most. I don't have knowledge of the stuff that I fight. Like, learning stuff is the most important thing in the game. Learning how things work. Let's get the gear and purple gems. Could do. Oh! Wow! He really doesn't give a fuck, huh? I guess we revive Bert. No, he did implosion and then immediately imploded. I didn't have any time to react to it. Perig, why are you being such a cunt today, my man? Do I need to give you a little time out? Literally the last like 6-7 things you sent. All real cuntish messages. There's just no real need for it, is there, brother? Oh, it's one thing like one off-the-cuff message just being like, just being a bit of an arsehole, but like every single message is a bit much, my man.
I look forward to our return to town.
Like, the chat isn't moving that fast, so when all I see is just like people being pricks, it's a bit lame, innit? Do we need to heal again? Nah, we're alright. Twitcher, you are absolutely a cunt, my man.
Let us sneak in.
So I guess I need to be very careful to keep people healed, because I don't have reactive healing to re-heal. So like, I'm gonna have to make sure I'm super healed, because he can very easily do implosion into implosion. I can't battle graph him. The battle graph doesn't stick, so that won't lower his turn speed. He can super easily go implosion. Core 2 and Knight's Defense help mitigate. I don't have a Knight built. Core 2 doesn't do anything against Implosion. Implosion just does damage equal to your health -1. Your max hit points -1. Just like Null Shadow. Oh yeah. That same thing happened to me too. Just didn't res anyone. Left 2 dead on the floor. Just hit him once and the boss died. Yeah.
I end you. This is but one torture.
Did you do the 3 door thing right? No, I just went in through a door. You don't need to do the door thing right on this run through. Nah, it doesn't matter anymore. So when you in the non-6 crystal run, when you don't do the door, you get 2 people controlled at the end, and it's temporary, and then it just wears off. But it seems like on this run that doesn't even happen. You just dispel the darkness with your 6 crystals, so it doesn't matter if you messed up the door. It might not even matter if you don't do the petrification thing, for that matter, because you just break through the. It says like you break through the darkness with the crystals. So I don't know. Right, so we need to make sure that we are absolutely 100% healed at all times after he starts doing implosion. Other than that, I think it's fine. So that needs to be like top priority, as we are not going to be given a turn of grace. This is the improved Shadow Lord, yeah. The Hatred accessories reduces HP. Interesting.
My power is building.
Yeah, Quantum, the area is permanent and you'll be able to farm all this stuff. You won't be able to interact with a lot of the characters and things, but like the area and everything is super permanent. You'll always be able to farm the relics. Hi, Mythic Foot. Yeah, things are going alright, thank you. Camille is the most broken character in the game. She's always useful, except when you're farming, really. Yeah, like some of the story will probably be inaccessible, Quantum. I don't know. I don't have all the details, I'm afraid. But you'll still be able to farm out all of the relics. Yeah, some amount of it will remain. I don't know exactly what. It's hard to say. But you'll still be able to farm all the relics, so there'll be some kind of aspect of something there, like leading you into doing the relics. This is a new boss. This is the newer version of this guy, yep. The third fight, yeah.
I will do this.
Never expected the COLLAB event to be permanent in Wizardry. It's wonderful news. Yeah, it's really, really good news. It means that the COLLAB went over super duper well. The Final Fantasy director, Final Fantasy 11 director, and Square Enix in general wouldn't allow something like this to remain if it wasn't of very high quality. And they were clearly impressed. The players are clearly impressed. It's really blown up on social media, and yeah, they did a really good job with it. Unfortunately, yeah, but Abyss 5 might not be anytime soon. But, you know, kind of everything. This one gets cancelled.
Hey.
Well, the COLLAB was just going to be a random 3-4 dungeon. They went all out for it. Yeah, I think a lot of people felt that way. And I think even the Final Fantasy director was very surprised. From the way they were talking, I think they have a kind of understanding that collabs in games are going to be shit. Like, they're just not going to be very good. The previous collabs that Final Fantasy 11 had done, the director kind of suggested that perhaps they were not of very high quality, and so they were extremely shocked by how much effort and attention to detail the Wizardry team put into this collab. And it seems like, you know, there'll probably be more Final Fantasy stuff in the future, or at least they have an attempt to them. Pretty much, Narcos. That's paraphrasing, but yeah, like, pretty much. They weren't expecting them to pay actual attention to detail and be faithful to the property. Because Final Fantasy 11 has had collabs before, and obviously Final Fantasy has had loads of collabs before, and generally I think they're pretty low quality, as are most collabs. That's just the way things go in gachas. Generally, you know, they're focused on making their own game, and collabs are pretty much just a cash grab, aren't they?
Alright.
But not in this game. They literally put the development of the game on hold to make this collab. It's such a big deal to them.
Now then.
Pretty cool.
This is quite the blessing of a
The characters from other crystals. Yeah, they showed all sorts of different characters, right?
How about that?
collabs in another Eden were all pretty solid. Yeah, I played the collabs in another Eden. They all seemed fine. They seemed of higher quality than what I'm used to.
Leave this to have at you.
We already my perfect back.
Make it quick.
What is it?
No. That's the Sentinels thing. It's interesting that they are under status effects. This is a very extended version of this, isn't it? So they must be planning to do more with this like companion window in the future. This is different to how it was before. Like you can see their buffs, you can see their debuffs. Pretty interesting.
No one has survived against bodies were part of the Granblue stream.
This is quite the
Yeah, using heal, using potion. Yeah, indeed, indeed. So they're clearly going to do more with this in the future. They like the companion system.
I need treatment. Oh, God.
Leave it to me. Hairline
Mobs helping. Went to kill the Cyclops bounty. It's not as hard as you made him look. Yeah, I mean, I was just autoing him, Mythic Foot. Obviously, if you don't auto him, he's a lot easier.
Interlopers. No one has survived against bodies were part of the Granblue stream.
I offer you this.
What are we pushing off here?
Hiya! 'Tis the power of darkness.
Oh, whoops. Some terrible clicking.
We must help each other. Be healed.
Got to be useful.
Thank you, Fenchy. Super kind of you. Appreciate it. 13 months. Very long time. Lots of year pluses today from people. Thank you so much. It's so kind of you. We don't need to heal, right? I don't know what we do with Alice.
Endure.
I offer you this.
He was just asked by my blade.
Oh, you got a slash.
Can your might overcome this barrier?
Oh. Massivo damage. Huge work, girls. Gotta bounce those spoilers. No worries, man. Thank you for dropping by. I appreciate it. It's very kind of you. Yeah, that's implosion. Our front row's hurt.
This is quite the
There's nothing.
We really have to, because he can like just back-to-back implosion and then he doesn't give us a turn. So we need to make sure everyone is healed after it as well. Heal. I did heal. I did heal.
I end you. I end you. This is but one torture.
I like the music on this fight. Very chilled. I guess let's see if defense changes the damage. I kind of doubt it will though.
The hour of your end is at hand.
No.
If you don't recover, you will die.
Oh, okay, that's fine. It was so much easier that time for no real reason. I don't know why. The 2 times before, he made it to a second implosion, then just instantly blew me up. I don't know what I did differently that time. Weird. You lift the 6 crystals of hope into the air, holding them above your head. No, I don't know, Dr. Hunter. I'm not really sure, man. Thanks for the great one. Yeah, I'm not really sure, Dr. Hunter. That fight seemed very different to the times that we did before, but I don't know what we did differently, particularly that time, that made it so much easier. Because we lived the first implosion all 3 times, but then he did another implosion that he instantly popped off like very, very quickly on the other tries. I don't know what was different that time. Not really sure. The light of the crystal spreads across the area, bathing everything in a steady glow.
Sleep now.
But yeah, if you keep yourself healed, then the implosion can't really get you. I just didn't expect him to do the implosion so quickly together on the last ones. Yeah, he just he absolutely popped me. Like, he absolutely did me. Surprised he makes, for me, only 1 implosion and then just die next hit. Yeah, I don't know whether, maybe we bugged him or something with, I feel like Oblivion Edge did something to him, did something weird to him. Because, like, we were getting all those Oblivion Edge procs and it wasn't killing him. And it was doing some weird shit. I feel like he got bugged or something. Based on his HP, that certain HP thresholds trigger an implosion. I don't know, Dr. Hunter. I'm guessing it's very low HP. Is the trigger for it.
I'm all right. What about you?
But his behavior was weird the times before. Nah. Oblivion Edge would never cause issues. If you deal too much damage to him after you hit the 1 HP threshold, he bugs out and becomes unkillable. Yeah, I think that's what happened. I think it was because of all the Oblivion Edges or something. like procking on him. I don't know. It was weird though. Because when he got to his turn again, he just did implosion again and instantly cast it, which probably would have been fine if I'd known that was going to come. We could have like healed up, but we might not have been able to kill him anyway.
They don't seem to hate each other as much as we were told.
Then wouldn't die after the implosion. Yeah, I guess it's that.
I wonder how my friends
It's funny anyway.
faring.
Perhaps being...
We should probably heal or something, I guess.
Oh, what is it? Blessing of Agora. I'm
He has his head on straight.
Tea and cakes would not be out of order.
Lana, stop! Can you shut up about tea and cakes? I'm trying to chat to the NPCs. You acquired Bracelet of Hatred. Probably got his cum saved up. The fuck are you talking about, Tweshui? What the shit is wrong with you, brother?
Not too shabby. Can't believe you actually took that big jerk down. What a creep doing that to Olmia. Still, felt pretty good to give him the beatdown he deserved.
Goodness. Honestly, Prish. I am so truly glad that those you sought have been found as well. It seems we may finally set out on our journey home.
It is time we went home. I mean, they don't even have any good food around here. I just want to go home and stuff my face with Tabnazi and tacos.
Yes. Let us return home as well to Vana'diel.
You know Fantasy 11.
However, it appears we have yet to actually find the path home.
No sweat. With you and me,
No,
we're
not
gonna find our
November.
way
It's
out
a
of
little
here
way
in
away,
no
isn't it?
time.
Good 2.5 months. Oh yeah, there's English voice acting all the way through the game, Kara. This is a very high quality game.
The darkness.
They put a lot of work into this game. It's a fantastic game.
Indeed. The manner of battle in this land was most magnificent. It commands my profound admiration.
This is the new ending, yeah, Fragile
All
Op.
been saved as well.
After some struggling on the
Casualties
boss.
were suffered while facing so terrifying a foe. Brings me great relief.
Due to some combination of bugs and or skill issues. Yeah, funnily enough, the voice actor for Kate Sith actually came through chat the last time I was streaming this, and I had a nice little chat with her. Because when I was playing through, I was like, man, Kate Sith's voice is really cool, just by chance. And someone even linked the clip of me saying that to her, which is kind of funny.
The darkness that shrouded this place has completely cleared, and this
apparently so early on in this game they put barely any work into the English voice acting. Like, they barely corresponded with them at all, or told them what they wanted. But it sounded like, she made it sound like certainly that nowadays they work with the English voice actors pretty intently on trying to find like the right voice that fits, and giving them direction as to exactly what they want with all the lines. I don't know who they have doing that, because they don't have any English members of staff, or they don't have any English speaking members of staff, but they must have some kind of correspondent to work with them now. That's really, really great. And the quality of English voice acting in this game has gone up a lot since the release. Do a 7-hour daily edging sesh to drain it, starting with 2 months before.
Yes. That, too, is an important duty of yours,
for sharing.
Tenzin.
Yes, yes, yes!
Last adventurer, we humbly thank you for
Don't worry about it. I'm sorry for them, Fragile Op. Yeah, I'm sorry for them, Dr. Hunter.
The flame of hatred he carried for our people was far too heavy for a single soul to bear alone.
You have my gratitude.
It's just Twitch
too.
things.
Thank you.
We are the world, we are the children, we have fucked. Yep, true. What's this, Dodgery? Mithra character creation. What is going on here? Is she having a fit? Should we call an ambulance? Okay, that's enough of that. Thanks.
This place was
That is
filled
from
with
Final Fantasy
such a
XI,
foul
Dr.
presence.
Hunter. The character creation.
And before we even knew it, we were overtaken by it. Now that you have banished the Shadow Lord, I feel as though a weight has been lifted from my shoulders.
If your spirits are lifted, that's good enough. The shadow over my own heart is no longer here.
You explain to the Lord's Sons that you've come in response to a request.
Is that so? Well, we're grateful for the help. We used up the last of our provisions.
Weird
on the
pre-recorded
journey
CGI for that screen, and the characters look nothing alike when you made them. That's so weird.
I was just starting to think we could fight no longer. It was a close thing.
Lord
You're a bellend, Conrad.
You did spend the whole journey telling your younger brothers there was no cause for concern.
I am the eldest son, after all. At least, allow me to maintain my dignity.
What do you think, Nicola? Perhaps being the firstborn isn't quite the effortless luxury we imagine it to be. Perhaps being secondborn suits me. It galls that I will never inherit the estate, but the lack of responsibility is unequaled.
My lord.
Too true. But I'll have you know, I actually thought about lending Conrad a hand. If only a little. He really has his head on straight, Conrad does. He is a far cry from father, who does nothing but lord his authority over us.
Perhaps you are right. He vexes me to no end, yet I simply cannot bring myself to despise him.
Good grief. They've let their guard down entirely.
He wants to burn off so bad, man. What does that mean? Sorry, Apocalypse Birds?
But let's get them back to Northern Hollow.
Ah, these kids. Or is that bum off? Is that bum off? Oh, he wants to bum off so bad. I see, I understand. You lead the Lord's Sons all the way to the forest of Northern Hollow. My old man eyes playing tricks on me. Once in the forest, the Lord's Sons untie their horses and after a brief exchange, mount up and ride ahead to Northern Hollow.
Well, things have settled down for a bit, but that door to
the music
is still open, isn't it? Oh.
So, you've managed to lead back the children of men who went astray. Safely guided the lost ones home. Splendid. Now, I must reclaim the memories of Vanadil's stories of hope from you. Take back the recollections of those shining tales.
As you hand over the crystals, Kate Sith accepts them into safekeeping, then makes her way to the entrance of the other world.
And now, that which belongs to Vanadil shall return to Vanadil, and you shall return to your own world. It is because you gathered the 6 lights of hope that the overflowing darkness has subsided, quelled the surging shadow. things stand, I am fully capable of sealing this open rift, shutting this aperture. Farewell, children of men from another world. Farewell, last adventurer. I bid you adieu. Goodbye!
Bye-bye, Kate Sith. Big bond mates. And there's Kate Sith. Kate Sith, come back. Kate Sith is pretty sweet. 6 more full alteration things for relic weapons with all gold pickaxes. Well, now you don't have to worry about that so much.
You would be the adventurers.
Pass is still not complete, so there might be some more content. Yeah, Ruraki was telling us about that earlier. There might be that they have something else to add before the end. Maybe a super boss or something. It's another bond mate for the COLLAB units. It isn't particularly crazy apparently. It's 8 HP for anyone, and then an additional 4 SP and 4 MP for the bond mates, for the COLLAB units.
Hey, that's enough of that. Show a little respect.
Maybe the Tombury King, yeah, could be. Got a push to D5 so far. Cool.
Lord Conrad told us all about your exploits. He said you took excellent care of him.
There's a second Tombury King after clearing it the third time. Interesting.
Our Lord has instructed us to see you off with the utmost courtesy.
Yes, you speak truly. I ask your pardon. Your reward is being held in the safekeeping of the Royal Capital Guild, so pray claim it at their hall.
I have heard that,
I will
Kabuto.
certainly remember your name. You have been a great help, masked adventurer.
I'm glad she's working out for you, Mythic Foot.
The request is all done, and it looks like we've really won over the locals. We might even get a special bonus out of this.
I love a
Let's
special
go to the
bonus.
Capital Guild and collect the reward.
Let's do it. Let's do it, Lily. You make your relics yet? Nah. They're just chilling. I think we're almost able to exchange. Oh no, never mind. We're good. Ah, it's because real people are traded these. Sullen. Thanks, Sullen Clown. Thanks, 19. Yeah, we can't request again for 8 minutes. Two-handed sword is better than the 4-star purple sword. Yeah, it should be. It should be way better. It is 5 times the value of the king's life. Yeah, indeed.
Welcome. How can I help you today? Anything catch your fancy?
2,000. Jeez.
If you would use me, choose a challenging task.
Hey.
Welcome back, this. How? Welcome back, this. Welcome back, Master Adventurer. How was Northern Hollow? Oh, we've already seen this, I guess. We got some junk. 24k. Full reward and a special bonus. Outstanding. What in the world did you do and pull off? Where did you go and pull off? You did a fine job. I'm as glad as can be that I recommended you. Until next time. Thanks, Anna. What bait.
You look pretty pleased. Even with that mask on, I can tell.
That's creepy,
There's
Lily.
nothing quite like the feeling of accomplishing something great. After all, you ended up saving the whole continent from some other world's curse.
Thanks, Lily.
It's just a hunch, but I bet Kate Sith was working to untangle these joined worlds and put things back the way they were. Maybe the records and memories of Vana'diel will make their way back to their own world too. Vana'diel. A world completely different from ours. If we ever get the chance to set foot in that world again...
Sounds like you're almost done, Mythic Foot.
I think I'd like to learn their spellcraft. No, their magic. Adventuring with you never ends. And it's quite fun.
So you keep telling me.
From here on out, whenever you head out on an adventure, you'd better be taking me with you. I'm holding you to that.
I think we're stuck together, Lulu. Nice, Mythic Foot. Yeah, Rocky. Nah, if she stopped, I wouldn't take her with me. That's the reason why I take her with me, to be honest, for Rocky. That's her major appeal. Right, we need to go back to... We need to claim these thingies. How's base Lana compared to alt Lana? Honestly, they're not really that different. Alt Lana just gives her an extra resistances and HP. So, like, she's better, but she's not really that different. Pretty much identical, just slightly better discipline. Quite, well, considerably better discipline. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I actually kind of prefer base Lana's voice acting. Older Lana's voice acting is very flat in a lot of places. It's kind of weird. It's like kind of emotionless, kind of dead. It's odd. This collab was awesome. Just for the record, anyone who hasn't played this yet, maybe likes Final Fantasy XI. It was absolutely incredible. Probably, I mean, definitely the best collab I've ever played in any game, in any gacha. I can't think of a single gacha that's done a collab better than this one. And I don't care about Final Fantasy. I don't even like Final Fantasy. I don't even really like Final Fantasy, let alone 11. I couldn't give the slightest of shits about Final Fantasy 11. But it still made me, like, kind of interested in the IP, and it was cool to see all the Final Fantasy stuff going on. I just think they did a really good job with it. It had a kind of very satisfying path and ending and everything as well. Yeah, just really awesome. Right, I'm gonna be right back just a second. Yeah, the whole resistance to charm confusion is really awesome, although it's kind of less important than it used to be because healer exists now. Good old healer. Right, I'll be back in a second then. I've got all sorts of things to do. I need to do weeklies, I need to do more Mausoleum, I need to farm some more relic stuff, probably. Figure it out in a minute. See you in a second, folks. Hello, folks. Cats are all well. Right, we don't have many of these left, I think. I think we're on like the very last thing. We have all our attestations. And then we're just missing... Oh, we're missing a few fragments. So we're missing holy fragments, snarled fragments, and divine fragments. We have plenty of these to trade, but it just takes some time. Holy... Oh. Hello? Hello? It's odd. Holy fragment. Let's try again. I see. I probably need to restart it. Ah, there we go. It's a visual error. Feature, if you will. Because I had it open, I guess, before the timer finished. Okay, first things first, let's do our weekly stuff. It might actually be monthly today. I have a feeling. Here, check our Black Barrel Tavern.
Hey, got yourself a new relic. And what might
We got going on today? Dead Minder.
That's who you want?
That's actually useful. We probably grab that. That's white. I think this is white. Sea Mad Warrior. What's Sea Mad Warrior?
That's who you want?
Pirate Berserker. What's Pirate Berserker do? SP. Ah, he's SP. Yeah, I think I'm gonna grab Dead Minder. I guess, like, maybe this is useful as well. I don't know. Sea Mad Berserker. Day build night. No. Mad. Mad Warrior. Oh, yeah, SP up, MP down. Yeah, I'm just gonna grab the Dead Minder. Yeah, I was wondering what the malice was on the thingy.
That's who you want?
Is that the might? The white? Yeah, this is the white, the Dead Minder. Dead Minder's Spirit Essence. MP up, defense down.
Hey there. Come again.
White is might. Might is white. This for night, yeah.
This place
we're in dangerous territory here. We're in very dangerous territory. We are definitely at the end of this collab. I am definitely gonna have to store my inventory. I'm not really looking forward to it. Yeah, I best not to think about that. Oh, we got some remains we can junk here. I doubt it's 20k. I haven't farmed enough, but it will be an amount.
I am
Clarissa,
the daughter of a duke.
He's the daughter of a duke. Of Marge. Of Marge. this? Ah,
Name's
Viviana.
Viviana. I'm
I
kind
didn't
of a
recognize
big
you,
deal
Viviana.
among thieves.
Apologise.
What is it? What's the job?
Do 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 do. Yeah, she could be a pretty big deal, I guess.
Come back in one piece.
Welcome to the Guild Tavern, where who's going to be in your party?
Don't like the look of this. You're taking the
Good and reliable team there.
right. Better not be a headache coming my way.
Have a good one.
Oh, that's where we just came from.
Tavern. Have a good one.
Welcome, everyone who's. Thank you.
I am refreshed. I shall sleep.
I am refreshed. Thanks, Lana. You are definitely human, Lana. Yep. I am refreshed.
Had a good sleep?
Like I was saying, the early voice acting. Yep.
Do come again.
Welcome to the Guild Tavern, where who's going to be in your party?
What's Renee?
You take pleasure in seeing comrades clash.
Good and reliable team there. Have a good one.
This place is as gloomy as always.
The miner hearken unlocked. Fellow humans, I have rested and am now refreshed. It always makes me laugh. It's always Lana that I notice because her voice line is so like happy hoppy. It's just like we're just in the middle of a rough, like horrible place, and there's some story that's about to unfold about some kind of horrific abuse or something, and just suddenly out of nowhere Lana's like, tea and cakes would not go amiss, and it's like, okay, Lana, time and a place, please. It's kind of even worse than like Renee harping on about killing things. Lana's the cold killer, like the true cold psychopath.
A job well
Who,
done.
Renee about killing, or Lana being like tea and cakes would not go amiss? I guess both, maybe. Depends on your perspective. Tea and cakes would really lighten the mood. Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Well, where do we go next? This place is as gloomy as always.
Ah. Every word that comes out of Renee's mouth is basically her telling you how shit you are. Her telling you how good she is. Or her telling you about killing people. Killing anything, really. Just killing whatever. She loves killing. I wish that someday I can love something as much as Renee loves killing.
Well, where do we go next?
You'd let her kill you. Quite final. Ah, I meant to go to floor 4.
Let us sneak in.
I also didn't accept the quests. basically fucked it every turn. What am I doing? I'm doing my weeklies, my man. Well, weeklies. I think it might be monthlies as well. I have an odd feeling.
help you today? Anything catch your fancy?
We don't actually need this today, do we? Because we're doing a mausoleum bone. We'll just take this. I'll pull out. Oh, we don't actually have the weekly either.
Anything catch your fancy?
Oops.
Have a good one.
Well, where do we go next?
So we can tell immediately if our monthlies are up by whether the chests are up here.
An enemy.
Been here before.
They are. Which they are.
We must press on. Do you think we can open it?
Disarming.
Got our Bono here. Left side good, right side bad. Get back to town. We'll wheel back to Abyss 2 so we can do that bone as well.
That was scary.
I don't think...
Excuse me.
Maybe I'll run through Catacombs. I don't think I can be bothered to do the Abyss 4 one. It's too annoying.
This place is as gloomy as always.
We are undefeated Malgina. I think Abyss 3 takes way longer. I just find Abyss 4 annoying. I find like going around and doing all of the bushes annoying. Abyss 3 I can just like walk into it and I just path to a place. Abyss 3 is pretty annoying as well. I don't really like doing either of them. I might just do neither of them. It's a lot of time commitment for a Bono. What's going on with the update? So the major thing is they've made the Final Fantasy XI collab basically permanent. Like it will be in a reduced state after the time expires. But you will still be able to access the place. You'll still be able to work on your relic weapons. The drops will be diminished, but you'll still be able to make relic weapons and whatnot. That's the major thing. On top of that, they have a new story path that you can do with the collab.
What do you think this is? Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
I think the Abyss 3 and Abyss 4 bones fall into the takes too much time category. Same as fresh starting to get the original bones. It's too much time commitment.
Someone there. There's something here.
If I was hardcore free to play and really needed every bone, then yeah, you won't be able to trade them. Gosha, probably.
We're blessed.
I could go
No more trading posts, so you'll have to get the attestations the hard way. But you know, at least it will be possible. And it's just a very, very good sign for the game that they were happy with Wizardry leaving this up in the game as an eternal kind of testament to the collab, because that means that they did a great job with it and they were very impressed with it. Final Fantasy don't leave up a lot of permanent things. What's the problem, Redstick? Issue, my brother? What's going on? There are one-handed swords in Zone 1. Yeah, Brett, he's talking about like the easy way to farm them, right? Not about like hunting down the notorious bosses. Always get a new kidney. True.
Well, where do we go next?
Right, Goblin Cave. Goblino Cave.
Onward. Is it not treasure?
Oh yeah, of course we don't have the Ents because we have Mausoleum up.
What? Yes, I am on the defensive.
Treasure.
What could be inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Yeah, Ship 2 is still majorly relevant in Abyss 3, but yep, it's kind of gone now. I mean, once you got to Abyss 4, there's no reason to go and do it. You can just do Alabaster, right? It's not much point to it anymore. It's good, really. It's good that they made the game more accessible.
I end you.
And I'm gonna guess they're gonna do the same with Fordrake. They're gonna make Fordrake like Abyss 2 3's Alabaster. TB Submarine did manage to farm beginning Abyss without much hullabaloo. Awesome. Got lucky with some crits on the boss. Hey, a win is a win. A win is a win.
An enemy. Infiltrating.
Rancid smell. Lulu, ye devil.
This way. What could this be?
King got saved and it's definitely fine.
We have the initiative. Praise be to great Agora's blessing.
Yeah, good job. Hi Akiben, how you doing?
I am on the defensive.
Yes! They have made it permanent to a reduced degree, but you'll be able to access all of the places, all of the dungeon. You'll be able to do the relic grind in a reduced state, and you'll be able to access all of the things. Some element of the story will remain, but we don't know exactly how much. But it means that the director and the fans of Final Fantasy were very, 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 very happy with the collab.
Something is there.
Got Artem in 170 pools yesterday. They were to clear the free quest version of Hex. Ah, cool, congrats. Nice job. Taking a break to redo Final Fantasy 14 from level 1 to 100 and experience the entire story again. Most people don't want to experience it once, so more power to you, Greyneck. Whatever you enjoy, sir. Yeah, the collab was amazing. The collab was absolutely incredible. It's easily the best collab I've ever seen in a gacha. They did such a fantastic job with it, and I don't even care about Final Fantasy. For the people in Japan who love the collab, who love Final Fantasy and love all this shit, they are head over heels for it. It's blown up. Already suffered back before Realm Reborn happened. I see, Greyneck. I see.
Infiltrating.
They are no match for us. I am on the defensive.
I can't remember the last time I saw a good collab in a gacha. I'm trying to think of. I don't think I've ever played a good collab and a gacha. Ever.
I am on the defensive.
Maybe play more than the hours I've put in since the start of this game, like almost a year ago. Yeah, it shows that you're not the only one, because the Steam, the players on Steam had like doubled over the course of the collab, and Steam players aren't even the target audience. It was Japan. Dear God, it blew up so much in Japan. It's insane. It's actually insane how big it got. The posts and the promo videos and stuff. So many views. So many interactions. Kind of taken Wizardry into another stratosphere over there. At least temporarily.
Infiltrating.
They are no match for us.
I am on the defensive. Not here. Hold no ill will.
Not here.
I wouldn't personally say that, but I'm sure there are some people who would. Granick?
Something's here. Treasure, perhaps?
That is the big thing for me. And why I've done the relic grind, because I like things that have defined stopping points. I find that really fun to grind towards something that's fun, something that's cool. I don't really like just endless kind of grinding, like grinding towards something where you don't have a focus. That's not really my thing. That's why I like Granblue Fantasy grinding so much, because everything is like a defined purpose. It's like, yep, check that off the list, check that off the list.
A tricky one.
True, Raraki, yeah, true.
I am on the defensive.
Yeah, very true. And they do seem to be putting in more and more of that kind of thing, you know, like alternatives to gacha gear. To the very high-end gacha gear.
Be inside.
I get the feeling that, considering how well received the collab was and the format of the collab, they'll probably try to do more stuff like this in the future. Oh, we actually have a thingy set up.
This way, right?
It's more satisfying to find a good blessing for a piece you hunting for than relics. Yeah, I mean, to each their own. Twitchery. I think it's just different strokes for different folks, kind of thing. For me, I get no enjoyment out of that at all. I don't actually like it. I don't care for it. Can ninjas use spears? No, they can't use spears. Ninjas can only use daggers, ninjato, and kunai.
We have the initiative. Praise be to greater Gora's blessing.
Well, it lasts.
A sound victory. I feel just as expected. What could be inside?
Infiltrating.
Wait.
No bows, no. If you want them in your back row, it's kunai or bust.
We must deal with it quickly.
Careful now.
Leave it to me.
Get him back. I don't think that's really true, Raraku, especially for the average player.
Impressive. You fill me with pride.
But hairpin is obviously incredible. Yeah, I guess you could moonlit. You could endlessly moonlit from the back row. Just use a back row fighter for stronger outcome, maybe. But maybe you just like using a ninja. Maybe you just want to use a ninja, you know?
Welcome to the Guild Tavern, where anything catch your fancy? I'm glad you made it back safely.
Maybe you're living the dream of like trying to do chess with your ninja. God help you. When you're starting out. Yeah, just get a Raven Dagger. Just get a Raven Dagger and 500 attack. Like it's just that simple.
Have a good one.
Making my Thief MC into a ninja, but if I can't use bows, have worse trap skills, it isn't worth it. Yeah. It's great to do eventually mind games when you've got more resources, but right now you're probably better off sticking with Thief. Like you'll get kunai later, and you'll get more gear that you can use to help buff up your trap skill. But there's no need to rush it. What are we doing? Other chests.
Adventuring is so fun.
Yeah, just get good at the mini game. It's all fun and games until you don't have enough detect to detect the traps. It's all good, my games. Take your time, man.
Do you think we can open it?
My goodness! No!
Why you?
What do you think is inside?
Yeah, it's quite a concerted effort to level Ninja MC, though. It's obviously a lot of experience. And if he's reliant on the thief traps, it's going to be tricky to switch over.
Hello.
But absolutely, what Araki says is totally true. If you can get Ninja leveled up, it's good even if you're not using Ninja. Passives are so good, and shedding's so good. Yeah, it only affects trap find. It doesn't do detect, it does trap find. Penguins. Yeah, mind games.
This is a good opportunity.
If you need detect, it's insane. It's absolutely insane, bomb mate. Or not detect, rather, if you need help with finding traps. I just really wish they'd bake something into the thief class to make it a bit better at doing traps. Make it easier for new players.
You've done a lot of killing.
I think I sacrificed a level 1. I don't think mine was even level 20. Took it on video somewhere. Mr. Stark, wasn't it? Maybe it was leveled up. I can't remember. Maybe it was level 20. Go back and have a look.
Treasure.
Trap at the end. Ah, yeah. The trap missed him. The dream.
They'll not escape.
Yeah, you can evade it, right?
Leave it to me.
It is done.
Dwarf Nye, what a lad. Probably easier to just feed a few codices to these skill books to one of your characters.
They are no match for us. I am on the defensive. Teasing the weak can at times be entertaining.
Making my MC Knight just to see how tacky you can make them. Yeah, I think Knight makes MC makes a pretty good Knight.
An enemy.
Something's here. Do you think we can open it? Perhaps?
They are no match for us.
I am on the defensive.
Nothing wrong with front row MC.
They are no match for us.
Whatever works.
You have is finished.
I suppose that's passable.
There's something here.
A real man hides behind his woman in the blacklight. True. Oh, I don't know why I'm going up here. I wasn't expected to come out of that entrance.
By surprise, I am on the defensive. Teasing the weak can at times be
This is a fine party.
A tricky one.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming.
Yeah, so
It's
it's actually quite recent still that they redid all the shadow and the lighting and stuff. This used to just be block grey walls everywhere, really. There was no lighting, there was no shadow, there was less view distance. But when they did Abyss 4, I think shortly afterwards, they sent out a graphical upgrade. Where now you get all of this like ambient lighting. I'm kind of used to this now, but it was really weird when it first changed over. It was so pretty compared to how it was.
I am on the defensive.
The book that Raraku's talking about is incredible, yep. If you can be bothered to do it every month. The Book of Sanctuary Secrets. Awesome. Very, very powerful. You can put it on every single one of your characters.
What could this be? We can rest here. Let's have something to eat.
I don't do my boss clears every month anymore. Takes up too much time. We have a lot of spare books.
Rest well.
I don't use Steadfast Shield at the moment. Seem worth the time commitment.
What do you think this is? A job well done.
Oh, we still have floor 8.
Well,
Got about floor
where
8.
do we go next?
An enemy.
Been here before. Something's here. What could be inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Nourishing drafts.
Do you think we can open it?
Not sure we really need those, but always seems a shame to not grab them while we're down here. Can't wait till they turn this into the final dungeon. Look at that. In 10 years' time, we'll be rolling into here. The final abyss. Yeah, it does. I really like the way this looks. so weird and eerie because, like, obviously we're in the middle of the abyss, but there's like sky everywhere. The graphical update, yeah, it made the game look completely different. People who play through this nowadays, like, they don't realize how like monotone and static it all looks when we first played through. I'm starting to forget as well, like, what it actually looked like, what it used to look like. Crazy how much difference a bit of like ambient lighting and some shadows do. And not getting locked in a room, yeah, that also helps. That also probably helps the experience. Not getting your account bricked for doing things. Doing things that you need to do. Yep.
Welcome. How can I... Anything catch your fancy? I'm glad you made it back safely.
That was quite fun.
Yeah, it's weird to think that we're closing on 2 years of this game now. I think part of what makes it feel really surreal is just how few real updates we've had to the game during it. It's like, ooh, it's like obviously Abyss 3 and Abyss 4, but that's you know, that's it. Between that, it's collab patches, right? Most of the content updates we get in this game are like quite minor.
These are today's supplies.
But damn, when they do drop those big content updates, they are pretty great.
Don't forget to collect tomorrow's supplies too.
Yeah, really long periods in between each major content.
Don't forget to collect tomorrow's supplies too.
It shows how long they work on each thing. Yeah, they're just cutting up. They're cutting up like large updates into lots of small pieces of content, right? Especially that's why other gachas get to do things so quickly. Yeah, Wizardry drops everything. It's like it's basically drops a new game. When Wizardry drops an update, it's basically like dropping an entirely new game, or like at least an expansion to the game. I prefer it that way. Like a massive amount. It's why I don't mind waiting like a year for an Abyss or even longer, because it's literally like a new Wizardry game. Every time you get a new Abyss, it is an entirely new game. It's awesome. So an alpha, yeah, probably. I prefer them not releasing anything at all, or ever, Proeg. You don't ever want to see them release anything ever, mate. Yeah, you can spend all your time grinding in between if you want to. You can grind as much as you want to. It's part of the game, part of the fun of the game. Do as little or as much as you want. Why do you want them to never release anything, Proeg, so you can just ditch the game, never play it ever again? Yeah, you can just play other games. It's just a game that you can pick up. I think the best way of looking at Wizardry Variants Daphne is like it is a single player game that releases a new like sequel to the game or a new expansion to the game every year, and it's like a game in itself, and then it has stuff for you to do in between that, but you don't have to. You could just completely put it down and come back to it at the next time you want to play it. You can make yourself stronger if you want to. Again, it's totally up to you, or you can just not. There's a lot of freedom in this game, and I do think the gacha model, as I've said a lot of times before, I think the gacha model really works for this game. As much as they may not have liked to have used it, it really does work for it, because otherwise we wouldn't be getting these games. We wouldn't have this game. We wouldn't have any of this shit. We wouldn't have a Final Fantasy collab. There would be nowhere near as much success for the Wizardry title. And because there's success for the Wizardry title, it means we might get other Wizardry games in the future, or they'll put more money into Daphne, and we'll get better things in Daphne. I just think it's one of the rare examples where gacha is kind of positive for the consumer. Yeah, if you've got passes, then you only, I mean, even if you don't, you can log in every week, right, to collect a week's worth of supplies. And you don't even have to do that, really. It doesn't matter that much. It's not really that big of a deal. I'm glad you're having fun with it, Birdle. Yeah, I'm glad you're having a great time with it. Just a really good game. It's a single player game, isn't it? Don't log in so you can claim a free Alice. Completely normal and real strategy. If you don't log in for a month, you can log back in and get all of the returners rewards, and then log back out for a month and do it again the month after. Oh yeah, it's something that you can do, and they don't mind. The reason why they make those returners rewards so good, maybe even better than being logged in for some people, is because they want people to come back. They don't want to punish people for being offline for ages. They obviously want people to log in every now and again, but they don't want people logged in constantly. There's enough reason to do that if you want to anyway. They've got loads of people logged in just farming all the time. Some might prefer a free Camille. Yeah, kind of true. Kind of true. Alice better inherit, though. It's actually nuts how good Camille is. Insane character. I guess just the healer class in general. Just insane. Our next healer is going to be busted. The next time they make a healer, it's going to be so busted. Or if they give healer to Lunaria, that's going to be so busted as well. I think it's great. It's great that the game is accessible. That they made a concerted effort to make the game more accessible like that. Out of all of the things that they added to try to help people get through Abyss 3, the healer class is probably the biggest one, and specifically Camille. Any rumors on who the next character is going to be? Nah, we don't get rumors for that kind of thing in this game. What else do we have to do? Camille literally doesn't get worse. She only gets better. The only time you don't want to use Camille is when you're farming, really. I kind of hope they do get... I don't think I'd use Lunaria. But, like, I hope that they do give her healer, because I think she's just a super cool character and she deserves more eyes on her, and they obviously put a lot of work into her assets. So, I think it would be nice if more people used her. There was more reason to pull for her. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous character. These voice lines, man. Holy moly. No, not to my knowledge, Araki. But we only have 2 good healers right now, so possible. We'll find out as and when. Okay, Muslim time. Well, let's do it. Alice's healer class? Very unlikely. We don't have 3rd classes on anyone yet. We have 5 bones today. Yeah, it's really good, Frosty. Oh, I meant to check that. Thank you for reminding me.
Well, shall we be going?
No, it wasn't Fame. It's just that in original Wizardry games, they've always had to be evil. I guess we should go do our dailies as well. Wheel. Yeah, true. No good thieves in the game, right?
This place is as gloomy as always.
Yeah, it could be that they only want good healers. It's definitely possible. I mean, like, healer is it's a very good role, isn't it? So it might be. I wouldn't like to rule it out. But then I wouldn't like to rule out them having other alignments of healer. Classes do we not have in Daphne yet? There's a whole bunch. We're really unsure as to what we're going to get. We kind of know we're going to get Monk now. I would guess somewhere down the line we're going to get Bard. They keep hinting at, like, various different Bard things. They mention it in text. We had the Bard in the COLLAB. Lunaria is obviously, like, very Bard adjacent. So, like, I'm sure we will get Bard at some point. Artificer or Gadgeteer is not something we will ever get in this game as far as I'm aware, because they've never ever done that side of Wizardry in the East. Alchemist they have done, and we haven't seen. Scion is something, again, that as far as I know they've never done it in the East. Hi Miyabi. Lord, we don't have. They might do it, but we already have Knight, which is like Knight's not really a class in Wizardry. Knight is kind of like the Lord class. It's weird. So we might just not see Knight Lord because it shares too much ground with Knight. What else? Valkyrie. Valkyrie's awesome. I don't know if we'll ever see Valkyrie. Such a shame that Savia never got to be Valkyrie. What else? Monk, obviously not yet, but probably soon. I think that's all of the Western classes. Knight can cast priest spells without much. Can cast priest spells with much penalty. Yeah, indeed. They've got really high piety, so they're like, or piety conversion. So like they're kind of lordly as it is. They're very close to lordly. Lord is what paladins were in Wizardry. Lords always had low MP anyway. Yeah, we don't have Bishop, but like if we ever have Bishop, I think it'll be weird. Because Bishop's thing was always it casts all of the spells in the game, like it uses all of the different spell schools. But I feel like in this game we already kind of get that a bit when you have like a priest mage together. Like Bishop isn't really doing anything particularly special. Maybe if later down the line, you know, they get all the healer abilities and all the priest abilities and all the mage abilities and all the alchemist abilities or whatever, that would kind of work. But maybe they'll take a different spin on it if they ever do make Bishop. No, not necessarily, Greynick. Ra-wolves have never existed in Wizardry in the East. Like Ra-wolves, Felpers. What's the other one? Mooks. They're strictly Western races. They've never ever been in Eastern games. I wouldn't expect to see them. I think Beast Folk is as close as we're getting to that kind of thing. Yeah, the Beast Folk is just the general thing. Yeah, I fully expect them to do more original characters, to be honest. They clearly did healer because they felt like it was needed for the game. Hi Edie, how are you? So they might do more pointed things like that. Like they obviously felt like people needed more help getting through Abyss 3. And I think healer is intended to do that. Healer makes the game very easy. Muslim. Oh, no. I came back here to look at the exchange. I just got completely distracted. If they do Lunaria healer, it will be quite silly, yeah. But yeah, maybe Fame is right. Maybe there will only ever be good healers. Just don't really know.
What do you seek?
Wizardry. So Wizardry is based off of Dungeons and Dragons. But it was always a video game thing, Wizardry. It's very heavily based off of Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, like the OGs.
All excellent choices. Very good. What do you seek?
Ah, yeah, so they added Steadfast
Everything to
Axe.
your liking?
Interesting.
Everything to your liking? Everything to your liking?
Consumable set. Holy. Oh, they added.
I see you are a man.
They added Tombury essence and added wow. So they added everything. Only some of it, but they added everything. Wow. So cool. I mean, I guess we just grab these. So cheap.
Choices.
Don't know what we're gonna do with them.
Good fortune visit you. All excellent choices. Very good. Everything to your liking? May good fortune visit you.
Yeah, I think it helps. It helps new players to be able to make at least one relic.
Excellent choices. Very good.
This is really great for them to do this.
I see you are a man. Thank you. All excellent choices. Thank you very much. Everything to your liking? Very good. I see you are a man of taste. May good fortune. I see you are a man. Thank you very much. I see you are a man of taste. Very good. I see you are a man of taste.
I see you are a man of taste.
Everything to your liking? Thank you very much.
I guess we're just gonna get all the mats. I don't know.
Thank you.
I see you're a man.
To your liking? Thank you very much.
I don't think it's worth grabbing any of the rest of these. We've probably got a bajillion of these things.
I am always ready to serve.
Get the bones. I can't. I haven't got the books yet, Breadstick. I need the books first. When is the Annie again? It's October the 15th? But, you know, we don't know if it will actually run on that day. 300k and the books are 100. Yeah, but I want to grab the purple books as well. The purple books are 125k total. I want to just grab them all when we've got enough. Is there a quick and reliable way to turn a neutral MC into an evil one? Yeah, so every time you get a pop-up at the beginning of combat, make sure you pick ambush. Ambush, 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 ambush as many times as you can, and eventually you'll turn evil. That's probably the easiest way. Other than that, you could do quests that require evil dialogue choices, but that's going to be very grindy and it's going to take some time. You're probably better off just doing it as you're sort of venturing around. Yeah, whenever you have the opportunity to make a choice, just try to make evil choices. Muslim.
Shall we go out again today?
Something is here.
Yeah, not sure about that mind games. Sure it's on there somewhere, but I don't know where.
We have the initiative. Praise be to great Agora's blessing. I am on the defensive.
You've done a lot of killing.
I mean, it is a pretty evil action, so yeah, I mean, it kind of works.
Let us be off. Let us be off.
An enemy. A trick you on.
Flower Cave Quest. Ah.
They are no match for us.
I am on the defensive.
Thanks, Mythifoot.
We have the initiative. Praise be to Great Agora's blessing.
The alignment door you don't have to worry up too much about in the collab, because as long as you do the Gorgons correctly, the alignment door just doesn't matter that much. You still get 2 people controlled if you walk through the wrong alignment door, or an alignment door where people get hurt. But it's only temporary.
I'll do it. Stay back. I am on the defensive.
They were no match for us. This is a fine
Disappoint.
An enemy.
You can somehow break the control on them, or it just expires. Yeah, it just expires after a few turns. Mind games.
I am on the defensive.
As long as you did the Gorgon trial and you have the crystals.
It is finished.
Teasing the weak can at times be
This is a fine
entertaining.
party.
Do as you will with what's inside.
Last one.
Onward.
Sure, mind games. Yep.
I could go for a hot meal right now.
Shall we go out again today? This way.
Something
right?
there. A trick you on.
I have a bad feeling about this.
I end you.
Leave this to me.
That's true, Raraki. Yeah. Taking weapons off of ninjas is probably not a great idea.
Let's not bully the weak.
I think when they're controlled like that, they deal a lot less damage, do they not?
Of exploration.
It's not quite like Charm.
The coordinates to reach are over there.
I'll do it. Stay back. Yeah! Our traits don't match.
End you.
I am on the defensive.
They were no match for us. This is a fine party.
Disappointed.
It doesn't really matter too much, Grey.
What, that I would be taken by surprise. I am on the defensive. Impressive. You fill me with pride. Let's not bully the weak.
This is a fine party.
I wanted to enjoy a prolonged
This
torture
is the
session.
essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done.
Oh, I need to do my dailies as well. I almost forgot.
When did they?
I am on the defensive.
It is finished.
Opportunity.
I am on the defensive. The types do not
traits
match.
don't match. Our traits do not match.
End you. Opportunity.
Have at you. I am on
The red spinner animations are funny when they move up, right? It's like it's very break forwards.
Teasing the weak can at times be entertaining.
Relic bow or dagger? Relic dagger is only specifically good for two things. It's good offhand for a ninja. If your ninja is front row with daggers rather than with a ninjato, which is a very, very high-end thing, because you probably only do that if you have a raven dagger, which again is a very, very, very high-end thing. They're quite niche. Or on a thief, where you are doing poisonberry tricks. Again, extremely niche.
This way.
Offhand,
right?
yeah, it's your offhand weapon for a ninja. Why not main hand? Because you'll be using Raven Dagger in your main hand, which is a three hit dagger.
I'll do it. Stay back.
Interlopers.
Otherwise, you're almost certainly better off using Ninjato
I am on the
than using a dagger.
They were no match for us. Disappointing. What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
The coordinates to reach are over
I don't have one of those. What I do have is an upgraded assassin dual wield skills. Cool.
Turn back? Whatever.
Onward.
Something there.
Let us be off.
And a trick you on.
Well, that's great, Mythic Foot, but the average player is not going to have those things. So, try to give general advice. I'm glad whatever works for you, but
On the defensive.
trying to give general advice here.
Impressive. You fill me with pride. They were no match for us.
This is a fine party.
Disappointing. Prolonged torture session.
An enemy.
We have the initiative. Praise be to greater Gora's blood. I am on the defensive. Let's not bully the weak.
Excitement lacks.
I wanted to enjoy a prolonged
A trick
torture
you
session. I'll do it. Stay back. Have at you. I am on the defensive.
Like one of those Raven Daggers, what banner does it come with? It's Aldrich. Aldrich is the character that Raven Dagger comes with.
This is a troublesome thing. We must deal with it quickly.
Leave this to me.
I don't know if they will ever run just an Aldrich by himself banner ever again. Yeah, indeed, Raraki. Yep. How do you guys have so many skill scrolls? A lot of people here have played for a very long time. If anyone hasn't played for a very long time and has loads of skill scrolls, then it's probably because they have put a lot of real life money into the game. Banner with Raven Dagger up, if it's the legendary 6 heroes. Does that have Aldrich on it? I don't know. I think it might. Pretty sure there is a Raven Dagger up right now. I guess so.
What do you think is inside?
Skill books, make sure you do all of the side quest things, Cave of Malice, Fordrake, all of those. All of those things have 5 books locked behind them, Sand Shadow Cave, like all of that stuff. That helps with books.
An enemy.
Which banner has Raven Dagger on it, Raraki? Is it the 6 heroes banner?
This is the essence of exploration.
Yeah, 6 heroes, yep.
let us be off.
Thanks, guys. So yep, you can get Raven Dagger off of that. Yeah, of course he is. It's a shit banner, but yeah, if you want Raven Dagger is probably the most compelling reason to pull on that. But do please keep in mind, for people out there who are not that advanced through the game or have not been playing for a huge amount of time or don't have incredible gear, that Raven Dagger is going to massively pale in comparison to Ninjato for an extremely long amount of time. To just be super duper aware.
We've been here before.
And for Thief, it's going to massively pale compared to, in comparison to Bow. And it gets worse when the new tier releases. Kinda. You can composite reinforcement it, but again, that is an option that costs an unreal amount of resources. So yeah, it's just not a very accessible weapon. It's definitely not worth getting hold of for 99+% of players.
An enemy.
Yes, you can composite Raven Daggers, but again, as I just said, composite is a huge amount of resources.
I am on the defensive.
Bone 3 is coming soon, so you get a Raven Dagger without limited tools. Yep, true. Also, if we get a 3-hit dagger, it's going to be 2 grades higher now soon. Yep. Indeed. I think it's inevitable that we're probably going to get another gacha weapon at some point, which is 3 hits. I wouldn't be shocked. Like a new tier of one.
I am on the defensive.
You are, at the moment, if you go for Raven Dagger, you are trying to invest into something that is like a year old at this point, which is always dangerous in gachas. So just be very, very careful if you're using like limited resources. If you have all the resources in the world, if you have a hot credit card, you know, then by all means go crazy. But if you are trying to be careful with your resources, it might not be the smartest investment. Composite's not a waste if you are using those weapons. It's a huge upgrade for them. So if you're going to use those weapons, you kind of need to composite them. It's melting hot. Yeah, dude, the Cesti's already 3 hits, right?
An enemy.
They'll not escape.
Yeah, Raven Dagger and Cuisinart. Pretty much the only reasons to composite reinforce or anything at the moment.
I am on the defensive.
You'll definitely want to composite reinforce Citrus Blossom Hairpin with Abyss 5 unless we get some kind of alternative to it. But until then, those are the only use cases. And they're honestly still quite niche. It's not something I would recommend most people do. Yeah, Hairpin's silver.
The coordinates to reach are over there.
A troublesome foe. Beware. I am on the defensive.
This is a fine party.
On your Cuisinart, is that BC Blade Cuisinart?
That was scary.
I don't know how many that was. That might have been 3 or 4. I'm not sure. I'll have to check when I come back out.
Shall we go out again today?
Something is here.
Onward. A trifling thing. I am on the defensive. They were no match for us.
Exactly.
Disappointing.
This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done.
way, right?
A tricky one.
In fact, you'll probably... Well, Mythic Foot might. Mythic Foot has ground a lot. He has spent a huge amount of time grinding gear. Much more so than the average player for where he's at and the amount of time he's been playing for. So Mythic Foot might be fine. But most people, if they pick up a Cuisinart or a Raven Dagger, they're going to be like... they're going to find it very underwhelming. It doesn't exactly live up to the hype as you wail on mobs in Abyss 4 for 1 damage with it.
Teasing the weak can at times be entertaining.
They are no match for us.
Impressive. I am on the defensive. You know you with pride.
If they were least this is a fine party.
This is a good opportunity.
Got side with his weapon, so I'm using him with it. His damage is going to be wacky. Enjoy. Can hit for between 700 and 100,000 normal side with it now. Nice. Congrats.
This is the essence of
I'm
exploration.
wacky. Fun? Good? Enjoyable?
This way, right?
A tricky one.
They'll not escape.
Interlopers.
Nice. What a boost right now.
I am on the defensive. This! How impressive.
If they were least
This is a fine party.
They were rather underwhelming.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
an enemy.
Guys, remember there are, oh my god, please, like, remember there are people who are not as strong as you are who are playing the game. Like, just, I know you wanna say how big your fucking cock is and how you do so much damage and how they don't do as much damage as you, but like, come on. Just chill. No, I know, Breadstick. Just.
Let us sneak in.
Careful.
Everything's a dick measuring contest.
An enemy, a tricky one.
They are no match for us.
Yes, good stuff. Good stuff, Saram. It is good at level 30, yeah. It is really good at level 30. Zyde's damage is actually really impressive. Zyde is a pretty good newbie character, and I would say, like, Zyde is a much better investment than we previously thought, because it's quite likely, I would say now, again, not confirmed, but quite likely that we will probably see updates to these characters in the future, because they've obviously got a good relationship with Final Fantasy XI now. Final Fantasy in general, perhaps. And with the place staying up as well. Just seems like more likely that they will support these characters in the future. They even said in their interview that they had plans to, you know, support the characters in the future. Zyde is actually a really, really accessible, like, new player character. He's a decent. He's got very, very high health. He does a lot of damage. He's got some really powerful steroids.
Disarming.
He's just a very simple, very powerful character. Doesn't take a million years to level. Yeah, he's slow, but like it's still, you can still get him to the point where he's faster than the enemies are. He's a good character. I wouldn't say he's like a drop everything and pull for him now kind of character, but he's a good character.
When did they?
That's amazing! I am on the defensive. How's this?
There was no danger. That is wonderful.
No, doesn't take more HP to level.
An enemy.
Yeah, he's not that slow. Like, you can still get him enough speed to go faster than the enemies. It's not.
Leave it to me.
It's not insane. And he has a payoff for it as well. He's really bulky. At D0, he has 700 and something health. Which is huge.
Our traits do not match. I must not.
Yeah, safe to skip all of them. You don't need to pull on any of these collab characters. It's not really a big deal. They're just all three of them are just damage dealers. That they don't do anything special really. They're just damage dealers. So you can replace them with any other damage dealer in the game. It's not really going to make that much of a difference.
Let us be off.
Yeah, it's kind of nuts for Rocky. It's like 707 HP or something. Really strong. Really beefy.
To our return to town.
But yeah, his numbers are just impressive all the way up. He does very high on demand burst with very little investment, because you can just whack a two-hander on him. Unlike Frisch, who, you know, you need to both get a good Cesti and also bump her attack massively in order for her to be able to deal reasonable damage. He is just using a weapon, a two-handed weapon, so you can just whack any two-hander on him and go wild. Yeah, he has some cool things he can do as well. If you level up his, what is it called, like TP drain thing, then it can actually drain quite a lot of skill points. But unfortunately at low level it is very weak. It does not do much. The lifesteal is pretty cool. Frisch is reasonable to get strong. Yeah, I don't think level 5 Asura is, or the gear that you really need to make it pop is accessible for the average player. I don't think it's something that most people are ever going to get in the game, but I do think like you obviously can get there. Yeah, she takes ramp time, so she's not really the most useful out of the box. Like Yuzu just pops off immediately at the start of a fight with Foxfire into 1000 Hue, and she's there like trying to stack her shit. It's a bit different. Right, we're done that. Oh, we need to claim the camp. We don't know, Breadstick. We don't have the monk clash yet. We have no idea. I think the bigger barrier for entry for newer players or more casual players with Frisch is not really going to be leveling up the skill, although obviously that is a barrier as well. It's just going to be getting enough attack gear to make her deal proper damage. Maybe also, I guess, like getting a Cesti is going to be difficult as well. Getting a good Cesti for her is going to be really, really tricky. It's the same as any multi-hit character, like they just scale massively as you get more gear, and if you don't have the gear, they're not really going to do that much. Yeah, she can get... I mean, the healer helps circumvent this, but if she gets CC'd or whatever as well, it also really messes her up. Yeah, she deals fine damage. You're just pumping, just pushing damage. Yeah, you can buy Silver Cestui from the shop, of course, Mythic, but they're going to be missing a lot of stats on them, though. Yeah, just have 400 attack, you know? Like, again, people seem to forget, like, these numbers. Although 400 attack might not seem that special for someone who's played for a long time, like, 400 attack is fucking immense. It's so high for the average player. It's so ballistic.
I am on the defensive. Well, it is done.
Yeah, I know you didn't, Fame. I wasn't saying you did.
You did a good deed.
Completely missed the bird. I don't know. I wasn't really paying attention. Maybe. Shouldn't be able to because it's a hammer, but possibly.
Let's move on.
Yep. Wouldn't be the first time Eineke has missed. I've seen Eineke miss a bunch of times, even though she's using a two-handed mace.
You fill me with pride. I wanted to see you again.
I don't know how this game works. Yeah, 400 is still very high. Like 400 is like really high. Most people are floating at about like 200 to 300 on their best characters, maybe, if they've pushed them a bit. If they've like got into, if they're in Abyss 4 and they're focusing on one character. Yeah, there's always a 1% miss chance, Mythic Foot. But the question there wasn't really why did she miss, it was why did she miss and not deal any damage? Because she has a two-handed mace, so that shouldn't be possible. She should always deal damage on evasion.
Hey. Let's move on.
Do I still need to do same alignment team for the floor with 3 doors for the new ending? No, you don't need to. You will... As long as you... I don't know for sure, but as long as you did the Gorgon, you should be fine with the alignment doors. The crystals will cleanse everything if you've got all the crystals. It might be that you don't actually need to do the Gorgon floor properly anymore either, because the crystals just cleanse everything, but I don't know that for sure.
I'll help you again anytime.
Normal people are not at 300 plus. You're vastly overestimating the average player in this game. Normal veteran. Someone who's been playing for a long time. Yeah, that makes sense. People who've been playing for a long time, I think, yeah, 300 plus is probably where most people are at. Who have finished Abyss 4 and they're just chilling. 620 times 3 is so bonkers, dude. So absolutely insane. Just for reference, my Renee's at 430-ish. And she's way higher than any of my other team in terms of attack investment. Not even 500. Yeah, man, I've been telling you, like, farming gear is a huge amount of power in this game. The average player is in Abyss 2 and Abyss 3. We know this because of the numbers that Daphne released. We know this because of the polls that Somnio did. And we know this just from generally watching where people are and what people are doing and what people are talking about. Like, the vast amount of contribution from community in this game is from people who are cleared everything in the game, who are way through Abyss 4, but that's not where the average player of the game is. Abyss 2 and Abyss 3 are huge walls for people. Abyss 2 is a huge wall for like casual players, massive wall for casual players. And then Abyss 3 is a huge wall for almost everyone because they are so surprised by how big of a step up it is from Abyss 2 to Abyss 3. Average player is someone who hasn't started the game. I mean, yeah, that's technically true. The game isn't very popular in the West. Right, what are we doing now? I guess we'll open our bones. Yeah, most people who open up a Prish will be very underwhelmed by her. She is very, very, very unimpressive. What do people have trouble with on Abyss 2? The mechanics, the drowning section, the arena, the long grind to try to unlock the arena bits. The average player is not following a Faster Thoughts guide. So they are trying to work through the game like the normal way. There's a lot to get stuck on in Abyss 2 if you are not following a guide and you are not talking to a community. Like, a lot of people get stuck on Abyss 1 trying to figure out how to get the good ending. You have to keep in mind most people are not using like the Wizardry Discord. They're not talking in stream chats. They're not talking on YouTube. They're not interacting with that part that part of the gaming community at all. They're just playing the game. They're just casually playing through the game, you know. These people don't have good blacksmithing stuff. They don't farm the game endlessly. They're not following guides. They're getting stuck on all of the things that you're meant to get stuck on in the game. It takes them a long time to clear through these abysses. They just play it in 30-minute, hour sections every so often. Exactly, Ruraki, yeah. And people forget that most people don't. Like, most people aren't interested in that kind of community. They're just playing the game. Underwear section. Yeah, the underwear section of Abyss 2. The very dangerous segment. Full of consent issues. Easily get your game account cancelled.
I remember.
Hey, Gaston. Yeah, we've all got that problem. It's okay.
Chloe.
Get out of here, Chloe. You're useless.
I'm called Amelia.
You're not useless, Amelia. We love you, Amelia. Narcise knows all about the underwear section. Ask him about it at some point.
I see the light.
Give me a yellow dot.
And it is so bright.
Yellow dot, Eulalie? How you feeling about it?
This place. What has befallen it?
Love Eulalia, but only 10% of the time.
Call me Eulalia.
I hate you, Eulalia. Is this again? Oh, Eckhart, no. Oh, no. Hunt cover is good if you play night. Yeah, I've got a lot of them. Yeah, I know, Mythic Foot. Behind cover is actually pretty good. We need pickaxes.
What do you need? Looking for anything in particular?
We need to dump our inventory. I need to actually discard these, I think. Or I'm going to run into inventory problems.
Brings to mind unpleasant memories.
Whoa. Surety and div. Oh, baby. Some big nourishing drafts. Yeah, we went to floor 8 earlier. Picked up the random nourishing drafts.
Looking for anything in particular? Is this correct? A pleasure. A pleasure. Here you go. A pleasure. A pleasure. A pleasure. Come again
Let's do
soon.
some grinding. I actually don't even know what we're grinding at this point. Fine. Let's go and grind. Oh, we need to wheel. I don't know. I don't know, Breadstick. I couldn't tell you. Uncheck the 3 new memories. We need to uncheck these to be able to access it, do we? Oh. Is that right? We have to uncheck these? Or the place is not accessible? I'll take your word for it. Only the last 3. Sure, thank you. I unchecked 4, did I? Ba ba da ba 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 da ba da bo. Ba da ba da bo bo.
Shall we go out again today?
The coordinates to reach are over there.
A tricky one.
The coordinates to reach are over there.
Back into the swing of this.
An insignificant foe. All shall be dedicated unto great glory.
Right before the end of Hatred, we're not planning to farm the Shadow Lord. Fuck the Shadow Lord. He's a goon.
A treasure chest.
What could be inside?
Disarming. It's done.
The cat one might be level? Apparently, I think so. Maybe not.
Quite a showing.
Not wearing the Wiz shirt anymore. I'm not wearing it today, no.
Trivial.
Being careless with a familiar enemy is a quick way to die.
I didn't have a lot of time earlier.
This way, right?
A treasure chest. This is the essence of
It's
exploration.
no more than about 5 feet away from me.
It's done.
The things we do for 4 SP. I still need Ouroboros or kill the boss 11 more times. Cool. Good luck.
An insignificant foe. All shall be dedicated unto great Agora. I am on the defensive.
I had to build a banner with all the gear. In this case, bond mates to see what the outcome is. Build a banner with all the gear. I'm not sure exactly what you mean, Mythic Foot, but I hope you have fun.
Well done. I must see to the wounded.
Do as you will with what's inside.
We cannot lose as long as we keep our wits about us.
This is but one quarter.
I am on the defensive.
Banner adventure. Ah, I see.
Well done, ye faithful of great Agora. I must see to the wounded.
Do as you will with what's inside.
Not impressed with Prish's gear. Maybe since the collab is permanent, I can get more later. Yeah, probably. It's nice that there'll at least be a way to farm like silver cesties for Prish.
It's done.
After the collab is gone. Because that was going to be a real issue. People were going to be there stuck with their like Ebon Steel ones when they were leveling her up. What do we get from the jeweler? Cool.
I am on the defensive.
Bum ba da ba da boom.
I am on the defensive.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Opportunity.
I am on the defensive.
That went well enough, didn't it?
This is a good opportunity.
Yeah, the odds of getting good gacha equipment is very, very low. I would massively discourage anyone from trying to build gacha gear unless you are extremely affluent and have a lot of disposable income. Other than Citrus Blossom Hairpin. Yeah, the 10k Gillian weapon incident indeed. Ugh. Got Zaid dupe from Free Bones? Zaid dupe from Free Bones, sorry. He has a sign to use him when you see light after a month of dispatches. Yep, maybe so.
I am on the defensive.
trivial.
Being careless with a familiar enemy is. What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Like, I guess really we're just waiting for whatever they're called, exchanges, to finish exchanging at this point. There's not really much left for us to farm.
Let us end this quickly.
But we can, anything we get here, I guess we can sell off for gil. After we're done exchanging all of the fragments.
We need not have relied on Great Agora's strength.
Yeah, I'm not saying you've spent a lot, Mythic, but what I'm saying is I wouldn't suggest that anyone tries for like good gacha gear because it's unreasonable. The remake rolls the exact same stats. Oh no.
I am on the defensive. Well done, you faithful of Great Agora.
The average gacha item costs about, like, to hit the gacha item that you're looking for, costs about somewhere between $600 and $650. Then you have a tiny % chance of that item being good.
Well done, you faithful of Great
Yeah, I got you, Mythic, I got you.
Battle could have been won more effectively.
So just, you know, be careful with that stuff. Exactly, yeah, and you might be able to make use of it. If it's a really good item, you might be able to make use of it at plus 15. Maybe. If it's Citrus Blossom Hairpin, then obviously you can use it at plus 10. But like, if it's a really, really, really good item, something like using Amiki's accessory, which increases damage against debuff targets. Like, it's a good item, but it's not something you would reasonably use over a much better item unless it had decent stats on it already. Maybe if it was red itself, red 4-star, red 5-star, or you have it at plus 15, maybe then it's worth it.
Do as you will with what's inside.
It is, yeah. With the exception of Citrus Blossom Hairpin, it basically is. There's still a point to like Cuisinart and Raven Dagger, but it's much diminished compared to how it was before the two-handed changes. Before the two-handed changes, for anyone who didn't play back then, if you didn't have Cuisinart or Raven Dagger, you were basically trash. Like, you just felt so bad because you were either hitting 2 times or you were hitting 3 times. And it's just as simple as that. There was no better weapon. Like, two-handers sucked. So it was either you hit 2 times or you hit 3 times. And if you don't have those weapons, then you hit 2 times. So you fucking suck. That's why the two-handed changes were so good for the game, because now it's a case of, like, most of the time you're going to use a two-hander, so it doesn't matter. And if you're an ultra high-end player, then you might be able to make use out of Raven Dagger or Cuisinart.
I am on the defensive.
I like a real luxury item now.
Do you think we can open it?
The defense reducing abilities not help. What Morlis and stuff, they do, but like it's not a replacement for just having insane gear, like 400 plus attack at the very minimum, really.
Pathetic.
I am on the defensive.
Your head is mine.
It is done.
Perhaps I'm starting to fit into this party.
More importantly, from my perspective, Fame, is that before there were 2 viable weapons which were both gacha weapons, and now there are 4 viable weapons which are not gacha weapons, you know? Plus you have the option of using the gacha weapons at a very high level. The two-handed change is extremely good for the majority of the game, the vast majority of players in the game.
Disarming. It's done.
I remember back before the two-handed changes, I remember feeling bad streaming with the Cuisinarts. Like I kind of wished I hadn't pulled them, but at the same time it felt very disingenuous to not use them after getting them. Because like so many people were like, why'd you hit an extra time? Why'd you hit an extra time? And every time I had to be like, yeah, these are the gacha weapons. You should go and buy those because they're the best weapons in the game. Felt awful.
Should I do it? I am on the defensive.
I actually hated my Cuisinarts. I wouldn't say I regretted pulling on them, and I would have had fun with them if I was just by myself. But streaming them was a different matter. Like we used to get so many questions of like why'd you hit so many times. So they used to pay to win weapons, blah, 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 and it's like, yeah. And by doing that, I'm kind of advertising those ridiculous pay to win elements of the game. Felt kind of bad. So I was pretty happy when they changed two-handers. Are you more OP than me? I don't know. Am I more OP than you?
What could be inside?
Disarming.
Oh, you mean that was what people were questioning? Yeah, I don't know. Streaming gacha's weird. When I started Wizardry, I don't think I had a good grasp on like what I was doing, what I was streaming, as I do now. I play a lot of games with like limited characters and that kind of thing. Why am I walking around like this? What am I even doing? Just walking around in a circle. I have Citrus Blossom Hairpin. I don't feel bad about using Citrus Blossom Hairpin. I would like it's something that you can get with 100 pulls, and it's something you can get like just. It doesn't matter if it's 1-star white. It doesn't need to be anything special. It can just be just so good. It's on a broken character as well, so like generally people should be incentivized to pull 100 times on that banner. They can. Yeah, it is a gacha weapon. Absolutely. I just don't feel the same way about it. But if I ever did feel differently, I could just change it to a thief and use a bow. Whack the relic bow on her. Doesn't really matter. You have to make the great sacrifice of pulling 100 times on one of the best characters in the game that you would love to get extra copies of. Yep. So, such a big sacrifice. All of these are shit. All of these are trash! Do we sleep in here? Yeah, I guess we do sleep in here.
I look forward to our return to town.
All of these are trash. So I prefer just having two-handers. I like it more that way.
We've been here before.
COLLAB is now permanent, Razil. There are asterisks to that. Like, there are certain aspects that won't be there or will be reduced or diminished. The loot will be somewhat changed slightly. But you'll still be able to complete your relic weapons and everything after the COLLAB is finished. There will be ways for you to do it. Yeah, it's great. It's really great news.
We have the initiative. Praise.
Who knows, bro? Who knows?
On the defensive. This, have at you.
I wish they. So
Your head is mine.
I understand why they can't do anything with. I feel like they can make 3-hit one-handers probably more common now. But I also understand that they need to make money. I think more than anything else, I'd really like to see them buff up maces and axes, because they are pretty useless. Axes have the tiny niche of like Guardian Blow. But even then, you're not really even using it for the weapon, you're just using it because it has a bit of defense penetration on it. Yeah, I'm really happy that people get to enjoy it. Got a relic two-hander. It deals almost the same damage as Augmented Dragon Slayer. Is Dragon Slayer silver tier? Augmented Dragon Slayer is silver tier, yes. One-handed maces particularly really need something like we're at a point where you could easily add an extra hit to a one-handed mace and it wouldn't be OP in the slightest. It would still be shit, in fact. Yeah, one-handed maces like basically might as well not exist. Mace of Tumult exists, which is a cool weapon, but obviously it's Ebb and Steel tier. It's very outdated. No, you're good, Sram. Just the way of the game. Augmented is slight. It's silver tier, which means it uses the same coefficient for damage, but it has slightly less attack power than a silver weapon. So it is silver. It's absolutely silver. It's not silver. Yeah, Mace of Tumult had its time. Your one-handed mace does 1 damage on normal hits. Yeah, that sounds about right. How high is your surety to make it happen every time? I have quite a lot of surety on my characters. I'll show you in a second.
Disarming. It's done.
My surety's quite overstacked.
This filth brings to mind unpleasant memories.
Here, right? No? 128, 133,
I want to keep
170 on Burke, 21 on Alice, 169 on Rene, 151 on MC.
Were I to hide in a pile of filth now,
Something's
I
here.
would not be
This is
found.
the essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done.
This is a good opportunity.
I end you.
This is
Yeah, give it some time, Sram. Your relic 2 handle will be great as well. How'd you get it so high? I have double surety on all my equipment. Rene has surety discipline as well. Burke has surety discipline. That's why theirs is so high.
What do you think is inside?
I do not have 10k hours in the game. I have about 2,500 hours in the game. A lot of that was spent farming Abyss 2 and 3 though. Not a lot of that is probably maybe like 200, 300 hours is farming Abyss 4. I've always been a tourist in this game, really, compared to the people who actually play this game hard. I don't farm a huge amount because I don't like playing with the blacksmithing system. So I hate having to do my inventory.
All shall be. I am on the defensive.
Yeah, it's for the best, really, Pereg.
not bad.
It means that the people who are go very hard on the game can see how much better they are than me, and it means that it's a little bit more relatable for people
Disarming.
who are coming in who haven't played the game for that long or who are struggling on things. But I like the game and I enjoy the game, so I also want to be able to play it myself and just enjoy it as much as I want to.
Our traits don't match. I am on the defensive.
It is finished.
I have to do my inventory soon.
That battle could have been won more effectively.
Still keep fighting.
I don't know when I'm going to schedule that, but we're going to have to do it pretty soon. We don't have much inventory space left. Yeah, I haven't done it for like 6 months or something.
Interlopers.
Uh-oh. Oh no, that's fine.
This is but one.
Uh-oh. Okay, no, we're fine. Great lives, great lives. Great lives, great lives.
Tis the power of darkness. defensive.
I end
It was asleep.
This is the essence
Pretty
of
important
exploration.
buff there. Pretty important effect.
It's done.
Minor thing. It's like all those videos you see on YouTube of like Yoizo doing infinite damage. It's like, yeah, but it was asleep though. It was asleep and like fire debuffed. No, it makes you deal double damage. It's an insane multiplier.
I end you.
Yeah, man, if you sleep a mob, it makes you deal double damage. Only on the first hit against it, the first singular hit. But it makes you deal double damage when you wake them up.
Let us quickly do away with this rabble.
Dude, I'm still figuring out mechanics of the game after a ridiculously long amount of time. Get surprised by things still all the time. Fucking idiot.
I dodged it. I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive.
That's why when you see damage videos and things on YouTube, you have to be very careful looking at those debuffs. A lot of people have sleeping enemies.
What could be inside?
It's like, hey, look at my 20 million damage.
It's done.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bad example because obviously that means that you do 10 million damage, which is quite a lot. You know what I mean.
Opportunity.
Have at you. I am on the defensive. This. That battle could have been won more effectively.
Do as you will with what's inside.
What's this Dragon Slayer? Dragon Slayer is an item from the Blade and Bastard collab. The original Blade and Bastard collab had the Dragon Slayer and the Saber, which was a great sword and a katana, respectively. The rerun had augmented Dragon Slayer and refined Saber, which again were great sword, two-handed sword, and katana. They were silver tier. The originals were Evan silver tier.
I end you.
We're all just laughing, Prog. You worry, brother?
Fighting. This is the essence of exploration. This is a good opportunity.
Have at you.
Triple attack by max auras, sleeping enemy, element advantage, the debuff that's like increases damage dealt to weak targets, defense down if it's physical, double defense down if it's physical.
We cannot lose as long as we can.
It's like 150k. Wow. Wow. It's normal for collabs to have strong free weapons. Yes, Warphole Guy. Not as strong as these relics, though. Not as strong as the relics. Like the Dragon Slayers and the Sabers were carries. Both the times they ran, they were carries for new players, but they were like kind of for people who'd already got built gear. But the relics are like a whole different thing. They're good for everyone.
Opportunity.
People still got carried through the fucking game by Dragon Slayers and Sabers. It was especially good back then because katanas were really hard to get hold of. Like crazy hard to get hold of. You had to get to the end of the game before you could really get katanas.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
So for new players with their Shios or whatever, it was a massive saving grace. Really makes you feel like you're using Excalibur. Yeah, I can see it.
I am on the defensive. No ill will. the defensive. They're quicker than I thought. You have done well enough.
A familiar enemy is a quick way to die.
I don't choose the game. Good for you, breadstick. You find the good fight, my man.
What could this be? That was scary.
They definitely try to cater to new players quite a bit with the collabs. Like, they don't give the new players everything. But they try to like scale it up so even new players can do everything in the event and can experience most of the content. But they also do quite a good job in making it so that veterans don't feel like they're like missing out. I don't know. Like with the relic weapons, I think they hit quite a good medium on it. Especially now they've added some things to the shop. I think maybe the fragments are a little bit stingy. Yeah, I have a lot of steel gear still.
Shall we go
Might have some iron.
This filth brings to mind unpleasant memories.
Yeah, got an iron ring here. An iron key.
I
think that might be the only piece at this point.
Remember your place before greeting me, disciple.
I am soiled. Were I to hide in a...
Remember your place before greeting me, disciple. Remember your place before greeting me, disciple.
That's a different line.
Remember your place before greeting me, disciple.
I love Alice's new voice lines.
I am soiled. Were I to hide in a pile of filth now, I would not be found.
This filth brings to mind
She's dirty.
memories.
Dirty Sage. She hates me now, yeah. I like it that way. I prefer that.
Were I to hide in a pile of filth.
Remember your place before greeting me, disciple.
We still have Flame with her, but yeah, she doesn't seem to like us much.
A tricky one.
Yeah, she's dirty. Probably, yeah.
I am on the defensive.
She needs a little clean.
Not bad.
She's not saying Agora I'm covered in filth though.
Do as you will with what's inside.
Yeah, Wandering Lana is quite different in personality to Night Lana, regular Lana. That's Silver 4-star purple mace with 13 attack, 14 accuracy, 14 attack. Bless you. Nice for us to do. Sounds great. Perfect for your Einaki. Nah, it'll be a decent weapon for anyone who can use two-hander. Is there a lore reason? Yeah. One of them is her when she is trying to rule over Klonoa. Klonoa? And the other one is where she is like a seasoned adventurer. She's like older and is drifting around. Cholera. Don't think it's cholera. I think that might be something different.
They'll not escape. Have at you.
It is done.
I kind of hate Wandering Princess though. I actually really prefer the base Lana. Wandering Princess looks very generic to me and it sounds... I don't know. The voice lines sound really weird on Wandering Princess. The voice actress who does Lana is very talented, but I just don't think they were given a lot of direction with the early characters. Yeah, base Lana fighter doesn't look too great. A lot of people hate that. Probably the most hated outfit in the entire game.
We have the
You gotta do what you gotta do, Mythic, but
Be to greater
Cucumber Lana. I don't actually mind the way she looks as a fighter. Yeah, maybe it just reminds people of grass. Good point, Preg.
That went well enough, didn't it?
Like green, ugh. It's like that grass stuff. Ugh.
Let's go with gusto.
I am on the defensive.
Isn't it brown? There are definitely green parts to it. Maybe your divine power is very low, Brazil?
That would hit me. That would hit me. I am on the defensive.
Get pelted by fireballs.
Quite the I am blessing of Agora.
Not bad.
They chopped my girl. It makes sense for her to have shorter hair. She's like a warrior princess. Long hair, no good. But like, yeah, I don't know. It does look a little bit off the outfit, I think. Overall. I don't hate it quite as much as other people do, though. I think they've redone a lot of base Lana's voice lines, but unfortunately they didn't really change much with Wandering Lana.
I hope I didn't let anyone fighting Agora's strength.
Chili, do you mind? Thank you.
Should I do it?
It's already perfect. Yeah, it must be that. Not Night Lana died young, yet Wanderer is supposed to be older. Yeah, indeed. It's like the altars are kind of alternate reality, right? They're like alternate lifespan kind of adventurers in a lot of cases.
Disarming. It's done.
Yeah, some of them are at least. I don't know if all of them are, but some of them are like Mirror World, kind of like Mirror World. That's a good comparison, Araki.
It's done.
Hence why.
Is it not treasure? What could be inside?
Disarming.
Like Alice is like
It's done.
Shrine Maiden Alice if she had remained and devoted herself entirely to Agora rather than like eating Agora, rather than Agora trying to take over her body and ending up like, you know, getting gobbled up by Alice. Savia is obviously if she had remained like a cutthroat rather than taking up arms for her kingdom. Yeka is from when she was like still adventuring, I believe. It's intended to be. They released some like info on it somewhere that got translated.
I am on the defensive. Our traits don't matter.
Someone linked me to it at some point. You think Yuzu would be a feral, like a feral wild fox, maybe? Just a fox. She's just a fox. That's it.
Cannot lose as long as we keep our wits about us.
Interlopers, I end you.
I am on the defensive.
It's meant to be. It's apparently meant to be like young Yeka. That's what she wore when she was adventuring. Apparently, Brett. That's like abyss closer Yeka.
We can still keep fighting.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
Yep. Yeah, Chloe is from an alternate reality where she decided to go to the beach. Because like Yekaterina's actually quite like she's older than most of the adventurers. I don't know how old exactly she's meant to be. She's probably like 30s or something. late 20s, 30s.
This way, right? No! Leave it to me! Yeah!
Yeah!
I am on the defensive.
Nah, I haven't done Tumblery King yet. Might do it by the end of the event if I can be bothered. But I'm not really super fussed about it.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming.
Wizardry is so weird. They have game, have info on alt realities. Yeah, they have. We have like alternate dimensions, right, ingrained into the lore. This is why they care so much about the collabs that they put in, because like the collabs are all canon, right? They want all of the collab stuff to actually be canon, as to these like alternate universes that are out there that like you could potentially travel to.
That went well enough, didn't it?
So they don't want anything that doesn't fit into the world.
An insignificant foe. All shall be dedicated unto
I think that was the original intent, yeah. But like even if you look at Wandering Lana, right? She died when she was young, but Wandering Lana is clearly older. So I think even in that case, they're like older. I think they are alternate realities. Yeah, Jakero.
What could be inside?
A lot of gachas either do like alternate realities, or they do different points of their life, or whatever, or mix and match them. Grandma Lana, maybe.
We cannot lose as long as we keep our wits about us.
I end you.
What are the other alters? Adams like noble Adam.
I am on the defensive.
I think my mind has gone blank. Garov. Poor Garov.
Disarming. It's done.
Dancer Deborah is, Dancer Deborah is basically slave Deborah, as sad as it is.
Quite a showing.
Yeah, Benny is as if she was, it's like her noble outfit rather than a warrior, right?
I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive.
Oh, Toshio as if she just had a big forehead. I don't know what the I don't know what's going on with Shio. No idea. If someone wanted to use her forehead as a tic-tac-toe board.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done. Pathetic.
Also, Rene is meant to be her clan's garb. Before she, you know, murdered her entire clan.
An insignificant foe. I am on the defensive.
Gerard. I'm still shocked they even did Gerard. I don't remember entirely what he looks like. I'm still shocked they did Gerard. I think maybe it's because Gerard is so bad. Like, the unit is actually so bad that they were like, we have to make this guy more viable. Because Garolf, you know, he's fine. Like, he's actually fine as he is. But Gerard is absolutely awful. A really, really, really terrible unit.
An insignificant foe. All shall be dedicated unto great. I am on the defensive.
No. His ult's actually pretty good as well. It's actually pretty darn good.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
But like, who's gonna use Gerard really? Come on. Come on. Garov's great. Garov's just a really solid fighter. Garov carried me through the entire game. Like, no joke. Carried me through the entire game. Ah, you didn't pull him to keep the game balance. That's smart.
I could go for a hot
Smart.
meal right now.
I don't know the Blade and Bastard lore behind Alter Burke, but I think it's a different time in Burke's lifespan, right? Like her casual wear.
Let us sneak in.
Onward.
And a tricky one.
Put these into the mine. Mine doesn't even get into the mines. Mine's just sitting there. Sitting there in the inn. Drinking himself to death. Pickling his liver. Ah, it's a training. It's training work. Interesting.
Perhaps I'm starting to fit in with this party. A treasure chest.
What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
An insignificant foe. All shall be dedicated unto great Agora. I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive.
He can be pretty good, yeah. He's a great boss tank, Gerard. He's actually great at tanking bosses.
An insignificant foe. All shall be dedicated unto
I still remember watching Tectone play Wizardry, and he was trying to pull Wandering Princess Lana, and he got like 30 pulls or something into his Wandering Princess bones before pulling a Gerard and realizing that he'd bought all the wrong bones.
Disarming. It's done.
Pathetic. Leave this to me. Have at you. This will be your grave.
Good times. I know a lot of people who've done that with the bones, especially early on, when you still had to buy them from the jeweler, when you couldn't even like go to the actual pulling place, like the pulling windows. You had to buy the bones from the jeweler first and then go over there. So convoluted. Yeah, Cat bought the wrong bones. I've seen a lot of people do it.
A treasure chest.
Very careful when grabbing the crystals, yeah. It is an easy mistake to make.
I am on the defensive. We need no ride on Great Agora's strength.
Imagine, Prog. Imagine, mate.
Disarming. It's done.
Imagine you don't have to imagine too hard. Constantly pulling off males.
We cannot lose as long as we keep our wits about us. I am on the defensive. Well done. insignificant foe. All shall be dedicated unto great Agora.
Breadstick showcasing his stalking. As per usual.
I am on the defensive.
Cool for Stark if a COLLAB ever happened. What, Freering COLLAB? I'm sure people who like that.
That would hit me. I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive. This!
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
How's Gerard's damage? It's alright. Nothing super special. Maybe she just likes him more than you, Breadstick.
I end you.
Have at you. The types do not match.
It is done.
That battle could have been
It
won
seems
more
like we can
effectively.
still keep fighting. This is the essence of exploration.
I see, I see. Captain Cabinets is very kind to me. Back way when she got me onto the podcast. Podcast was super cool.
An insignificant foe. All shall be dedicated unto great Agora.
It's but one torture.
I am on the defensive.
Wizardry podcast about Hongo Star or Global Pass. I thought that was kind of funny. I learned a lot about Castorus that day.
I am on the defensive.
Castorus!
Your head is mine.
Still the only Honkai Star Rail character that I know the name of.
Fighting. This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done.
I guess Archer and Saber.
Pathetic.
Can have a global passive the same as Castorus. Yeah, true. Yeah, Eulalia potential.
Leave this to me.
I am on the defensive.
Oh yeah, like there's just, isn't Tasaka Rin a Honkai Star Rail character now as well? Was there another one too?
Keep fighting.
I don't know who Blade is. I don't know anything about Fortnite.
I am on the defensive.
Kafka, isn't that from Final Fantasy VI?
This is quite the blessing of Agora.
Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh was the other character.
Treasure.
Also, a role for the global passive. Yeah, it could happen. So you can support from the mind. You can pull 6 characters in Wizardry, but only 1 in Honkai Star Rail, and the effect is party-wide and guaranteed. Yeah, Honkai Star Rail is pretty great.
What could be inside?
Honkai Star Rail is pretty great. Pretty great.
Insignificant foe. All shall be dedicated unto great Agora. I am on the defensive.
Your head is mine. It's done.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming.
I really don't know anything about Fortnite.
This is a good opportunity.
I am on the defensive. Well done, ye faithful of Great Agora.
This is the essence of exploration.
Chilly cat.
Let's go with gusto.
I am on the defensive.
Can't wait for massed adventure in Fortnite.
What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
An insignificant foe. All shall be dedicated unto Great Agora.
Nice job, Chikara. Nice job, brother.
I am on the defensive. You have done well enough. Great Agora is to the familiar enemy is a quick way to die.
Palika does have a great jump animation.
We cannot lose as long as we keep our wits about us. Well done. I am on the defensive. It is done.
This is the
Good luck,
essence
Rizzo.
of exploration.
Disarming. It's done.
Yeah, we're all in the mines. It's where we belong. I'm always in the mines. Whatever game I'm playing, I'm always in the mines. I think we might be on the road to some single player games soon. Like EQ Legends grind is done. Wizardry grind is like pretty much done. Granblue Fantasy grind is almost done. The time may well be now. Who else plays Wizardry? It's in a guy called Genazad. I don't think I've heard of him. There aren't really many English streamers who play Wizardry. The biggest content creators on YouTube for it are probably Misty Catherine and Somnio. You play Relink. I have played a bit of Relink, not much though. I will play it again soon though. That's the first single player game that I wanted to play.
A job well done.
Wondering if you can get the... Oh my god, I don't know how the fuck you say that.
Onward.
It's probably just very rare. Because I know most of those shield drops are extremely rare.
The coordinates to reach are over there.
Opportunity.
I've already played Library of Ruina. Rocky. Played it a long time ago. I wouldn't want to play it again. I don't like the combat system.
I am on the defensive.
Let's go with gusto.
I am on the defensive. Yes.
Not bad.
Hold no ill will. That battle could have been won more effectively. Not have relied on Great Agora's strength.
Ugh. Ugh.
An insignificant significant foe. All shall be dedicated and I am on the defensive.
It is finished.
I must see to the wounded. That battle could have been won more
effectively. Still keep fighting.
We have Dread Barrage on Granblue tomorrow anyway.
We have the initiative. Praise be to great Agora's blessing.
Yeah, maybe I should try Limbus Company.
I am on the defensive. This!
Do as you will
Good
with
shout.
what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
Something's here. What could be inside?
Disarming. It's done.
About Moramen's, Moramen's is a game that it's the one that got away really. Like, it's a game that I always intended to play but never really got around to it, and now I can't be bothered. Like, I don't think I would enjoy it that much. I think I would like it, but I don't think it would be anything like particularly mind-blowing from what I've seen of it.
I must see to the wounded.
Trivial. It seems we can still keep fighting.
Is it not treasure? What could be inside?
Got to keep the core 2 up. You got 3 of your adventurers with a nuke at the end. Oh shit.
What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Ah shit.
We cannot lose as long as we keep our wits about us. I am on the defensive.
I can bear this faster. Oh my.
Flies faster.
Oh my. Flies faster. I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive. Well done, you faithful of Great Agora.
We haven't been stoned yet and been able to walk outside of combat.
Perhaps I'm starting to feel with this party.
Whatever gets you there, Mythic Up.
We have the initiative. Praise be to Great Agora's blessing. I am on the defensive. The types do not match.
Not bad.
Trivial. It seems we can still keep fighting.
What could be inside?
Disarming. It's done.
This way, right?
Ouroboros, or you'll love to see it.
Treasure.
This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done.
They'll not escape. I am on the defensive. This!
Maybe I'll make up the great sword today. Try and sort it out. Look at how much I need to remake it and all that stuff.
An insignificant insignificant foe. All shall be dedicated unto great Agora. I am on the defensive.
Trivial.
It seems
Being
we can still
careless
keep
with a familiar
fighting.
enemy is a quick way to die.
Why remake it? To try to min-max the stats. If they roll badly.
Let's go with gusto.
I am on the defensive. Have at you.
Not bad.
That would hit me. That would hit me. I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive.
Just roll 21 surety. That does seem very easy.
Great Agora. I dodged it. This is quite the blessing of Agora.
Ugh.
I must see to the wounded. What could be inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Just get 21 surety. It's just that simple.
This is a good opportunity.
Interlopers, I end you.
Refine with +6. Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
I must see to the wounded. You have done well enough.
It seems
Great
we can
Agora
still keep
sleeps.
fighting.
Your enemy is a quick way to die.
They'll not escape. How about that? I am on the defensive. I must see to the wounded. An insignificant foe.
A bit later than I thought it was.
All shall be dedicated unto great Agora.
I need to go sort the cats out a second. I'm back in a moment.
On the defensive.
Let's go with gusto.
I was mesmerized. Have at you.
Trivial.
Being careless
Seems
with
we
a
can
familiar
still
enemy
keep
is
fighting.
a
Quick way to die.
Let's go with gusto.
I am on the defensive.
It is finished.
What do you think is inside?
slid back in. Hi, Chiquita. What's up, sir?
There is no worse poison than boredom.
There is no worse poison than boredom, it's true.
Foe. I am on the defense.
Except for poison. That's pretty bad.
I end you.
They really ran out of ideas for the Route 3. Can you be more specific, Chiquita? Route 3 of...
Should I do it?
Part 2. Oh, for the COLLAB. They ran out of ideas? What do you mean? Seemed perfectly fine to me. It's just very Final Fantasy, right?
It seems we can still keep fighting.
What was your issue with it, Chiquita? Yeah, a lot of people have been really really bigging up this like second part of the COLLAB for a while now. I've just been trying to tell people to keep your expectations a little realistic. The biggest thing of all of this was just that this is going to be permanent. Like, this whole place is going to be permanent. That's fucking huge. That's so big. It has big ramifications for like their relationship with Final Fantasy, and it's just really great. It's great news.
There's something here.
I was happy with the patch and how they rounded out the COLLAB.
A job well done.
Still absolutely, probably the best. I mean, certainly the best COLLAB that I've ever played. I gotcha. Yeah, there's no rush with it, Chiquita.
Onward.
A tricky one.
Oh. Oh.
Pathetic.
I am on the defensive.
Right. I think I might hit the show note.
Have at you.
That kind of time. You get itchy feet.
I am on the defensive. I must see to the wounded. I hope I didn't let it
We can still keep fighting.
a quick way to die. Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
Let's go with gusto.
I end you.
I just started Quantum. How are you?
I hope I didn't let it
Seems we can still keep fighting.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
You're good? Just chilling. Love to hear it, mate.
What do you think is inside?
I was telling everyone to retreat. The dispatch failed all 3 times. Oh, really? It's no good.
An insignificant foe. All shall be dedicated unto great Agora. I am on the defensive. It is done.
Trivial.
We need not ride on great Agora's strength. Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
We have the initiative. Praise be to great Agora's blessing. I am on the defensive. This! I was mesmerized. That battle could have been won more effectively on great Agora's strength. What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done. Infiltrating.
It's all good, Hojimari.
Let's go with gusto.
I am on
You can do it whenever you want.
They're quicker than I thought. Well done, you faithful of great Agora.
It is finished.
I hope I didn't wear careless with a familiar enemy is a quick way to die. Something's here.
Do as you will with what's inside.
Dispatches I have no interest in. I don't think I ever will.
This is a
They'd have to make dispatches so much better for me to care.
I end you.
I was mesmerized. How about that?
Perhaps I'm starting to fit in with this party.
Sure am, Citizen.
Disarming. It's done.
Yo, a 4-star Lana chest catcher gear the other day. Nice. Congrats, Strider.
Opportunity.
How about that? I am on the defensive. I hope I didn't wear careless with on great Agora's strength. Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
Yeah, whatever's on it, it's great. Whatever stats that item has, it's great, yeah.
We cannot lose as long as we keep our wits about us.
I end you.
Leave this to me. Have at you. I am on the defensive.
If you want bind tolerance though, oh, Bordrake rework is coming. Oh baby. New Age Feather Bronze Gauntlets, maybe. Who knows?
I am on the defensive.
Yes, Chicona, it's an 8 HP bond, mate. It also gives the COLLAB characters 4 MP and 4 SP.
Trivial.
Being careless with a relied on great Agora's strength. What do you think is inside?
No worries.
Pathetic.
I am on the defensive. think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
They'll not escape.
It is done.
I must see to the wounded.
What could be inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Let's go with gusto.
I am on the defensive. I was mesmerized. Ill will. I hope I didn't let
Being
him
careless
down.
with a familiar enemy is a
What could
quick
be
way to die.
inside?
Disarming. It's done.
They'll not escape.
Yes.
I am on the defensive. We cannot lose as long as we keep our wits about us.
Not bad.
I am on the defensive. Take this!
It is finished. This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done.
Should I do it?
Tony B! Man, we haven't seen a Tony B in ages.
Quite a showing.
At you! I am on the defensive. I hope I can hold out. That would hit.
Tony B!
I will endure.
Well, it lasts.
I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive. I must see to the wounded.
Trivial.
It seems we can still keep fighting. This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done.
An enemy.
Why am I getting up here?
The coordinates to reach are over.
What are we doing?
A treasure chest? They'll not escape.
Let us end this quickly.
I am on the defensive.
Enjoy your mining, Chicanet.
I was mesmerized. That battle could have been won more
It seems we
effectively
can
in
still
greater
keep fighting. What could be inside?
Disarming. It's done.
No! Have at you! I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive. been one more effectively than Great Agora's strength. What do you think is inside?
I think we have to go out and claim our fragments in a second. I'm back. I'd like to say that sleeping is overrated, kind of for weaklings. You're an idiot. Not like. That's what I would like to say. You're a fucking moron, mate. But welcome back. It's super easy. They're quite easy for us, yeah. Except when they hide in the middle of the grid. Totally intended behaviour, of course. Really, Bo? I just put Thief back in the game for damage. Nice!
What could be inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Cool. Glad you're having fun with it. Nothing for. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I'm glad you're having fun, man. Nerf mining? Yeah, they will. I imagine they'll leave it so that you can get ore and stuff from it though, which is a nice alternative to farming dens.
That was scary. Yes.
Just only do 3 of these. Three of those and then these 2. Haven't heard this song in months, yeah. Ba 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 da ba da ba da. I imagine Gil won't be a thing, Citizen. They'll probably take Gil out, won't they? But I'm not sure. Who would have thought the collab was going to be permanent? Yeah, nobody really guessed. It's great stuff though, Noche. I would guess they're going to take Gil out. I imagine Gil will be a non-factor.
Let us sneak in.
Yeah, the gold pickaxes won't exist. Like, you won't be able to get the gold pickaxes at all, apparently. For most people who are playing through the event, they never even experience the gold pickaxes anyway. It's only people who've gone insanely hard on the event that have been playing around with gold pickaxes.
This is a good opportunity.
I enjoy. This is Buster.
I am on the defensive. This! I hope I didn't let
Being
anyone
careless
down.
with a familiar enemy is a quick way to die.
They are better. They give you triple loot, basically, Mythic Foot.
Opportunity.
When you mine something, you get 3 of it instead of when you're using a gold pickaxe.
I am on the defensive. This! I am on the defensive.
Trivial.
We need not have relied on Great Agora's strength.
So as things stand at the moment, generally the play is once you finish whatever relics you want to finish, you start cashing in your shit for Gil, and then buy as many gold pickaxes as you can get.
I was mesmerized.
Obviously once you picked up the XP books.
Finished.
Got triple refines though today, nice.
We cannot lose as long as we keep our wits about
At you. I am on the defensive.
Do as you will with
Candidate 10 is the
what's
17th of September, or it should be.
inside. Disarming. It's done.
It's about a month's time.
An insignificant foe. All shall be dedicated unto great. I am on the defensive. Have at you. I dodged it. Poison. I am on the defensive. That would hit me. That would hit me. I dodged it. I am on the defensive.
I must see to the wounded.
Needle of War could be better to start
Do as you will with
that now.
what's
Oh
inside.
yeah, for sure. You're much better off starting it now. You can get much... It's going to be a lot easier to farm it now than after the collab's over. Any of the relic stuff. It just will be possible. You will be able to get the relic weapons after the collab's gone.
We have the initiative.
So there's no like hard FOMO.
Agora's blessing. I am on the defensive. This!
I enjoy.
I hope I can hold out. Yeah!
Calm down while it lasts.
Hiya! 'Tis the power of darkness.
I must see to the wounded.
Perhaps I'm starting to fit in with this party.
Great Agora's strength. Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
Let's go with gusto.
Leave this to me. Have at you. I am not deterred by
While it
poison.
lasts.
I enjoy.
This is quite the bother.
once you're done with all the relics you want to do, you can pretty much just generate free gil just constantly. But until that point, you're very limited on gil.
An insignificant foe. All shall be dedicated unto great Aurora. I am on the
It's
defensive.
popping off.
That would hit me. A fly's faster.
But a fly is faster, unfortunately.
Your head is marked. It's done.
That battle could have been won more effectively.
Yep, the fragment. It's not just copper grade. We had someone literally earlier who got copper grade, and they were still only getting level 60 chests. I know the rumor is that it's copper grade only, but it's not. It's some kind of conjoined thing of like, you have to be so far through an abyss, so far through the abyss 3, abyss 4, plus grade, plus reputation through side story progress. I think all of these things are aspects. Yeah, it sucks. I don't know why they made the fragment gain so bad, even on the penultimate difficulty. Sucks. More fragments and adaptations. Yeah, me too. That sucks. Sucks for people who aren't farming the highest difficulty.
I am on the defensive.
Not bad.
At least they made it so they put them in the shop. So like if you take all of the fragments that are in the shop now, you can trade them all in for the fragment that you want, i.e. probably the great sword. And you're basically guaranteed to be able to make a relic now, which is a very, 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 very nice quality of life change.
Disarming.
For anyone who hasn't seen it,
It's done.
you can now exchange in the exchange shop for a very, very low amount of gil. 7 of every attestation and every fragment.
This is a good opportunity.
And that guy can go fuck himself, really, can't he, Mr. YK? You can actually just fucking swivel on it, little cunt.
Not bad.
Anyone who thinks that way is just such a fucking prick. Such a selfish little dickhead.
What could be inside? Disarming. It's done. Opportunity.
Leave this to me. Have at you. This will be your grave.
Leave it to me. What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Considering this is a collab and how grindy it is. Yeah, indeed, indeed. We talked a lot about how the idea that during the second period they were obviously going to make things easier in some way. They were going to make it more accessible. It wasn't really a surprise at all. What was a surprise is them making the event permanent, which is insane. Well, you know, mostly. Fantastic change.
Let's go with gusto.
Have at you. I am on the defensive.
Not bad. pathetic.
I end you.
I am on the defensive.
Trivial. It seems we can still keep fighting.
2 free reforges, yeah, true. 2 free remakes, indeed.
Let's go with gusto.
Hey, feeling sleepy, that's my pleasure, like. Have that effect on people. Hope you sleep well, dude. Sweet dreams.
Do as you will with what's inside.
This is a good opportunity.
I was mesmerized. I am on the defensive. No ill will. That battle could have been won more effectively.
Relied on Great Agora's
Do
strength.
as you will with what's inside.
There's something here.
Do you get gold if you remake?
Whatever.
Do you get gold if you remake? Do you get gold if you remake? I don't understand. Sorry. Sorry, Battle. This is gonna have to do for now. What do you mean, knockouts? No, you have to pay for it again.
An enemy, a tricky one.
Seems Arknight's PC
This is a good
has come out. Guess I know what I'm doing later today. Cool. I've learned how to get my ass handed to me again in tower defense. Enjoy, man.
I am on the defensive.
Lato's currently in the shop. Spilled Red Bull in the keyboard. Oh no. Using a vice pocket. Shit, man.
What could be
I hope they fix up your laptop soon.
Disarming. It's done.
Yeah, you don't get it back. Sorry, Battle.
An enemy, a tricky one.
You'll be alright, Susano.
Let's go with gusto.
Interlopers, I end you.
I am on the defensive.
What a great day for gaming. Yeah, the company that's completely fucking sold out has finally released their PC client once nobody gives a shit about it anymore. Including them. Great job, Hypergriff.
An insignificant foe. All shall be dedicated unto
Hypergriff. Best company ever. Yeah, they got a busy schedule. Like making games that they tack their name onto, but that are complete and utter shit and have nothing to do with the original game.
I am on the defensive.
Yeah, true. At least those characters are in Fortnite.
Your head is marked.
I hope I didn't careless with a familiar enemy is a quick way to die.
At least they have one. We've been waiting 8 years for AL Azure Lane. Fuck, I forgot that game existed.
This This is a good opportunity.
Have at you. This will be your grave. Well done. I am on the defensive. No ill will.
You're a bit of a gacha fiend, aren't you, Susano? Well, you have your fingers in a lot of pies.
An insignificant foe. I am on the defensive.
I don't think they make enough money to care. They're probably focused on other projects like Azur Promilla. Pretty much exactly the same situation as Hypergrip, funnily enough. Weird how the Arknights client comes out after they've launched Enfield, isn't it?
This is quite the blessing of Aurora.
Kill Azur Promilla in Global, did they? It's the first I've heard of it, but I wouldn't be surprised. Like, open world action RPGs are a fucking void. They're an abyss. I think any company in their right mind has got to look at these releases that we're having and see how poorly received they are and be like, wait a second, maybe we shouldn't see it only launched. Well, that game's fucking dead. Good. That's one game I can cross off the list of things that I have to begrudgingly play.
Insignificant foe. All shall be dedicated unto the great Agora. How about that? We have the initiative. Praise be to great Agora's blessing. I am on the defensive. I must see to the wounded. That battle could have been more.
To stop the CN launch in Global. No. Azur Promilla is not coming out apparently in Global. It isn't that they delayed it, just not coming out. From what I'm hearing here. They're circumventing that by never launching it, Ranagi. They found a workaround.
We cannot lose as long as we keep our wits about us. Let us quickly do away with this rabble.
If the company's under a good developer, I don't have any problem playing a game that came out in its home region first and then global. The problem is, there aren't that many good developers. And in fact, the good developers are actually bad developers, but they're not as bad as the rest. So, like, generally, if you have a global server for something, it's probably fucked. Like, they're going to EOS it. It's going to be cash grab central into delayed EOS. It's a bleed into delayed EOS. It's a typical route for global only releases. The separate global releases. But if the developer's cool, is chill with it, then it's great, because like anyone can use Future Sight to figure out what they want to pull and not. Which means it's a lot easier for people to save their resources.
This is a good opportunity.
The pirate gacha RIP. It looked kind of cool. At least it was trying to do something different.
Let's go with gusto.
I am on the defensive. That one has dodged it.
I don't know, Ranagi. Whirlwind's Me isn't a gacha anyway, so it's very different. You're running Cadence, also will release on CN first. RIP. RIP that game. It's just another action RPG. I just can't be fucked with it, man. just bullshit action RPG. It just looks the same as every other game, as every other action RPG. It's like a little bit grittier. It's the same fucking thing. What's the point of it?
Perhaps I'm starting to fit in with this party.
Is a quick way to die. They'll not shake us.
Oh god.
A flymaster.
Rewinding cadence, yeah. Just more open world slop.
Oh my. There, I am on the defensive.
Quite a showing.
Suikoden and Starleap looks great. Looks really good. Like, they've put a lot of effort into it. It looks fantastic. Sadly, the global release will probably be God knows when, and it's a Japanese home gacha, so like, the chance of it EOSing is extremely high if and when it does release. With Konami at the helm, I don't know, man.
This is quite the blessing of the wounded. That battle could have been won more.
5% rates in Suikoden and Starleap as well. People who like gachaing.
It's done.
Might do, so to see. Could do. The game is like a little bit different though, because it's like a full-blown game in its own right. The gacha system is like external to it, kind of a little bit like Wizardry. So let's just see how it goes, I guess. It being on separate servers is the most concerning thing.
Is it not treasure?
This is a good opportunity.
Square Enix is renowned for being one of the worst. One of the worst companies, one of the worst gacha developers, certainly. The trail of gacha bodies it has behind it. Holy moly.
That battle could have been won more effectively. I did. Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
Well, I think Square Enix gachas are fine if you approach it with that right mindset, right? If you're playing a Square Enix gacha, you're there for a good time, not for a long time.
What do
You know?
think is inside?
So if you want to spend money on something that's just a temporary thing, it's not really any different to, like, you know, going bowling or going to the cinema or whatever. Just as long as you're aware in your mind, you know, like, you're throwing that money into the void. Even more so than a regular gacha.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
Doesn't mean you can't have fun in the game or whatever. What are these pickaxes made of? Oh my god. 4 for 4. 5 for 5. RIP. Actual broke boy pickaxes, yeah.
There's something here.
Turn back? Whatever.
He is Shikari. He's somehow mastered the art of forging mining picks out of a mixture of 2% iron and 98% marshmallow. Just enough rigidity to snap.
Shall we go out again today?
Infiltrating. An enemy.
New banner. They probably won't do a regular character until the collab is over. What poor guy? They might do an altar. In fact, they probably will do an altar at some point this month. But there shouldn't be another character.
Let's go with gusto.
You see, that's how they did it in the old days, Ranagi. That's why mining was so dangerous. There'd be pickaxe heads flying off everywhere every time you tried to mine something.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
Schlag. Want to know something funny? Sure. Got the other shield, whose name is similar. And you realised it wasn't there. Oh, no way, man. Unlucky.
I hope I didn't let anyone know.
This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done.
A treasure chest.
Pathetic. I enjoy. This is but one torture.
I am on the defensive.
You made quite a showing. Perhaps I'm starting to fit in with this party.
Strength. What do you think is inside?
Don't even know if that shield is much use. If you'll 5% charge that shield. Is that good? Hey, you get stats just from having it. It's not that bad.
You made quite a showing.
Yeah, the exchange shop share so cheap. Yeah, it's great. I think they made it really accessible for everyone to get at least one relic weapon. So everyone can max out their greatsword or what have you. Even if you're early on in the abysses.
I am on the defensive.
They're quite rare, Ranagi, yeah.
Perhaps I'm starting to fit in with this party.
Strength is a quick way to die.
Should I buy the silver weapons from the item shop? Sure, yeah. If you can afford to. Ah, speak of the devil.
Stay safe. I will endure. Yeah.
Now, while it lasts.
Hiya! 'Tis the power of darkness.
It's done.
I hope I didn't let anyone down.
Not if you can't find any tomberries. Rogue. Have to remake your katana. I see, I see. Good luck with it, Ranagi. Is Tombury King back? Yeah, he seems to be. I got the dialogue for him earlier.
I am on the defensive.
well enough. Manticora is pleased.
Opportunity.
I am on the defensive. This! What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
We cannot lose as long as we keep our wits about us. How about that? I am on the defensive.
We re-download Art Nights today. Play tomorrow. Sure. You do you, brother.
This is the essence of exploration. This is the essence of exploration.
Let us be off. Is it not treasure?
This is the essence of exploration.
It's kind of odd that they decided to let us exchange for 7 instead of 10 or 5. Yeah, I don't know. It's odd. It is odd.
It's done.
Let's go with gusto.
It's probably because they were like, there are 7 fragments, so we're going to do 7 sevens. People's minds work in crazy ways. Good luck, Susano.
What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
I think he's talking about Art Knight's Enfield. But that gacha does fucking suck as well.
We have the initiative. Praise be to greater God. I am on the defensive.
Yeah, not sure. It's definitely possible it might be weekly bones.
They'll not shake us.
I hope you lose your 50-50 so you can delete the game then, mate. That's freedom. That's much greater than any pixels.
Perhaps I'm starting to feel with this party.
Your enemy is a quick way to die. We cannot lose as long as we keep our wits about us.
Leave this to me.
I must see to the wounded.
Perhaps I'm starting to fit in with this party. This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done.
We just use all Gil? I don't know. We have no idea. I'm going to assume that they're going to take Gil out. But I could be wrong. I have no idea.
I end you. This is but one torture.
Leave it to me. I am on the defensive. They're quicker than I thought.
I end you.
I am on the defensive.
Not bad.
I really like money. I don't know if you guys have noticed. Change will get replaced after the collab. Yeah, so it makes sense that Gil will just go and no longer be a thing, but it's hard to say.
Do you think we can open it?
Can never say for sure until it happens in this game.
I am on the defensive. This! I was mesmerized. I hope I didn't let
No
anyone
one
down.
relied on Great Agora's strength. Do as you will with what's inside. Opportunity.
I am on the defensive. Well done, you faithful of Great Agora. I hope I didn't let anyone
We can
down.
still keep fighting.
What could be inside?
Like a percentage resistance stone in there somewhere. Good luck, Susano. Hopefully see you later.
Not bad.
You have done well enough.
It seems like we can still keep fighting. There's something here. I could go for a hot meal right now.
We've been here before.
Ouroboros. You getting the scam? Granblue Fantasy? I did, I already bought it. We got Summer Lich.
An enemy. A tricky one.
Always chasing Summer Apollonia.
Should I do it? I am on the defensive.
I can't use the free pools for Brazil. They're blocked by my welcome draw.
Trivial.
It seems we can still keep fighting.
An enemy. A tricky one.
We have the initiative. Praise be to Great Agora's blessing.
This is but one torture.
I am on the defensive.
Yeah, like every other free pool we've been given since I've started the game. This is not a new thing, Brazil.
Do as you will with what's what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
Oh, a treasure chest? What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Noted.
Treasure.
This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done.
Should I do it?
I am on the defensive.
That battle could have been won more effectively.
Great Agora's strength.
Oh, a treasure chest? We cannot lose as long as we keep our wits
I am
about
on the
us.
defensive.
Pathetic.
I am on the defensive.
I must see to the wounded. That battle could have been won more.
Summer Lich is a much better character than Summer Apollonia.
Could be inside.
I quite like Lich as well. Lich is a cool character. It's one of my favourites in the game.
It's done.
So it was a pretty good turnout. Finally we have some
With what's inside.
direction, I guess, for Earth.
It's done.
No!
I am on the defensive.
Perhaps I'm starting to fit in with this party.
Great Agora's strength.
Do you think we can open it? Should I do it?
I end you.
How about that?
I am on the defensive.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
Should I do it?
I am on the defensive.
Well done.
This is a good opportunity.
I am on the defensive. Have at you.
I'm finishing my world clears at the moment in Granblue.
I am on the defensive.
We have 3 current grinds left. World, Anima, which we're almost done with. Relic Shards, which we're almost done with.
What do you think is inside?
And then Siete, Seaphon, Sede de Spade.
It's done.
I've also been trying to do some hexes on the side. My win team's pretty good. Even before we got Sede. So we can help out quite a lot with hexes now, but trying to find
Insignificant foe.
enough people in randoms to be able to complete this stuff. But we have managed to get a few mats.
I must see to the wounded.
Perhaps I'm starting to fit in with this party.
I did.
I'm really missing Alexiel, but that isn't something I can rush out really.
I am on the defensive.
They're
I would assume so, Acumen, yeah. It seems largely about having enough omen breaks, really. Having enough particular omen breaks and then having enough cooldowns to survive things below 40%. Obviously having an immunity for 40%. The damage gets very heavy below 40%.
I am on the defensive. Our traits don't match.
In the randoms, like, a lot of people die at 40%. Doesn't really help. Yeah, we have had a few victories.
Do you think we can open it?
Let's go with gusto.
Have at you. This will be have at you.
You think people can sell over 40%? Yeah, try and do some randoms, Rizil. There are not a lot of people who are queuing randoms who can solo from 40%. This is like saying in Wizardry. This is like saying in Wizardry, oh, just one-shot the boss. Just get your level 7 Yuzu if you one-shot the boss. With your 600 attack Yuzu. I see it all the time.
We cannot lose as long as we keep our wits about us.
This is but one torture.
I am on the defensive.
That went well enough, didn't it?
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much, Acumen. I can solo from 100 to 40%.
I am on the defensive.
Like 100 to 40 is actually so easy. It's just there to test whether or not you can do basic omens, really. But after 40, it's pretty terror. The damage and all of the mechanics and things.
I am on the defensive.
Still trying to learn it.
Do as you will with what's inside.
Should I do it?
All of the different dragon combos have different things that you need to do.
I am on the defensive.
There's a bit RNG as well. Like before 40%.
Well done, ye faithful of Great Agora.
It is finished.
I hope I didn't let anyone down.
Oh no, Mythic Foot.
What do you think is inside?
You have 800 attack. Yeah, I'm talking about on ninjas, on 3-hit weapons. Mythic Foot. I'm not talking about on a 2-hander. If you've got 800 attack on 3-hit weapons, then you're literally the strongest player in the game.
What is this? A job well done. We've been here before.
Infiltrating. A tricky one.
Yeah, that's a much more reasonable kind of level. 600 is like the tippy top of the iceberg.
I must see to the wounded.
For a reference point here. You are what I would say is above average.
Disarming.
Somewhat above average.
It's done.
Certainly for the amount of time you've been playing, you're very far ahead of the curve.
Let's go with gusto.
How does your Rene hit like 4 times? She has a Citrus Blossom hairpin in her main hand, so she hits 3 times with that. She has a regular Shrouded Kunai in her offhand, so she hits 2 times with that. Sometimes she'll follow up attack. When you follow up attack, when you're dual wielding, you can get either an additional main hand attack or an additional offhand attack, or you can get both. So she can theoretically hit up to 7 times.
What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
No, Proeg. 3 with main hand, 2 with offhand. You can get a follow-up attack with the main hand, making it 6. You can get a follow-up attack with the offhand, making it 6. Or you can have a follow-up with both hands, making it 7. Alright, Borosaur. If you were using a Citrus Blossom hairpin in your offhand as well, or you were a Dagger Ninja with double Raven Dagger, and you could do 8.
Leave it to me. How about that? I am on the defensive. Have at you. I was mesmerized.
Haven't touched any of the dual wielding shit. Yeah. So when you dual wield, you just get to attack with your offhand. You do like 50% of the damage. You lend 50% of your attack power, I think, to your main hand weapon for special attacks. Hi, Cyril.
They'll not escape.
Big trip to the hospital to stitch your foot. Oh no, what have you done to your foot, sir? Hope you're alright. We've always known, Proeg.
I am on the defensive.
Perhaps I'm starting to fit in with this party.
To mill a strike is a quick way to die.
Let's go with gusto.
Have at you. I am on the defensive. Have at you.
Is it just worth getting a nice kunai for my Yuzu offhand? I wouldn't. Yeah, I mean, like any kunai really is fine for your offhand. I wouldn't bother with Citrus Blossom for your offhand unless you have an exceptional one. You probably just want something that has good stats on it. As although you do auto with it, like most of the time you're doing damage off your main hand weapon.
I am on the defensive.
Yeah, the cut on your right foot, it bled a lot. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I hope they sort you out.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
They'll not escape.
Yeah, if you can get it beclouded, that's ideal for you. But beclouded is a horrible farm.
How about that? I am on the defensive.
I end you.
I am on the defensive. defensive.
Oh, that's not too bad, Cyril. Be careful with them, mate.
Do as you will with what's inside.
They're ripping your stitches out.
Disarming. It's done.
We cannot lose as long as we keep our wits about us.
It is finished.
Do as you will with what's inside.
An insignificant foe. All shall be dedicated unto great glory. I am on the defensive.
It is finished.
Trivial.
Being careless with a familiar enemy is a quick way to die. They'll not escape. Have at you.
I end you.
It is done. I must see to the wounded. I hope I didn't let being careless with a familiar enemy is a quick way to die. We cannot lose as long as we keep our wits about us. Defensive. I must see to the wounded.
This is a good opportunity.
How about that? I am on the defensive. This! Have at you! Well done, ye faithful of Great Agora. I am on the defensive.
I end you.
I am on the defensive. It is done. I must see to the wounded. Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
No!
I end you.
I am on the defensive. An insignificant foe. All shall be dedicated unto great Agora. Your grave. I am on the defensive. I must see to the wounded.
Perhaps I'm starting to fit into this party.
Great Agora's strength. We have the initiative. Praise be to Great Agora's blessing. I am on the defense. Hold no ill will.
Trivial.
We need being careless with Great Agora's strength is a quick way to die. What do you think this is? A job well done. Shall we go out again today?
And
something's here. What could be inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Just got some Blackwing gloves. Wow, attack and attack. Nice. Congrats.
I am on the defensive.
It is finished.
You have done well enough. Being careful so we can still keep fighting.
You can check it on Faster Thoughts under the blacksmithing section.
opportunity.
I am on the defensive.
Probably just got lucky. Sure already killed your Yaramas from full HP. Get fucked, I guess. A bit of a skill issue.
That went well enough, didn't it?
Pathetic. I end you. This is but one torture.
Leave this to me. Have at you. I am on the defensive. That would hit me? Ugh. What is this treachery? I am on the defensive. This is quite the bother. You must see my things.
I end you.
I must see to the wounded.
Do as you will with what's inside.
Hello, Ming Fai Tang. How are you?
A treasure chest. This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done.
Pathetic. Interlopers. I end you.
Do you think we can open it?
Opportunity. It is done.
Pathetic.
I got us. Magic power effect debuff chance with your mage spells, yes.
That went well enough, didn't it?
This is the essence of exploration. Let's go with gusto.
I end you.
How about that? I am on the defensive.
Trivial.
It seems we can still keep fighting.
Decora's strength. No!
Only Spellbind is skill level base, I believe. So I'm told.
I am on the defensive.
It's bad to learn Battlegraph on my ninja. So the thing is about Battlegraph, it doesn't have a resist chance on the action speed portion. The only monsters that resist Battlegraph are entirely immune to it, the action speed portion. So thus you can teach it to anyone. But it's probably best to put it on Alice because obviously she extends the duration so much. To give my Camille a damage spell, you can if you want to, but healers have an ability, a skill, which makes them just deal way less damage.
You made quite a showing.
All the new bosses that are becoming immune to Battlegraph. Yeah, we saw earlier today the Shadow King is immune to Battlegraph. It's because, like, action speed is a huge problem in this game. It's something in some way they have to deal with at some point. So Battlegraph only leans into that, only exacerbates it. Denaria rerun when? Whenever they do her class change. I'm not sure how many characters she is away right now.
I am on the defensive.
I don't think they intended for Battlegraph to be 100% hit. Because like the accuracy portion isn't, is it? It's due to some weird coding. And even if it wasn't 100% hit, it's still insane. Like just getting it to land is absolutely so crazy. You'd probably spam it till it landed if it wasn't 100% hit.
You have done well enough. Being careless with a familiar enemy is a quick way to die.
Disarming. It's done.
We have the initiative. Praise be to great Agora's blessing.
Dragon keeps winning, yeah.
I am on the defense. Hold no ill will.
Wizardry is doing so well right now. Yep, indeed, Milky Way.
Disarming.
Much more importantly, the COLLAB in Japan has just gone to the moon. It's done so well for them. They must be so fucking happy.
They'll not escape.
Which can only really mean good things for the player base.
I am on the defensive.
Yeah, they're great, Milky Way.
I am on the defensive.
I've spoken with the Wizardry devs a couple of times before. They're actually genuinely wonderful people. They're so passionate about this game. They love it to bits. It's their baby.
It is finished.
That battle could have been won more effectively.
Servers have been slow since she started, I see. I'm glad you're having fun, Rizal.
We have the initiative. Praise be to great Agora's blessing.
Is but one portal.
Leave this to me.
Then put a little more load
This is the essence
on the loading time. I see.
Disarming. It's done.
I end you.
I am on the defensive.
Does Divine Power affect buff then? It affects divine spells with percentage chances. So like Moraine, the undead, nuke, the undead, kill spell. That's affected by Divine Power. It affects your healing, it affects your Bardios damage and your Labardios damage.
I am on the defensive.
But it doesn't affect your buffs, no. Because they don't have like a percentage chance on them or anything. So, Elf pretty safe dismiss. Sure, if you want to. like, Elf Priest is still Divine Power. It's still a useful stat to inherit, you know? It's not like Divine Power is useless. Hey, Terra Tyrant! How you doing? Thanks so much for raiding. That's so kind of you. I hope you had a good stream. Someone was talking about you just the other day. About how you, I think it was Narkeyes. How you just beat Abyss 4 4th grade Warp 1, right? Maybe like last week? I'm really happy for you, man. It's hard getting to that point in the game. Thank you so much for following as well. It's so kind of you. Welcome on in, guys. You had a fun stream. I'm glad to hear it. What were you doing today? Oh, was it Noche? Okay. Sorry, my bad. Oh, I think you were telling me something else about Terra. I believe. You've been mentioned more than a few times, Terra. You reached Abyss 4. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of the wrong person. Yeah, maybe I've gotten people mixed up. I'm sorry. So many names. I'm so old. Be the Shadow Lord. Got a Kate Sith Max Bond. Nice. I got my Ninja Customer MC. Awesome.
Whatever.
Yeah, you're rocking out. Oh, meta. Yeah, meta. Sorry. 4-letter words. Too difficult. Yep, my bad. Thanks, Narkeyes. Terra's the guy with the great luck. Yep, you mentioned that a few times now, Noche.
We've been here before.
Yes, 3 Raven Daggers. Yeah, of course.
They'll not escape.
For past few days, necessary materials for the silver tier stuff for Relic. I need to kill more Tomberries while I farm. Cool, yeah. I'm pretty much just waiting to exchange fragments now, really. I'm just moping around. Probably getting some extra mats that we can exchange for the bits and pieces to remake the weapon when we get that far. Right now I'm just XP farming in the castle. A lot better than Ninja Cave, yeah, I bet. If you're up to Yeti, are you stuck on Yeti? Have you been farming Alabaster? Or have you just been farming COLLAB pretty much non-stop?
Quite a showing.
I am on the defensive.
Might stream your Final Fantasy 11 account. Oh, sick. Have an account, you mean Blue Mage and Geomancer? Maybe that is? I don't know the Final Fantasy 11 classes, sorry.
I am on the defensive.
Good guesses.
I suppose that's passable. Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming.
Probably Proeg if you know exactly what you're doing. Depend what the power level of your other stuff is. I think it's pretty amazing what the people who know exactly how to work every encounter can do with very little.
Go with gusto.
I am on the defensive.
So yeah, possibly. Have we had Nameless Adventures of Lie? Class from the Final Fantasy game. I think that's a little bit out of their purview. Maybe in the future, who knows? Seems they've got quite a good relationship with Final Fantasy now. Certainly with the Final Fantasy 11 director. So maybe that'll open the door to more Final Fantasy stuff in the future. It's good enough that they're keeping the COLLAB now, so that you're always going to be able to access this place. So who knows? Taru, Galka, Mithra, Levan, and Hume. Oh, those are the races of 11, right? Maybe. Yeah, who knows? Maybe in the future.
Opportunity.
Leave it to me.
I don't think I know what Taru is. Sorry. Are those check marks on the minimap? Yeah, you can place down check marks on the minimap, Milky Way. Oh god. The Lalafell race. The worst of the races. That's a poor choice. Sorry, I'm sorry to hear that. Showing mining spots. Yeah, I just have them marking the mining spots. Just to help me navigate around a little bit. I know 14, yeah. Better than 11. Yeah, goddamn, Lalafells are disgusting. They need to be burnt. Completely forgot about that mechanic, yeah. Which server? I played on Ragnarok EU, but I don't play anymore. I played up until a little way into Shadowbringers. Did what I really wanted to do in the game. Haven't tried playing it again recently, but yeah, I just don't have the lust for it anymore. Especially knowing Dawn Trail is not the best. You're a Makate. I'm an Elezen in Final Fantasy 14. I don't really like elves, but it's the lesser of the evils. Can't play a human, can you? Can't play a role-playing game and play a human. That's just wrong. It's fucked up. I feel like I did everything I wanted to do in Final Fantasy 14, you know? I saw everything I wanted to see. I did everything I wanted to do. And I completed that arc of, you know, Shadowbringers and everything. I'd rather just remember the game that way. Debated into thinking we may get an expansion about summer holiday, like an anime beach episode or something. Do you think we can open it? Not save the world for someone else. In what? Sorry, Tara? Which game?
It's done.
What could be inside?
Oh, that's what you thought for Dawn Trail. I see, I see. I haven't played it, so I can't really comment. But I've heard such awful things. Only the most fanboy of fanboys of Final Fantasy have defended Dawn Trail that I've seen. Dawn Trail made them lose. They've lost 60% of their player base over Dawn Trail, which I mean, kind of says it all. Admittedly, that is due to other factors. It's coming off of the like streamer high as people mass exodus away from WoW and COVID, but even still, it's not a good look.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
Let's look at the raiders. Yeah, I'm sure the raids are still fine.
This is a good opportunity.
I'm sure the music is great as well.
I am on the defensive.
Play Savage, cool. I did a little bit of Savage raiding, but the most fun that I had in Final Fantasy 14, sorry, was doing Necromancer as a blast. One of my favourite MMO things to have done.
Should I do it? I am on the defensive.
Quite a showing.
No, Necromancer. Terratone. As in Palace of the Dead.
An insignificant foe. All shall be dedicated unto great
Yeah.
Korra.
Yeah, I did it solo.
I am on the defensive.
It is done.
That battle could have been won more effectively on Great Agora's strength.
Do as you will with what's inside.
Nice. It's a long time ago now, though. Must be like 5 years ago. Kind of ancient history.
Pathetic.
How about that? I was mesmerized.
Not bad.
Have at you.
I am on the defensive.
Have at you.
I am on the defensive.
About the Yeti in Abyss 4. I was just saying, have you farmed Alabaster Cave at all? Or have you just been in the COLLAB dungeon? Alabaster Cave is such a good farm spot.
I hope I didn't let someone can still keep fighting.
It's the jewel of Abyss 4.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
You're farming for ore, I see, I see.
Let's go with gusto.
I end you.
I
But one torture.
don't know about mad, but it's a decent farming spot, yeah. And it gives you incredible hunting gear, which is just so good for Abyss 4. It's crazy. Just so good in general.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
A lot of the junk out of Alabaster is just earning points and buying it from the store. The 5-star stuff is nice in there, but it's really the hunting, particularly hunting boots, but also hunting gloves. They're so incredible. Oh, frozen mechanic, yeah, it's rough. Takes a lot of getting used to.
Hot meal right now.
Shall we go out again today?
Action speed 3 to 5%. Baby. Yeah, genuinely, a really bad pair of hunting boots can easily be better than a good pair of like non-hunting boots. They're actually so insane compared to previous tiers. These pickaxes, man.
A tricky one. An enemy.
Sent out by Temu.
They'll not escape.
Our traits don't match. I am on the defensive. I was mesmerized.
Perhaps I'm starting to fit
Not
in with this
paralyzed
party.
with a Miller strength.
Is a quick way to die.
One moment, please. The fly in my... Lovely. What's it? Still alive. Look at this. Eating. You know what it is? Bug nose. A little bit disoriented. Happy little guy. Crawled under my finger. I let him off the wall outside. Ah, it was a damselfly. I've never seen a damselfly. I'm sure I have seen a damselfly before. And it's a damselfly. COLLAB is here to stay. Completely harmless to humans. They eat bad bugs. They're good guys. I'm glad I saved the little bug from the water. It's probably quite happy in there. Are they aquatic? Damn, damselflies are sick, dude. They eat mosquitoes and midges. I've protected our ecosystem, friends. Don't worry about it. That's what I'm here for.
We have the initiative. Praise be to Great Agora's blessing. How about that? You.
I wouldn't bank on the Super Boss Tombury being here to stay forever. They said they would make adjustments to the NPCs and stuff. I would not be shocked if they remove the Tombury. If not all of the Tomburys, it could well happen. So just be really aware of that. They're going to change a bunch of stuff with it, but they're going to make the relic weapons still functional to farm.
Pathetic.
They really have to go to sleep. You probably should sleep. Sleep is pretty great. That's the thing, right, Terra? It might be quite limited what they can actually keep. They might not be able to keep everything.
That went well enough, didn't it?
It's a miracle they're allowed to keep anything up at all. Yeah, I would imagine they'll remove very large parts of the story, if not all of it. Miyabi? Again, speculation.
Let us end this quickly.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
I end you.
We won't know till we know.
That went well enough, didn't it?
What could be inside?
Should I do it?
I am on the defensive. Have at you.
Yeah, Final Fantasy XI still going. Still quite a big thing in Japan, certainly. Even if it's not particularly in the West anymore.
I am on the defensive.
Japan loves their Final Fantasy.
Well done, ye faithful of Great Agora.
Do as you will with what's inside.
This is a good opportunity. I am on the defensive.
No ill will.
Never played any of the Final Fantasies. It's alright, I think, but they're all
Quick way to
Do
die.
as you will with what's inside.
some are better than others.
This is a good opportunity.
Just finished all the relics, depending how much I want to chase reforging. Yeah.
I am on the defensive.
I'll be there with you soon, Vanlauret. Glad you enjoyed Shadowbringers, Miyabi.
No!
I end you.
I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive.
I hope I didn't let anyone
Careless with a
down.
familiar enemy is a quick way to die. We cannot lose as long as we
I
keep
am
our
on the
wits about
defensive.
us.
You have done
well enough.
Being careful can still keep fighting.
A quick way to die. We cannot lose as long as we keep our wits about us.
I end you.
Let's go with gusto.
Not bad.
I am on the defensive.
That battle could have been
It
won
seems
more
we can
effectively.
still keep fighting.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
Got 2 relics before they nerfed the drop rate. Oh, this is in 11 or 14. This is around
That battle could have been won more effectively.
What could be inside?
Imagine you can have 7 bondmate effects with a collab adventurer, Kate Sith, and the matching bondmate. What you can have them in addition to the 5 that you can regularly have, Mythic Foot.
This is but one torture.
That's pretty cool.
This will be your grave.
I am on the defensive.
Yeah, can you have them in addition to the 5 that you can normally have, Mythic Foot? Is that what you're saying?
Not bad.
I haven't heard anyone else mention that before.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
Yeah, with the collab characters. Cool.
Let's go with gusto.
If I reforge, do I lose the altar? If you remake Lilaria, is that what you're asking? Let's just want to get our terms very specific here. If you remake, you do not lose your alteration. You do not lose your full alteration stone bonuses. The only thing that you lose is your enhancement level. It goes all the way back down to 0. So you get to enhance again and try for better rolls.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
We cannot lose as long as we keep our wits about us.
Interlopers, I end you.
I am on the defensive.
It is finished.
Mercy to the wounded.
Yes, so to answer you again, Lilaria, if you remake, you will keep your altar, you will keep your full alteration stone. Your item will be reset to +0 and you will be able to enhance it again.
I hope I didn't let anyone down.
Relied on Great Agora's strength.
This is the essence of exploration.
Hi Miyabi, I got my hands on a ninja sword, just testing it out. Seems to give a lot of evasion. The weapon is otherwise unremarkable. Okay. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, that's just a regular steel blade. Steel ninjato.
Leave this to me.
For Shio, should I keep using her gacha weapon? No. Change to Adachi? No. You should get a proper katana, proper silver katana out of Abyss ore, and ideally an Adachi as well, and you can swap between them and have access to both of their move pools. You're probably going to be better off with just like a store-bought plus 20 katana out of the shop than you are using her gacha katana. Her gacha katana's really not that great unless you are a Leviathan and have like a plus 20 4-star purple plus 1. Key usually has evasion on it. Anything that has good blessings on it. What you're looking for on items is blessings.
What is it? Turn back?
Yeah, sounds
Whatever.
good, Terra. That is what most people do. It sounds like you're doing it right.
Let us sneak in.
Okay, everyone's RNG for gear is bad. The more you farm as well, the better your gear gets, the harder it is to find good gear. Since your gear is better and better, so there's less space for upgrading.
A tricky.
Excuse me.
Let's go with gusto.
I am on the defensive.
Nice, Shukona. Thanks, Noche. You'll get gold over time. Hoping to get some copies when I do 200 pulls for Iroi. Oh, NTE.
An enemy.
Okay.
A tricky one.
Wait. Iroi? Are you talking about Neverness to Evan?
Praise be to great Agora's blessing.
We did 200 pulls for Iroi, and you got one copy. I guess that's... Oh, that's Neverness. Okay, that is Neverness Center. Oh, cool. Congrats.
That battle could have been one more effectively in great Agora's strength. What do you think is inside?
Disarming.
It's funny, my gacha luck on my first account was horrible. On my second account, which is now my current one, is some insane luck. I love to hear that, mate.
Should I do it? I am on the defensive.
It's probably for the best, Tara.
What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
We cannot lose as long as we keep our wits about us.
I end you.
I am on the defensive. Well done, faithful of Great Agora. I must see to the wounded.
How are your chest bars so high? I have a Discipline 9 Rene with a maximum disarm trap inherit.
Let's go with gusto.
Have at you. I am on the defensive.
I'm just trying to think whether I have anything else in there. I don't think so. I don't think I have any gear modifying it or anything like that. I think it's just her discipline and inherits. She has some Aldrichs on her as well.
Disarming.
She's got quite a lot of stuff on her.
It's done.
A treasure
Do
chest?
as you will with what's inside.
It is possible to open up mimics. It's all about investment. Yeah, unfortunately for disarming traps, one of the worst parts of the game. It's really, really awkward. Like for most new players, I recommend people go into Thief with their MC and just stay there until they find a better option. Because it's so awkward to open traps as a new player. If you try to open traps with no investment, 0 discipline thieves, they fall off immediately in Abyss 3. So the only thing you can do to open traps really is to have investment in terms of discipline, or you've farmed out items like Hound Mask or that kind of thing, or you are using MC. Hello Libra, how are you? Good to see you.
Disarming. It's done.
We cannot lose as long as we keep our... Have at you! This will be your grave.
Leave this to me.
Come now, I am on the defensive. Have at you! This is quite the blessing of Agora.
Yeah, they can get Trapophobia, Miyabi.
This is quite the
If they get Trapophobia, then you have to go back to town. Or they lose it again.
Perhaps I'm starting to fit in with this.
Hi Dervis, what's up?
This is the essence of exploration.
On the second run of Abyss 2, how can I get name Octonaris? Like how do you fight him? Dervis, is that what you're asking? You need to get the knife for Melgina, which is from Gessi the Sahagin on floor... Sorry man, I did this like well over a year ago, like a year and a half ago. Floor 6, I want to say. He's right at the start, like he's by a statue. You need to first find statues or something? Paintings? Statues? Something along those lines? There's a set of them. Yeah, mermaid statues. You don't have the name revealed. Yeah, I think you need to find all the statues. Okay, you found the statues. Man, I think after that you have to go and talk to Gessi on floor 6, I want to say, the Sahagin. And he will give you a knife, or he'll have you forge a knife, I think, to take to Melgina, or something along those lines. I'm pretty sure you have to... Oh, it's not Gessi, is it? It's a different... No, it is Gessi. Yeah, I think you have to talk to Gessi. I'm pretty sure you have to talk to Gessi.
Pathetic. I was mesmerized. I am on the defensive.
It's Melgina who gets you to make a knife. Yeah, I think you have to talk to Gessi first, and then that is like a breadcrumb to Melgina. But I'm not 100% sold.
It's done.
My best advice would be to look on Faster Thoughts. I'm sure you already know, you've already seen it, but Faster Thoughts will know. Oh, you don't have the lexicon yet, Dervis. You haven't got the lexicon yet. Okay, in that case, if you haven't got that yet, you need to complete Abyss 2. After you're done, you'll be standing on the pier in Abyss 2, and there'll be a guy standing in front of you. It'll be the NPC that you've been trying to save, and you need to talk to them to give you the lexicon. This is it. This is after you get the good ending. This is not the true ending. This is the good ending. Have you done that yet?
Should I do it? Leave this.
They'll give you the lexicon.
Have at you. I am on the defensive.
Shit.
An insignificant foe. All shall be dedicated unto great Agora. I am on the defensive.
That's right, they're right in front of you. You literally can't miss them unless you purposely ignore every NPC, which unfortunately I do know a lot of people do. They're standing right in front of you when you spawn after you kill Melgina. Assuming, you know, you live. Yeah, you have to stop the bombs from blowing up the guy in round 2. There's a quest for that.
I am on the defensive. How's this? That battle could have been won more effectively. I did. Do you think we can open it?
Disarming.
Yeah. So this is Abyss 2 is a bit of a puzzle. Especially if you're trying to do it blind. So like there is a quest. I don't remember where it's from. Faster Thoughts knows. Some of these guys might remember, but I do not. There's a quest somewhere in the ship which gives you a way. I think maybe you talk to the bomber guy before or something along those lines. I can't remember. And you get a quest to basically like stop the bomber from using his bombs.
Let's go with gusto.
Have at you. I am on the defensive.
It was fun doing Abyss before there were guides. Abyss 2 before there were guides, and Abyss 1 to be honest. Adventure is actually so fun, yeah.
I am on the defensive. Oh, I must have fainted.
Trying to piece together the bits and pieces in Abyss 1 like the walnuts.
Adventuring is so fun.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming.
You want to wheel to Arena Round 2 and find the bomber. He's on the stairs next to the arena floor. I take it he gives you some sort of quest to... and then, like, you do that and then it disarms him.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
Ludi's always having a good time.
No! I am on the defensive. I hope I didn't let anyone down.
On Great Agora's strength.
Ah, yeah, I was meant to buy more pickaxes. I forgooded.
What do you think this is?
I could go for a hot meal right now.
I'm not even on gold pickaxes, Chiacona.
This filth brings to mind unpleasant memories.
Yeah, no more dens. Dens are a thing of the past.
Feel free to look around. Looking for anything in particular? Is this correct? Here you go. Thanks for that.
No, they haven't removed dens, Katakuri. Just that you won't need to do them anymore, probably, because you can just mine the COLLAB event.
Come again soon.
You can just dispatch for it as well.
Well, shall we be going?
An enemy, a tricky one.
Let's go with gusto.
Interlopers, I engine.
Won't we get better after the update? So they made it so that you can go to the exchange now and you can exchange 7 of each fragment and 7 of each attestation, which means that every single player can use those mats to exchange for 1 relic. They're very, very cheap, skill wise.
A tricky one.
Defensive.
Trivial.
You would not have relied on Great Agora's strength.
This is the essence
Yeah, it's great.
of exploration.
Where do I get a pickaxe? You get a pickaxe from the item shop in the COLLAB village. You can only get it after some things have happened. You played some of the story.
I am on the defensive. No ill will. I hope I didn't let anyone have relied on Great Agora's quick way to die. We cannot lose as long as we keep our wits about us. I dodged it. I am on the defensive. That would hit me.
It is done.
Perhaps I'm starting to fit in with this party.
Your enemy is a quick way to die.
Opportunity. I end you.
I am on the defensive. I hope I didn't let anyone down.
I will continue ignoring dispatches till the end of the game.
No! I am on the defensive.
I end you.
I am on the defensive.
Where should I focus my bonus points? I just got a red beard.
The absolute best way you can possibly use a singular Redbeard is to inherit it to your Alice. But if you really want to build him,
Disarming.
Speed, I think.
Pathetic.
Hello.
I end you.
I am on the defensive.
It is done.
I must see to the wounded. That battle could have been won more effectively.
Great Agora's strength.
What do you think is inside?
Disarming.
He is indeed very chunky.
It's done.
Should I do it?
I am on the defensive.
Just got Knight Lana yesterday. Should I use one-handed or two-handed weapon on her? Two-handed.
To the wounded. What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Rewind curse wheel before fight with this. Yeah, that's right, Dervis. You will need to rewind your curse wheel. Not necessarily, but yeah, the Abyss 2, the end of Abyss 2 is absolutely awful. I would strongly recommend you just use a guide for the whole thing. It's horrendously designed. It's so bad. It's the worst part of the game by such a ridiculously long way.
What could be inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Don't I need to shield for extra action speed? You don't need to be worried about that right now, right? If you're using any character, you just need them to hit things real hard. Sorry, it's so confusing. Damn. Sorry to hear that.
Something's here. Should I do it?
I am on the defensive.
Unfortunately, because I did it so long ago, it's really not fresh in my mind at all. It was unpleasant as well when I did it. I remember bitching about it a lot when I did it.
We have the initiative. Praise be to Great Agora's blessing.
Well done.
I am on the defensive.
Perhaps I'm starting to fit into this party. This is the essence of exploration.
What do you think is inside?
Pathetic. I am on the defensive.
Arena is so fun. Thankfully, things do get better. Yeah, it's so trash, dude. I have no good words to say about the end of Abyss 2 at all. I don't mind the town portion. In fact, I go as far as to say I quite like it. But the arena portion is all so bad. I hate every second of it. Every little thing about it is so awful. Had more fun with Ethereal recently. Yeah, don't blame you, mate. It's trash. They speedran that content out. Like, it doesn't even make any real sense. They ran out of money and just had to launch the rest of the Abyss. They just had to quickly make the rest of the Abyss, and it really shows. Yep, it just sucks. It's a scar on the face of the game. It's actually awful.
Do you think we can open it?
I didn't mind the underwater stuff. The underwater stuff I thought was, like, I wouldn't say it was fun, but it was like, it was fine. It was just like a dungeon trap. Like, different dungeons have different gimmicks, and being underwater, yeah, it was alright. It was a little bit spooky, and that was kind of fun. Yeah, Wizardry on launch was ultra bad. It was so bad. Abyss 1 was always good. It was always pretty good. It was always pretty polished. There weren't that many problems with it. Abyss 2, though, fuck me, it was so broken. Not only was it bad, but it was utterly busted. It was so broken. It just didn't work. I know it's obviously because they finished Abyss 1 first, and then they were working on Abyss 2. And Abyss 2 just was nowhere near complete when they pushed it out. Just tacked it together and said good, because they had no money and had no time. Not really their fault, the developer team, it's more Dricom's influence, but all the same.
You have done well enough. It seems like we can still keep fighting. Enemy is a quick way to die.
Yeah, Abyss 1 was great. Abyss 1 was great. Abyss 2 is awful. Awful, awful, awful. Heard that the summonable unit had the same kit as a standard unit. Yeah, so Wandering Princess Lanavale, the one that I'm using here, this Wandering Princess Lanavale, her altar, like Lana's altar, this was so confused as to what this character did when it first came out, because she was exactly the same. So people were like, oh, it's a skin? It's like a skin banner? But no, like, altar was like an entire mechanic. It just didn't work properly. Like, none of it worked. And the characters were exactly the same. Like, Lana and Wandering Princess were exactly the same. And they had to change them at a later date. And they had to refund all of the copies. One of the many, many refunds and things that they had to do.
Let's go with gusto.
To not completely fuck everyone off.
I am on the defensive. You have done well enough. Being careless with a familiar enemy is a
This is
quick
the
way to
essence
die.
of exploration.
Yeah, now she gets a mediocre active skill. Lucky. Her altar is very good, though. Like, it's extremely good. So, it's fine. UF gamers, get your gems from host join event before they run out. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're going to run out, aren't they? Good shout, loser. That was the first banner they released. It was the very first banner they released, Gosha, with the game, Wandering Lanavale. Then Gerard. Do I need a full party of good, neutral, or evil for the Final Fantasy XI event? No, you don't need it at all, Megatech. If you do the Gorgon event properly, if you do the Gorgon event successfully, then you don't need to do the door to be able to get the good or the true ending. On the good ending, so ending 2, you'll have 2 people controlled for like 3 turns on the end boss if you don't do the door properly. And on the true ending, you don't have anyone controlled because the crystals dispel it.
What could this be?
So you can completely ignore the door's mechanics if you want to. Or yeah, you can do what Azel said if you want to as well. Fighters and ninjas are pretty good. Yeah, they are. Yeah, that's right. Azel stun. Yeah, they had an altar right away, but it just seemed like it was a skin. We were like, what's this chick's deal? Like, what do we do with this other Lana? Like, she's exactly the same. And what's going on? And then they were like, actually, she's a merge. It's like, okay, that's great, but she's still exactly the same. So if we now use this merge mechanic, like, what does it do? And then they were like, oh shit, she should have different stats. And we're like, oh, okay. And they had to refund like all of the copies of it. It was very odd. See you later, Katakuri. Take care of yourself, man.
What could be inside?
No, they had to redo Altar I think it was 4 times in total they redid Alter until it was in the state that it's in now. They had to rework it 4 times, I believe, because it was so awfully, like, it made no sense. And people just felt like they were getting shafted when they merged because, like, it was fucking up stats, and yeah, it was a absolute crapshoot, like, total mess. Much like many aspects of the game.
Disarming.
Yeah, that's right.
It's done.
That's right, Azelstan. Wizardry, like, as great as this game is, and how,
opportunity.
you know, how amazing its, like, story has been, and how it just gets more and more and more and more and more popular rather than less and less and less. It has probably the worst launch of any gacha I've ever seen. And the fact that it stayed alive was only a testament to how much the devoted players wanted this game to stick around. They wanted to play it. Because I think any other game, it wouldn't have survived. There's just no way. The game was broken. People's accounts were just getting bricked left and right. Like, they literally couldn't access the game. They were getting stuck and unable to play. Just constantly. Dozens, hundreds of people every single day. Just no way it should have made it. But it did. There's no chance of it happening in the West, Rag. All of its success really is in Japan. But we are very lucky in that we are on Japanese servers. Thank God we're on Japanese servers, and they really want to make a go of the West. They want to keep trying to break into the West with Wizardry. Daphne's their sharpest knife at the moment for doing that. But it's never going to be, like, popular in the West. Like, the West just don't really like these sorts of games. It's not really their thing. But that said, you know, the Final Fantasy collab, we've had double the amount of players on Steam that we usually do. Well, pretty much the whole of the collab. Played the game, quit the game, came back. Yeah, the fact that you came back at all, Hassan, I think says a lot, right? Because it's a game that isn't really reproduced by anything else. So you can't really go anywhere else to get the experience that you can get out of Daphne. It's not something that has ever existed before, and it is not something that will ever exist ever again once this game eventually meets a grisly end, no doubt. Yeah, there's no rush to keep up. Like, you're not missing out on anything. It's just a single-player game. You can just play it at your own pace. There are no leaderboards. There's no comparison to other people other than what you see in, like, Twitch chat or Discord or whatever. There's, like, nothing in the game to compare yourself to other people. Just making your own progress, steadily chunking your way through stuff. So many people who play this game just play it really ultra casually. Just playing through Abyss 2, Abyss 3.
I am on the defensive. Have at you.
The only other two games, there are lots of games that are like this kind of format, right, Azelstan? Like, you know, Dungeon Crawlers, Blobbers, but games that are gachas, that are live service, that are like this, I think there might be a couple in Japan, but there are none in global. And they're not Wizardry branded, so, like, this is a big deal in Japan as well. Another Eden and Octopath aren't really like this though, are they? Like, they're just gachas, they're just turn-based gachas, they're not really anything like this. They're not blobbers, they're not dungeon crawlers. There are loads of games that are like another Eden and Octopath. Yeah, Gearing Ninja is super hard, Nervous. Yeah, there are loads of games like that, like Granblue Fantasy, obviously, Fate Grand Order. They're probably the primest examples of those sorts of games.
I am on the defensive.
Happy to spend money? Yeah, I mean, you just play for it, you pay for whatever you want, play as much as you want.
That would hit me. What is this? I am on the defensive.
Let us end this quickly.
This
This is quite the bother.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the non-gacha version of Another Eden. I played Another Eden for about 3 months, 2.5 months, something like that, and like, it was kind of fun. I liked the combat system more than I thought I would. But what really got me to stop was just the amount of text there was and no skip button. All of those side stories with no skip button, man, brutal. Unvoiced, like completely unvoiced. The whole game unvoiced, like no skip button. Endless novels of text. Just brutal. And it really wasn't good writing either, the side story stuff. The main story stuff was alright, or decent even. But the side story stuff, damn brutal. Yeah, it's kind of similar to what they did with Octopath Zero. And Octopath Zero had kind of mixed reviews. Like, obviously, a lot of people were quite disappointed in it. Some people really liked it. Kind of your own taste, but yeah, we'll see if Another Eden is the same. Hope the new Langrisser is at least decent. Oh, I don't know, man. I hope it is, but yeah, that was a real crapshoot. We're gonna have to wait and see. The Chinese beta for that closed beta test is in a week or so, so some of the devoted players will probably try and play on that, like global players will probably try and play on that. We might get some more info about what the game is like. There are so many question marks about that game. Like, is it going to try and do the Apex Arena PvP thing? Like, and if so, what kind of monetization are we going to see? What kind of sharding system are we going to see? Like, how are dupes going to be handled? And if those are handled badly in a PvP gacha, like it's fucking DOA, like absolute DOA. It's so hard to get to launch a PvP gacha nowadays. PvP gachas are not in, not at all. Final Fantasy Resonance, is that a gacha? If it's a gacha, that's fucking dead. That's EOS bait. Square Enix, isn't it?
I suppose that's passable. This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done.
Ah, I see. It's a remake of Exvius. Interesting. I'd quite like to play that. I'd quite like to see that as well. When is that coming out? Anytime soon?
I am on the defensive.
They learned their lesson. They did not learn their lesson, Hassan. They don't give a fuck. They like money. They will continue to make gacha after gacha after gacha and then immediately shut them down because that's how you make money. They haven't learned shit. They will copy best solutions from Langrisser, my fellows from War of the Vision crew wanted to try, but their competitive nature won't allow them to jump into a 6-year-old game with no way to catch up. What, Langrisser? Yeah. So Langrisser Mobile is, in my opinion, by far the best PvP gacha there has ever been. They did such a good job with it. The balance was impeccable for a really long time, and they managed to weigh up PvPE and PvP. The Apex Arena format is so good. Like, having a fixed box means that newer players can actually get into the game because they don't get left behind, as they're not forever playing catch-up. You just catch up with the units that are relevant at the time, and you're good. Like, you don't need to have this broad roster of 1 million units from Aeons torn apart, you know? So much so that free-to-play players were constantly in the top 8 of the top 256 every single season. Multiple free-to-play players.
Disarming.
It was such a good system. But like, whether they'll use any of that, I don't know. Sea of Sword is run by Blackjack Studios. Blackjack Studios is a subsidiary company of Slong Games. Slong Games are the makers of Langrisser Mobile. So there definitely is the connection there, but who knows what they'll use, how greedy they'll get. We saw Blackjack Studios make Arkland some years ago, like 3 years ago or something, and that game was ultra greedy. They were so greedy, and it killed the game. Like, it was basically a new Langrisser aimed towards going into global. It never even made it to global because the game was so greedy. So, like, I don't know, man. I'm not sure. It's hard to say. We'll have to wait and see. I really hope for the best for her. I'd love to see Langrisser do well again. I'd love to play it as well. But whether or not I will, I don't know.
It is finished.
Come, wet my blade.
Suikoden Starleap looks amazing. Looks actually so good. It looks like it's just a single player game experience. It's got like 50 plus hours of single player game experience on it by the looks of things. But man, I don't know if and when it will come to global.
Hopefully there'll be some young ladies.
And when it does, I don't know how long it will last in global.
Let's go with gusto. Leave this to me.
But fingers crossed. Yeah, it's a gacha. But like it's a single player game with the gacha system's like external to it. The gacha system is all like bringing in characters from other parts of the world, from like different Suikodens. I don't know how well it will do in global. Like, it's a game with a Japanese only server right now, so I don't know, man. Definitely see that EOS in pretty quickly. Maybe Hazel Stunt. Maybe.
A job well done.
I think anyone in their right mind would rather play a single player game than play Genshin Impact. Yeah, maybe Hazel Stunt. Possible.
Let us sneak in.
I don't know how Konami run gachas. That's the problem. Like, Konami haven't really made that many gachas in the past. And the reason why they're pushing Suikoden is because they're trying to actually reignite the Suikoden series by the looks of things. They're making like a Suikoden 2, which is the most beloved game of the series, anime. Like, they seem to have invested quite a lot into it. They're really interested, I think, in reigniting the whole Suikoden thing.
An enemy, a tricky one.
Remembering they make games. I don't know about that. We'll see about that.
We cannot lose as long
But
as we keep our wits
for the
about
gacha fiends out there, the game is 5% SSR rate, which is a good start because that means it isn't greedy as all fuck. It means it's not trying to Hoyo stuff.
What do you think is inside?
Open world Genshin-esque Suikoden can run, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
An enemy, a tricky one.
Should I do it? Yeah! Our traits don't match.
I don't think you were summoned, Quantum. Not with your SSR rate, mate. I hope you have fun with it, Miyabi.
Disarming.
5% gacha rate, yeah, in Suikoden Starleap. Hoyo cares about me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's important that I support them and continue to make great games. Yeah, true. Thanks for fighting the good fight, mate.
I end you.
I am on the defensive. I hope I
Quantum, you're not allowed to pick up new gachas until you dump 3 gachas.
Opportunity. Interlopers. I end you. This is Buster.
I am on the defensive. This! I am on the defensive.
Come on. It is done.
Zavoldo. .5% event rates have so much variance, yeah. Wizardry every 10 pull on bones 2 gives me a legendary. Loyalty banner always average 2 to 3 per 100 pulls, yeah. Still, I'd rather have 5% than 0.5%. Personally.
I end you. This is but one torture.
But he hasn't dumped any of the gachas, has he, Ariatel? That's the issue. He's got the perfect opportunity. He's got the clarity right now to just rip away all of those gachas. No. He doesn't even log into most of them.
I am on the defensive. Have at you.
I end you.
He is the ultimate seasonal, it's true. He's the kind of American tourist that all of the European locals absolutely detest. The second they turn their backs, making faces at them.
It's done.
Oh, a treasure chest?
Let's go with gusto.
Oh nice, we've got an Arbos Omega anima, we need those.
I end you.
Genuinely need those. No wonder our raids have been so bad on EU. There must be that.
I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive.
Quantum wouldn't quit Silver and Blood after he literally wasn't allowed to access the game anymore. For like 3 weeks or something. That's how hard it is to rip Quantum away from a gacha. Like, they literally made it so he couldn't access the game. So nobody in that region could access the game. He still wouldn't let it go.
This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming.
He's down bad.
It's done.
Let's go with gusto.
I end you.
Yeah, no doubt, Colin, no doubt. Since Final Fantasy doing so well, I'm more confident of development for the COLLAB heritage. Yeah, I think we talked about that a little bit, Hassan. I think it definitely gives a bit of security for the COLLAB characters. It's potentially easier for them to do a collab in the future as well because, much like Blade and Bastard, they can reuse this place. They can reuse this place for some or all of the collab. Oh shit! Didn't see the tombery. My bad, my bad.
This too is God's will.
He swiped like 1k on that game. Really? On Silver and Blood, Twitch, really? Fucking hell.
Tis the power of darkness.
Of course not, you mad. I don't know, man. I don't know what you get up to in your free time.
This is the essence of exploration.
So here's a little story about Silver and Blood. Before Silver and Blood came out, I was contacted by a Silver and Blood representative. Reached out to me and was like, hey, we'd like to sponsor you to play our gacha. As happens quite a lot. And much like in most cases, I turned them down. But in this particular instance, I turned them down very hard because I was like, hey, I'd be happy to do this. I'd be happy to have a look at your game. I will preface that I am going to, although I will present your game with respect, I'm gonna want to be able to have an element of honesty in what I'm saying when I look over your game and when I represent your game. And they were like, no, absolutely not. This is completely unacceptable. We will be providing you a script of everything that you need to say about the game, and you will not deviate from it. And I was like, no, go fuck yourself.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
I've never had a company so brazenly be like, no, you will have no freedom of speech whatsoever during the segment. You will say exactly what you want you to and nothing more. I was like, oh, no, absolutely not. No, definitely not.
I hope I didn't let anyone down.
Relied on Great Agora's strength. Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming.
I turn down every collab, I turn down every sponsor I get, really, because I'm never comfortable with saying anything that isn't reasonably honest. I have to like already like a game. I have to know I already like a game to do a sponsorship for it, really. That doesn't come up that much.
I am on the defensive. This is quite the blessing of Agora. This! This is quite the blessing of Agora.
I suppose that's passable.
What could be inside?
Upset Sumi in Abyss 5. The ninja thing that Lion is? Maybe. Who can truly say? I doubt they'll do it in Abyss 5. It's isn't it a Final Fantasy class or something? I don't know, I'm not sure.
Pathetic.
Is there an ability?
I am on the defensive.
I'm not sure. The ninja spell. Ah, yeah, maybe. Who knows? They might be saving it for her.
I hope I didn't let anyone down. Great Agora's quick way to die.
If it's a permanent evade review says it's very powerful. I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe.
A fly's faster.
A fly's faster.
May you have a... It is finished.
I'm not surprised by that at all, Citizen. Having blanket evasion on stuff is dangerous.
We have the initiative. Praise be to Great Agora's blessing.
I am on the defensive.
Not bad.
Maybe if they ever make Lion, they'll let her have it. She'll be really busted.
This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done.
Time for our thing yet? No, not yet. Makes sense to see. Hello, son. How are you?
It is done.
You have done well enough. Great Agora is clean. Familiar enemy is a quick way to die. Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
MT sweep. I only did that very recently, loser, because I needed an unholy amount of Genesis fragments, and I was like, oh, well, I need so many fragments, I guess I might as well just do this. I didn't really want to do it, but here we are.
There's something here.
A job well done.
Good chilling a bit in chat before bed. Ah, cool. I hope you sleep well.
when you get off to Dreamland. A Dreamland.
Let us sneak in. Infiltrating. An enemy. A tricky one.
Should I do it? I am on the defensive.
You made quite a showing.
A fly swatter. I am on the defensive. I am on the
Where's my malice fragment sweep? That's what I want to know.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
Oh, a treasure chest? They'll not escape.
We have Dread Barrage tomorrow. Dread Barrage. I don't really know exactly what to expect for that. People have told me some bits and pieces.
It is finished.
From what I understand, there's a limit to how much you actually need to do it. Like until your crew is capped. That was my takeaway from it. Yeah, it's the other crew event, indeed. No. It's like much less intense, I think, than Guild War.
I am on the defensive.
Uniting fights.
It is finished.
That battle could have been won more effectively in Great Agora's strength. Do you think we can open it?
It sounded like it's a glorified boxing event. Got you. Thanks, Trunk Monkey.
We cannot lose as long as we keep our wits about us. Leave it to me.
So I think you can hit a certain point with your guild where like you're getting the max rewards, and that's kind of it. And like after that, it doesn't really matter too much.
Perhaps I'm starting to
Yeah, with badges.
What could be inside?
Disarming. It's done.
We're getting some sweet fire quartz, won't we? Who doesn't need fire quartz still? I'd kind of hoped to make my draconic for water before this, but I couldn't get enough hexa cards.
You have done well enough.
Great Agora, we can still keep fighting.
Do as you will with what's inside.
Something's here. We cannot lose as long as we keep
You
our
actually
wits
need
about us.
fire quartz? Jesus.
I am on the defensive.
It is done.
Personal goal around 1.4 million honors or so, and your crew has a hits total of 45 mil. Ah, sounds fine, yeah. Daily crystal raids, 2 in Dread Barrage. Ah, cool. Thanks, son. 45 million crew score and 1.4 million personal score on its GG's. Thank you, Vicky. Appreciate it.
I am on the defensive.
It is done.
I have 3 draconics done. I have light.
Perhaps I'm starting to fit in with this.
I wish I didn't have to make light, but I did make light. Light, fire, and wind.
Disarming. It's done.
Yucky light. Ugh. Actually gross.
They'll not escape. Have at you. This will be your grave.
I didn't really make a light team. I've had the light team done for a while. I mean, it's not a great team, but it's there. It's alive. I wish I wasn't a light player trapped by seasonals. Oh, brutal.
Well done, ye faithful of Great Agora. This.
What's the Best use for lesser full alteration stones. So they're great for the mastering. Very specifically, they're fantastic for the mastering, not the class masterings. The mastering.
What do you think is
They are also good for gear that's like, it's good enough, and you'd like it to be better, and you like to wear it, but you're not willing to commit a full alteration stone to it.
Let's go with gusto.
Shit, loser. Does it feed you... The real problem is, loser, if it doesn't feed you a 150 Seaphon, then wind ain't for you, real.
This is the essence of exploration.
Yeah, 110. No, you don't need to 110 all the evokers. You need to 100 all of the Eternals. Yeah, I'd save them for the mastering. I'm glad, son. Primals are not happening for me. I'll be lucky to get enough Eternity Sand to be able to build out. I'm not even going to be able to make Luminera 150, 200, whatever, 250.
Let's go with gusto.
Not happening.
I am on the defensive.
Not bad.
I must see to the wounded.
Oh, I can't really see myself doing any more Eternals. After we're done with Tien and Neon.
What's inside? Disarming.
Yeah, Records of the 10 is the week after Dread Barrage, is it not?
It's done.
I need to get rings out of that really badly. We're very, very light on rings. Burnt through a lot of rings.
Let's go with gusto.
I am on the defensive.
Trivial.
It seems we can still keep fighting.
What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
I think I need to go and exchange my... maybe we need a little bit longer.
Should I do it?
Leave this to
My
me.
fraggies.
I am on the defensive. Take this! I am on the defensive.
Did you get the crystals? I did. I did get the crystals.
This is the essence of exploration.
We have the initiative. Praise be to greater God.
Blessing in your grave. I am on the defensive.
Finished all your world IDNs. I almost finished my world IDNs today. We need 46 more.
I am on the defensive.
This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done.
Pull 4 of Benias and they were all no IV. That's awkward.
What is it?
That was scary.
Can't have a look, but I think still another few minutes on it. Oh well, at least they weren't Vit IV. That's probably worse. Piety IV, IQ IV, because it's pulling stats from other places, isn't it? We're not there yet. About another 10 minutes, I think.
Onward. Let us be off.
A tricky one.
Let's go with gusto. You made quite a showing.
I am on the defensive. I hope I didn't let anyone down.
On Great Agora's strength.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
It's okay, you don't need to really, Bloodus. It doesn't really matter that much. People will massively overblow IVs and make a big deal out of them. But they are just a tiny, minuscule amount of player power.
Pathetic.
Don't worry about it. It's the kind of thing that's like, if you can min-max it, like, great, cool, but you won't even notice it. You won't even notice it. Really doesn't matter.
We can still keep fighting. What do you think is inside?
An insignificant foe. All shall be dedicated unto. I am on the defensive.
Trivial.
Being careless with a familiar enemy is a quick
What
way
could
to
be
die.
inside?
Disarming. It's done.
An insignificant
Force
foe.
epic cessity with attack sender surety. Sure, man.
I am on the defensive.
Wait until I crack my junk, I'll have a bunch of them. Don't you worry. They'll be flying your way.
Perhaps I'm starting to fit into this party.
Strength.
No!
I am on the defensive.
It is finished. This is the essence of exploration.
It's done.
You can get random stats as you level up in this game anyway, so like everyone's characters are bricks, don't worry about it.
An insignificant foe. All shall
Really, dual dagger can work with high evasion, right? So she's gonna be front row. Want to test the relic? Yeah. Sure. Rene's actually kind of a dagger specialist, sort of.
Should I do it? Leave it to me.
Pretty minor part of her kit, but yeah, kind of.
I am on the defensive.
You made quite a showing. Oh my.
Flies faster.
I am on the defensive.
Not bad.
Perhaps I'm starting to fit in with this party.
What do you think is inside?
This is a good opportunity. Come now, while it lasts.
I am on the defensive.
Trivial.
Dealing careless with a familiar enemy is
Do
a
as you
quick
will
way to
with what's
die.
inside. Disarming. It's done.
We have the initiative. Praise be to greater God.
I am on the defensive.
Praise be to great Agora!
What do you think is inside?
I end you. This is but one torture.
Perhaps I'm starting to fit in with this party.
On Great Agora's strength.
So saith the wise
An insignificant
Alunda.
foe. I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive.
What could be inside?
Disarming. It's done.
They'll not escape. I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive. Hold no ill will.
Trivial.
We need being careless with a familiar enemy. What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Opportunity. I end you.
Boom, bada, bada, boom.
I am on the defensive. What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Is it not treasure?
insignificant foe. All shall be dedicated unto great Agora. I am on the defensive. How's this? I must see to the wounded. You have done well enough.
Great Agora, we can still keep fighting.
We cannot lose as long as we keep our wits about us. I am on the defensive. It is done.
Do as you will with what's inside.
No! Leave this to me. Have at you. I am on the defensive.
Trivial.
We need not have relied on Great Agora's strength.
What could be inside?
Ow.
What could be inside?
Ow.
Disarming. It's done.
What are you up to? Oh, sweetie.
What could this be?
What? Knowing about the bug.
Yeah.
How are you gonna get that? You have some kind of superpower? To fly up there?
She's mad. The insect is out of her reach. She's just going like... losing it.
Stop it! Don't be like that.
Sitting and
I
watching
could
it.
go for a hot meal right now.
She's having a wonderful time back there. Right, I think we should be able to do these again now. Excellent. We're in the money. Okay, we have 2 more fragments left to trade in. Snarled and Divine. No, not those. Although it would actually be kind of fine if we did. Ooh. Back out we go.
We've been here before.
A tricky one.
This is a good opportunity.
When's the Great Castle Northwest Junk opening stream? I don't know, we'll have to eventually. Not anytime soon. Not this week.
Do you think we can open it?
Really don't want to have to do that. But I will have to.
An insignificant foe. All shall be dedicated unto great Agora.
Not bad.
I am on the defensive.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
Let's go with gusto.
I don't know how much junk we have lying around. We have a bunch of like church ground stuff. Plus some alabaster probably. And then a bunch of shit from here.
Trivial.
Being careless with a familiar enemy is a quick way to die.
Opportunity. I end you.
Come down while it lasts.
I am on the defensive.
I must see to the wounded.
You have done well enough.
My Agora can still keep fighting.
We
No,
have the
honey, I
initiative.
know it's an
Praise
insect that you
great
can't
Agora.
get to.
While it lasts.
I know.
I am on the defensive.
It's traumatic for little kiddies, isn't it? Come on. On my lap.
I am on the defensive.
Settle down.
It is done. Trivial.
We need not have relied on Great Agora's strength. An insignificant foe. All shall be dedicated. I am on the defensive.
That went well enough, didn't it?
Let's go with gusto.
I end you.
I am on the defensive.
Does the castle junk drop 4-star silver? Yes, the Fey junk does.
Being careless with a familiar enemy is a quick way to die. Do you think we can open it?
Pathetic.
Where's the Tombury King? I don't actually know anymore. They moved him around too much. I have no idea. You find him on the south,
Perhaps I'm starting to feel
north, northeast, I think, portion of floor 5. You like see him around a corner behind you. That's the flag for it. And then after that, he appears on first floor, second floor? I don't know anymore. He was appearing all over the place when he wasn't meant to be in. Anyone know? Anyone can help out our dearest friend Genazad? I haven't looked for him since the update. We cleared all the floors multiple times. I haven't seen him anywhere.
I end you. This is but one torture.
Yeah, so in short, sorry Jenna, that I have no fucking idea.
I am on the defensive. Well done, ye faithful of Great Agora.
Am I crazy, or is third run boss total RNG or something? Yeah, so there's like a bug with him, Genazad. Shocker, I know. Bug in Wizardry, whoever would have called it. Where if you damage him too much on the implosion, he doesn't die. And then he implodes you again. And yeah, the implosion does your life minus 1 HP if you're dying to the first implosion.
Disarming.
It does damage equal to your HP minus 1. So if you are not completely top, then you die instantly. Yeah, there's some bugs going on with him. It seems. Yeah, you just need to make sure you top yourself. It sounds really bad when I put it like that. You top your HP off. Yeah, that's better.
Perhaps I'm starting to fit in with this party.
You still need to top yourself.
What do you think is
Something
inside?
else. We do, Rag. Yeah, there's 3 different routes. It's pretty easy to top that, Lisa, to be honest. It's not a high fucking bar, is it, mate?
Let us be off. What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Oh boy. Wow, 3 hits with that pickaxe. Be a money maker.
Is it not treasure? Do you think we can open it?
Disarming.
So I was told earlier that apparently COLLAB characters can actually equip those bondmates from the event. One of those bondmates from the event and Kate Sith without it taking up a slot. Can anyone confirm that? So you can actually have 7 bondmates apparently on a COLLAB character. Yeah, thanks, Ib.
That battle could have been won more effectively on Great Agora's strength.
Pathetic. I am on the defensive. Have at you.
The bondmates offer 2 skills to the appropriate character. Is that what you mean? No. I was told earlier that you can equip them additionally on top of regular bondmates on those characters. So you can have more than 5 characters, more than 5 bondmates equipped to those characters, as they do not take up a slot. This is just what I was told earlier. I was a little skeptical, but I couldn't test it myself.
We cannot lose as long as we keep our wits about us. How about that?
Yep, 5 additional bondmates on top of personal plus Kate Sith, apparently.
On the defensive.
It does sound very wacky. 7 effects, maybe, Citizen. That is probably what he meant. It does sound like Reddit, doesn't it? That's why I was a little skeptical.
Should I do it?
I end you. This is but one torture.
Fake news. Thanks, Sib. Like, I reaffirmed with him multiple times. I was like, you mean actually have 2 extra bond mates equipped? And he was like, yes. I was like, are you sure? They're like, yes. Okay. I don't know, Twestry. I don't know, mate. Thanks for confirming, guys. You saw a Japanese tweet of it. Ugh.
This is quite the
The misinformation in this game is so rife. It's hard to keep a handle on it all. Whenever anything new happens, there are like 17 people telling different things.
Opportunity.
I am on the defensive.
I think Kate maxes at 1, doesn't it? I don't actually know. So again, someone else told me that earlier. You can share chairs, yeah, sure. No, max is 5. Okay, fantastic. Great dispelling. It's bugged that it says max. Thanks, Genazad. It says 1, but you've heard it's 5. Excellent.
Not bad.
I love fake news. I love people telling me things that they swear are true, but not having any fucking clue what they're talking about. That is very fun. I'll have you at 5 if you're not careful, Twestry.
I am on the defensive.
You watch yourself, mate.
Do you think we can open it?
Well, that's why I'm checking them. If I asked for screenshots every time someone fucking claims something in chat, then I would just be inundated with screenshots. Just be looking at screenshots permanently. Just like, can you prove it with a screenshot? Oh, Jesus Christ.
Opportunity.
Especially would never lie to me.
I am on the defensive.
So just ask people later on who will actually know.
You have done well enough. Great awareness with a familiar enemy is a quick way.
I do generally know whether Tweshwi... Generally, I know whether Tweshwi is just bullshitting or whether he's actually telling the truth. He only has 2 modes. Like, complete and utter unsolicited bullshit and 100% truth. There's nothing in between.
What do you think this is?
Tombury triggers on floor 5. Yeah, hold on. I think I can probably show on the map. I'm running back and forth here. I don't know why I didn't open that in the first place. I might have brain damage. Right, it's nothing new.
Let us sneak in.
It's here, right? I'm pretty sure it's up here. You walk up this corridor, and around about here, there's a trigger where you see something around the corner behind you, and that's the trigger. But I don't think we know where you're meant to encounter the Tombury now, the Tombury King. Because they've moved him once again, as he wasn't... I don't think he was intended to be in the places that he was in to begin with. And fuck knows where he is now.
A tricky one.
Don't know if anyone's figured it out yet. But I don't think anyone here has. You killed everything. Yeah, hopefully if you find him, Genocide, please do let me know. I'd love to know where he is. Maybe the Wizardry Discord's cracked it by now, I don't know.
Disarming. It's done.
An insignificant foe. All shall. I am on the defensive.
Trivial.
We need not ride on Great Agora's strength.
I should do my Limbus mirror dungeon, shouldn't I? That is today. Gotta keep those gacha chores under control.
This is a good opportunity.
I end you.
Mine a million times, never got anything. Yeah. I haven't seen any alteration stones myself. Admittedly, I haven't done it a huge amount. I mean, I've seen a couple of refinement stones. About it.
Opportunity.
How about that?
Any idea what to do with this?
I am on the defensive.
Wow. Yeah, probably like full alteration stone it if you have one. You could use it as is on a samurai.
I hope I didn't let anyone careless with a familiar enemy.
Alter the evasion. It's decent enough as it is, but yeah, you could full alteration stone that, make a real beast item. Pretty good, Rickrollable. Pretty good.
This is a good opportunity.
I am on the defensive.
How dare you play games not on stream? Oh my god. Genozad the criminal. How fucking dare you? Unbelievable. Jesus Christ.
What could be inside?
Disarming.
You found him? You already found him, Genocide. Where is he? Problem with FAS on accessories is the possible blessing rolls. Everything under the sun. Yeah, that is the only issue. You may be throwing your FAS into the void. It spawns where you set on the map. Really? Really? Interesting. You have to kill, yeah, you have to kill like 10 Tomberries or something in one run, or 15 Tomberries or something like that. Oh, he just walks towards you. I see. So I guess that's his new spawn for Quentin. He just slowly walks towards you. Ah, cool. He is pretty difficult. Yeah, he spawns a lot of Tomberries, which you have to like kind of ignore, and you have to pelt him with ranged attacks. It's kind of awkward. Ah, you could use to battle him when you encounter him now in that corridor. Ah, good to know. Thanks, Coffee Brains. He doesn't spam Grudge, but he summons lots of Tomberries that do. So you've got to be controlling all the Tomberries that he's spawning while trying to kill him.
I am on the defensive.
Tawny B, Tawny B.
While it lasts.
Hiya! 'Tis the power of darkness. I must see to the wounded.
Perhaps I'm starting to fit into this party.
Does Yuzu Charm work on them? I do not know. I do not have Yuzu. I've never seen the Kunai Charm, so I presume not. Oh, he does use Grudge, does he? Yeah, I thought he just spammed Tomberries. Maybe he's different now. Oh, were you hitting him, Genocide? Were you hitting him with melee weapons? That's probably why. Sorry, I should have said. Yeah, if you melee any Tombury, it will start grudging you. I assume he probably does too. I didn't even, when I messed around with Tombury King, I didn't even hit the, I didn't even try to melee him.
Disarming.
Yeah, you got to kill him while dealing with the ads.
It's done.
Grudge all the way to the title screen.
Should I do it?
Interlopers, I end you.
I am on the defensive. Have at you.
Trivial.
We need not to rely on Great Agora's strength.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
This is a good opportunity.
I end you.
Have at you. I am on the defensive.
Yeah, you can also use Moonlit Pool of the White Demon. You can use Kunai's, obviously. Anything, any ranged attack, it's fine. Magic. Like True Words of Fire was very useful against him.
I am on the defensive.
It's pretty chill.
I was mesmerized.
I am on the defensive.
The Tomburys are very easily sleepable, so you just kind of really ignore them.
I hope I didn't let
Not
anyone
relied
down.
on Great Agora's strength.
Do as you will with what's inside.
Throw 3 fighters with 140 of them. You could do that also. Yeah, you can use any kind of ranged attacks. They don't care about ranged attacks. They only grudge you if you melee them.
How about that?
Leave this to have at you. I am on the defensive.
It is done.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
They'll not escape.
I end you.
Have at you. I am on the defensive. I must see to the wounded.
Trivial.
We need not have relied on Great Agora's
fighting.
I end you.
I am on the defensive.
Pickle ninjas, is it instant killable? Is it criticalable? Really? The Tombury King? Dropped.
An insignificant foe. All I am on the defensive.
Trivial. It seems we can still keep fighting.
What is this?
You just killed him. The grudge one shot is annoying. Yeah, if you melee him, he will grudge you. Right, Bill. I need to do Limbus. I need to do my Limbus mirror dungeon. Oh, so that'll be hanging over my head all week. No good, is it? See if we can dual wield here. Is it normal to not be able to 200% the COLLAB battle pass? Yeah, it is right now, Warthog guy. If you're free to play and you don't have the battle pass, for some reason you can't max it. Now that might mean that they're gonna add something else in the future, and the COLLAB isn't quite finished yet. But we don't know. It could be a clerical error. A clerical error. They might have miscounted. It's definitely possible.
Shall we go out again today?
I can do my dailies while I'm at it. Holy moly. You killed him. Nice job, Jenna. Destroyed him. Yeah, he's not really that hard. He's only like he's a mini boss really at best. He's just very gimmicky. Good job.
This way, right?
And a tricky one.
We have the initiative. Praise be to great Agora's blessing.
I am on the defensive. Well done.
Whoa. That was a little close. Sorry, that's gonna destroy my Okay, hold on. Let me try and fix the camera. I'm trying to pull the monitor up as it was hooked around the back of the desk. Hold on. Woohoo! It was a little spicy.
This is the essence of exploration.
Now hold on just a second. I like sexies. Sorry about that. We had a near catastrophic incident. It's alright, these things happen. It's okay, I'm still here, Just had a minor mishap, that's all. A minor problem.
It's done.
A treasure chest.
What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
What are you farming the event for? I've actually already got all the fragments and stuff that I need. I just, I haven't had time to hand them all in, so I'm just kind of waiting on that. The bits and pieces that I farm extra, I'll just eventually turn them into some gills so that we can buy the skill books and the bones. I haven't really farmed the event that much. Or anywhere as much as I would have liked to. Have you farmed it very much, Jenna? I imagine you're a very busy man. You don't have time for such things. I'm surprised you have time to kill the Tombury King. Basically done, nice. Hey, did you finish all the relics? I'm just still waiting to turn them in. You got a 4-star set. Oh, did you build Prish in the end? Are you using Prish? Are you enjoying her? Most of the people I've seen who've used Prish really like her. Just need the bow finish, yeah, sure. I think I'm missing the fragments for two relics. Yeah, she's fun. She is really fun. I am not surprised. There's a lot of damage as well. Zide was the one who really surprised me though. Zide is actually like mega damage. The guy's kind of cracks out. His steroid is ridiculous.
You have done well enough. Do you think we can open it?
Benny sold a worth a combo. Yeah, that would be sweet. Did you get a 3-fold mist on her, Genazad, from Rene Alta? Because 3-fold mist stacks her combo 3 times. Stacks her what's it called? Impetus? No. Whatever the term is. I have one but I haven't put it on yet. Yeah, it's incredible on her. Oh, it is impetus. I didn't just make that up. Damn. I was like, there's no way it's called that.
Perhaps I'm starting to fit in with this party.
What could be inside?
Nah, it doesn't stack her skill chain, it stacks her impetus. Yeah, it's really, really powerful for her. It cuts her, on any 3-target fight, it cuts her ramp up massively. I don't have the numbers on it, it's a lot though. It's quite a lot. And it scales well as well if you level up the skill that gives it. I've seen the numbers a few times, but I haven't taken note of them. It's quite a lot.
Should I do it? Come now. I am on the defensive. Have at you. Well done.
It's not adjusted. It definitely hits harder on me for Rene than it does for my other characters.
I hope I didn't let anyone down on Great Agora's strength. What do you think is inside?
But it holds up really well on other characters. It doesn't seem like the drop-off is anywhere near as much.
We cannot lose as long as we keep our wits about us.
If Capisaur was here, he'd have the numbers for for Impetus. If you ever catch Capisaur, he'll know. Unfortunately, he doesn't seem to be here right now.
What do you think is inside?
It's a lot, though.
Let's go with gusto.
I am on the defensive. I touched it?
It's always fun trying to piece together info in this game. Codexing it, yeah. I think Capisaur is currently codexing the Impetus. It's very powerful. Just a load of flat stats.
I am on the defensive. This! Well done, ye faithful of Great Agora.
That went well enough, didn't it?
We cannot lose as long as we keep our wits about
Tawny
us.
B. Oh, he has it pinned on the Discord, does he? Is there any chance you could retrieve that, Ziv?
I am on the defensive.
Yeah, you really want to... She's going to scale just better and better. The more attack you can get on her, the more she's going to do, really. She scales incredibly with attack. So you want to invest her as much as you possibly can, really.
I hope I can hold out. I will endure.
Now, while it lasts.
Hiya! It is the power of darkness. I must see to the wounded.
Do as you will with what's inside.
Just a guesstimate. Yeah, of course, because there are no numbers in the game, so we're just kind of guessing. It's the same with all of that stuff. People are just guessing, really. And the damage variation is so high as well in this game. It's super hard to pin down exactly like how much damage you're gaining from something.
I am on the defensive.
You have to take a lot of data and average it out. I only did that in the early days a few times with different things, and it was frustrating as fuck.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
I think 1, 6, 7, 12, 13, 18, 19. Speculation 1, 2, 2. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's a lot of raw stats. Regardless of how much it actually is, it's a lot of raw stats. And raw stats are very powerful, so it seems like a very effective thing to spend your books on. It means that every stack of impetus is giving you the first number of attack and the second number of surety. So if you got it maxed out, if we're assuming these numbers are correct, then you get 4 times the number of stacks surety and 19 times the number of stacks for attack. It's a lot. It's a hell of a lot. That's a lot of items worth of offensive stats. Yeah, it's really nuts. It's very, very, very powerful. But of course, it's also a pretty huge investment. What I will say is now we know that they seem to have a good working relationship with the Final Fantasy XI director and the fan base of Final Fantasy XI. COLLAB in Japan, extremely successful, like out of this world successful. So much so that they've even been able to keep it in the game. There could well be opportunities for them to support these characters further in the future. Frisch, Zide and Iroha, maybe they will get future stuff. It's definitely a lot more likely than it would have been before or with another property.
Insignificant foe. All shall be dedicated.
So maybe it's not like a safe investment, but like it's a bit safer than it was.
Opportunity.
I am on the defensive. This!
Plus, she's cool. I think her kit's really cool. I don't really care for the character that much, but I think her kit is really cool the way that it plays. And that goes a long way. You gotta play with things you like, don't you? Yeah, probably monks next, Jenna. Since COLLAB's with perma, yeah. Yeah, that's actually kind of true, maybe. If they made the COLLAB perma, maybe that would make monk not their next priority? It's an interesting thought.
Opportunity.
Yeah, I don't know.
Leave this to me. It is finished.
Yeah, monk is a pretty big whiz class. It's quite a popular one as well. In the West, monk was more of like a hybrid between kind of like a punchy warrior, puncher fighter, and a psionic. In the East, the monks that they've done in the games have always been kind of the Chinese influence monks. That sort of like yin yang, chi ki kind of stuff. So they're quite big in both West and East and wizardries, and it's a very popular class in Japan. What does Lord do? Collect taxes. Lord is basically a paladin. It's what you would consider to be a paladin from other games. I'm not sure they're ever going to make Lord in this game. Knight is very similar to what Lord is meant to be, so I think they might have already done Lord, which is sad for all the people who love Lord. Yeah, kind of very similar to where Einike lies, which is why I like Einike, or why I was really into Einike. It's the closest thing we may ever see to a Lord. Redbeard is very close to a Lord as well, and some of the ways that he gets played is extremely close to how Lords get played. A Thief and Knight remake. The thing is, Knights are good. They're just like 7th character good. They're the kinds of things that you want to bring in for specific boss encounters, and you don't want to have to deal with them any of the rest of the time. Thief is just a dumpster fire. I don't know. Like, Mage isn't that far off anymore now as well. With Healer, it's really hard to make room for a Mage. And Thief is unbelievably bad. I don't know what they can do to it. Hopefully they'll get something in Abyss 5, they'll figure it out.
What is this?
Poison Berry is one of the best things that they can do. The dagger from the event, unironically, is one of the best things that is like one of the best parts of their kit. Because at least now they can hit stuff with whatever, and then Poison Berry off of it. Sneak attack, and then Poison Berry off of it. Give Lunaria support class. We've been talking quite a lot recently, Jenazad, about the idea that Lunaria might get Healer. There's a little bit of doubt about it because they only have good healers at the moment, so that we're wondering if like Healer is going to be a good locked class. But it would make so much sense for her to get Healer. Yeah, evil healer. It's a bit of a question mark. If they do non-good healers, then Lunaria healer is a slam dunk for them. It's like a money printer for them, because she would instantly be the best character in the game. It would genuinely be like Alice Who. So powerful, like so much synergy with the healer kit. Which kind of makes Thief a great class, right? Well, no.
Something's here.
They've been working on Bard, I think, for a while. They've They've been noting it in the text for quite a while. Yeah, they'll probably do Valkyrie over Lord. Like, Valkyrie's kind of similar to Lord, but has a lot more flavour to it. And it's girls. It's hot girls in armour. Like, yeah. Why would they do Lord when they could do Valkyrie? It doesn't make any sense. Oh, such a missed opportunity on Savia. Instead we have... I know some people like stripped down Savia in her thief getup, but man, like, she was such a cool Dragoon, Dark Knight kind of character. They did a real dirty in my eyes. It made me so sad to see that altar. Thief Knight Savia, come on. Unreal. Yeah, maybe one day, Bloodus. Valkyrie Urza. I think the ship has sailed on Urza. Urza, our original, our OG, legendary ranger. Out of 3 rangers in the game, is the worst ranger. By like a long way as well. At least she's a good inherit for Prish. She can't leave my team. You could inherit her to Prish. Maybe you just go to sleep one night, Jenna. And Prish gobbles her up. Accidents happen, mate.
I am on the defensive. It is done.
I would love to see them do Valkyrie Salvia. She's too adorable. She is actually so cute. Have you seen her? I take it you've seen her fighter kit. Jenna, she's actually so fucking adorable. It's disgusting. Like in a genuinely cute way. Not like in a pervy gacha weirdo kind of way. Like in a genuinely like, oh, kind of way.
I am on the defensive. I must see to the wounded.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually I love Urza. I wish she was better. I wish she was better.
We have the initiative.
I think the characters are super cool. But of course, like anything in this game, even the bad characters are very, very usable. It's one of the best things about the game, isn't it? You can use literally whoever you want. And it's really not that big of a difference. The best character in the class and the worst character in the class is not really all that different. Except in a few very specific cases. Even then, the numbers generally are very close. It's just that someone has like a whack utility skill, which makes them stupid.
Perhaps I'm starting to fit in with this party.
She still drinks dwarf slaying spirits. Good for her. Did you lose her traps? Yeah, you won't be able to use ranger traps while you're not in ranger.
Let's go with gusto.
I am on the defensive.
They're trash, and I like to be entirely honest. They're awful. They're awful not because they're actually bad, but because like every time they make something new now, they presumably have some kind of toggle, right? Which is like, is affected by traps? Yes, no. And the answer is always no, because they don't want to have to code that shit. So like nothing, it doesn't work on anything. It's like if you're trapping Cyclopses in Abyss 3, sorry, it's great, yeah, sure. But anything in Abyss 4, it's fucking useless. All the optional content and everything, it's just completely useless. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's not my kind of thing. I think it's a bit underutilized. You could place them on top of monsters that didn't move, yeah. I think that was what people originally thought the traps would be like, and they're just not. Just sucks. It's a shame.
They'll not escape.
Same with Milwa. Yeah, like, it's nice that they gave a nod to Milwa during the collab. Obviously, you could survive without it. It was easier with it. Maybe they'll keep doing that, but I don't know. Ranger is luckily Ranger is a great class, like outside of all that shit. It doesn't really matter that much.
Do as you will with what's inside.
Ranger has a really good set of different attacks that it can use, like depending on the formation of the enemies. It has a fair bit of utility. It's like a decent back row class. Its damage is good. It's versatile. It's like a physical mage. It's cool. Yeah, 1% of the time, Jenna. You can always miss 1% of the time. That's very infuriating.
We cannot lose as long as we keep our wits about us. I am on the defensive.
You made quite a showing.
Trivial.
We need
It
not
seems
have
like
a
I can
great
still keep
Agora's
fighting.
strength.
Good here. Usually Wizardry gets a little bit funny about me having Limbus open at the same time. But not today, apparently.
I am on the defensive.
I haven't done it for a while. Maybe they revised their anti-cheat in some way or something.
It seems like I can still keep fighting. What could be inside?
It's always the anti-cheat, it's the Wizardry anti-cheat. It's just very invasive. Schlag.
They'll not escape. Have at you.
Killed it on Steam Deck, yeah, it sucks. I can't stream Wizardry in game capture anymore. I have to use window capture for it.
That went well enough, didn't it?
Ever since the anti-cheat change.
What do you think is inside?
Not that it's really that big of a deal, but
It's done.
so I learned that using a victory certs to trade for gold staffs don't reduce into silver shards, correct? It's just staff ones till you upgrade. Yeah, true. To repeating fifth. Ah, I see. Yeah, there's no real easy way to get silver shards in Granblue. Akasha or Angel Halo, really.
What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Let's go with gusto.
I wonder if and when we will hear any news about Suikoden Starleap Global. I'm not sure it's even been brought up.
Perhaps I'm starting to fit into this party.
Is a quick way to die.
That game looked good, yeah. They've done a really good job with it, Jenna. I was very skeptical, but having looked it over, it looks great. It looks like it's just a single player game where like it has gacha attached to it. We can summon in other characters, and then it has a bunch of ongoing gacha events that kind of external to the actual story of the game. It looks really well produced. I think Konami's trying to relaunch the Suikoden series, trying to reignite it, because they're coming out with this really high profile anime adaptation of the second game. So So I think they're probably using this to help push it.
This is a good
Suikoden Starleap, Warthog guy. Just came out in Japan like 3 days ago. Something like that. 5 days ago? I think it's 5 days ago. But, you know, Japanese only servers, dangerous game. If it does come out in global, could be feeding right into that EOS machine. You know how these things go. You never can be too careful.
What could be inside?
I was surprised by how well they did the combat and everything. It does really, I mean, it just looks like a Suikoden game. They did a great job with it. There's a lot of nostalgia there for me as well. Loads of the original Suikoden 1 and 2 characters, with them in their towns and doing things and having glib conversations that don't look entirely AI translated. It's a miracle in this day and age.
An insignificant foe.
We've been kind of waiting for that one for like 2 years now. I think since I started streaming, pretty much. Whoa! Chill the fuck out, my man. Just popped off.
This is quite the blessing of Agora.
Good thing it flies faster. Except that one time where you got, you know, whacked around the head, Bruno. Did I talk about that, eh?
Do you think we can open it?
You daisy bitch. It's not she flies faster. She's stating that a fly is faster. I mean, flies are pretty fast. I couldn't catch a fly. Anyone out there? Any big, like, can pull a fly out of the air? It's not really that much of an insult. If she was like a snail's faster, that'd surely be more of it. And it doesn't matter. Reading too much into it. Yeah, maybe she thinks flies are slow because, you know, she's obviously very fast. She can like blow it up with unholy flame or something. I don't know. Must be nice being a ninja.
A job well done. Shall we go out again today?
A tricky one.
We cannot lose as long as we keep our wits about us. I am on the defensive.
Magic's undodgeable. Moment of Finality actually is dodgeable though. It's coded really weirdly. Like, Moment of Finality has a really high miss chance. It's weird.
I am on the defensive.
Things are super evasive and Moment of Finality can miss for some reason. I'm gonna presume spaghetti code. This game is good. It would have had relic Casti in the shop. That's true, yeah.
An enemy, a tricky one.
I might say that that's a skill issue though, Capital. Like if you try going through Tapjoy, you'll be able to locate the relic Casti. You can swipe. It's like $600 on average for a Cesti, right? So you only need 9 of them. If you're a broke boy, mate.
This is a good opportunity.
I enjoy. This is but one torture.
Have at you. This will be your grave.
Just buy one. It's not hard, mate.
What do you think is inside? Should I do it?
I end you. This is but one torture.
I am on the defensive.
Guy on Discord was legit arguing that it's better to pay until you get a good gacha accessory because it saves you time grinding COLLAB so you can grind Alabaster. I guess that's technically true. If money is no object, that's kind of true, isn't it? If your time is much more valuable than your money, then yeah, I mean it's kind of right. It's kind of true. But you would need to have a huge amount of disposable income, like an absolutely immense amount of disposable income, for that to be true. I know loads of high value account players who think exactly that way. It's just their perception of money is very different to ours, isn't it?
How about that? I am on the defensive. That battle could have been won more effectively.
Still keep fighting. What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
We cannot lose.
There's nothing wrong with thinking like that either, to be honest. It's just different way of life, isn't it? It's people like that that help to really keep these games going. I know it's a tired meme, but like they really do. Really do help keep the game going.
Do as you will with what's inside.
What do you think is inside?
Yeah, like sometimes people just want to have an account that they log into once in a blue moon to have a look around and be like, hey, look at all my pretty things. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just a different way of life. Grind money outside of the game.
Opportunity.
Yeah.
I am on the defensive.
I mean, for some people, it's just a legitimate way they do things.
I'm starting to fit in with this party.
Downgrade Agora's strength.
Do you think we can open it?
Yeah, that sounds pretty true, Mr. Okay. I don't think that's necessarily true, mate. For you, it might be, but I don't think that's true for everyone. Like, I don't get anything out of good gear dropping. I'm just like, great. I can give a shit about that.
Insignificant foe. I am on the defensive.
Some people just like watching number go up. That isn't really what I like either. But I think that's what a lot of people like. They just like watching big numbers. I want to see all their pretty shit. Dealing huge numbers. Dominating shit. What are everyone's thoughts on Animo coming out next month? I don't know what that is. So, what is it?
I am on the defensive. This is quite the blessing of Agora.
Pokemon Gacha. Ah.
I can withstand this.
I don't know. If it's a real, actual Pokemon Gacha though, maybe I'll give it a go. But I don't have high hopes. It's run presumably by Nintendo, which means it's fucking DOA.
Disarming. It's done.
Because they are going to be using the popularity of the game to sell the game, not the quality of the game. Let's be honest. It's not an actual Pokemon, it's a clone. Okay. That gives me more hope.
I am on the defensive.
Maybe not in its longevity, but maybe in its quality.
It seems we can still keep fighting. Enemy is a quick way to die.
Let's go with.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen anything to do with it.
This will be your grave. I am on the defensive.
Why is Subway Surfers top left? Doing my mirror dungeon, ain't I, mate? Family Guy episode. We don't need any Family Guy episodes on anything. Family Guy. Family Guy has seen better days. I think we can probably agree. I don't watch TV or anything anymore. I don't watch media. I don't watch movies, TV, anime. I haven't watched anything in the last 8 months.
That would hit me. This is quite the blessing of Agora.
You made quite a showing. Perhaps I'm starting to fit into this party.
Do as you will with what's inside.
All you watch is this. Yeah, pretty much. I do watch a lot of this. Between the various people who type it, there's a majority of what I watch. Have this instead. Oh god, what is this? "19 minutes of AI Family Guy, but if you laugh, you lose." Oh my god, no. What? Okay, hold on. Dear God, have mercy on our souls. Look at me house this somewhere. I know that'll fucking do, won't it? I can't be bothered to. I'm on a treadmill. Give me a break. You're joking, yeah. Well, your joke. Now everyone has to pay for it, Jenna. That's the way it works. We'll see how long we can last for before I have to shut it off.
What are you doing? I'm reciting the prayer to the Flying Spaghetti Monster Church. It's something I do to keep myself centered.
Oh my god.
What does it say? Let his noble appendages let us and his delicious precepts guide us. Bring us carbohydrates to kindle our terrific pilgrimage and condiment bring us
Fucking hell, man.
Bart, why don't you pray to the God of Abraham like a normal person? Well, I feel connected to the Flying Spaghetti Monster Church in a way I find deeply meaningful.
Oh my god.
I don't understand it, but enjoy doing it.
How can you give a prayer to a plate of spaghetti?
That's because you failed to recognize the true spiritual significance of the Flying Spaghetti Monster.
It's done.
This is tougher going than the treadmill. Okay, I'm out. Fucking hell. Where did you find this? Someone link this to you, Jenna. Okay, that's me. That's me done. I'm out.
I am on the defensive. Well done.
Google AI Family Guy YouTube. Oh dear. I wouldn't be surprised if AI writes Family Guy's jokes now. It's probably similar quality to the actual show. I don't know when I last watched Family Guy. Sooner than I should have. Maybe like 10 years ago? How long has Family Guy been running?
Do you think we can open it?
I don't think I understand the passage of time anymore.
Disarming. It's done.
We've been watching AI presidents play various games. That was back when AI was innocent. When we were all like, haha, AI! How funny! What a funny tool AI is. Back in those days. I remember watching the presidents play Magic the Gathering. More innocent times.
inside.
You've seen that one, I'm sure you have, Libra. You seem like a bit of an expert in the matter. It's like an ongoing series where they go to a tournament. They go to some kind of like Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel for Your Soul tournament.
I am on the defensive. This! Well done.
Only the most premium slop.
I am on the defensive. I was mesmerized.
Perhaps I'm starting to fit into this party. This is the essence of exploration.
How much does first arrow slow by? I could not tell you off the top of my head. I'm really sorry, Jennifer. I know it's not as much as Battlegraph, but it does stack with Battlegraph. I don't know. There are a lot of things recently that are actually starting to get immune to Battlegraph. I wonder if first arrow works on them.
We have the initiative.
Is this Castle's Vile Keep? I don't understand Final Fantasy XI. Illusion. But like, I've been told that this is very, very faithful to that. Yes, to the Vile Keep.
Disarming.
Unfortunately, my knowledge of Final Fantasy XI is very, very, very slim. A lot of the Final Fantasy XI player base seem really happy with this collab. The director of Final Fantasy XI massively overjoyed with this collab, how faithful they were to the source material. So much so that they're letting it stay in the game. So
Quite a showing.
they obviously did something right.
I'm starting to fit into this party. This is the essence of exploration.
Yeah, we have a few Final Fantasy XI players here who know a lot more about it than I do. Yeah, they did a great job with it. I mean, they put the development of their own game on hold to do the collab for like 6 months of development. They worked really hard on it, and it shows. It's really well done. It's the best collab I've ever played, for sure, by like a long way at that. Yeah, they faithfully brought over a lot of the mechanics and things. It would be such a shame if it went away. I'm so happy that it gets to stay. They turned the 11 devs into Wizards. Maybe a little bit. Final Fantasy XI now has the Masked Adventurer mask in the game, even though the intention was only to ever have a one-way kind of collab. So that kind of goes to show that they obviously did something quite right. They probably did. They're in their 40s and 50s, from what I saw. So they probably did. It's very popular there, right? Has me very excited. Might try this game out. It's quite hard, yeah. It is quite hard. It's very in-game optimized. Not actually true. A lot of what this collab's trying to do is it's trying to help players through the earlier stages of the game. It's quite accessible. You'll need to play through the first bit of the game. It's essentially a very long tutorial where you learn how to play the game. And you'll unlock a feature which will let you do the collab, and you'll be able to jump into it straight away once you get there. Depending on your speed, it could be, you know, a day, 2 days, 3 days of play. It's a complicated game. If you've never played a Wizardry game before, it might be a bit overwhelming. And it's purposely not very well documented. Because they want it to be like an old school experience where you ask people, where you join a community and you talk to people about what you're meant to do in the game and how you're meant to proceed and how to do things optimally and that kind of thing. So it can be very, very difficult to kind of get into. But they have been trying their best recently to smooth that out. Yeah. So YouTube, even though my channel is minuscule on YouTube, I put like no effort into it whatsoever. The visibility on YouTube is immense compared to Twitch. We just pull in random people from the title quite often. I have to be well behaved to not make the title too clickbaity because otherwise I feel bad. Yeah, welcome. Thank you for coming by. It's nice to meet you. Sorry if I baited you in with Final Fantasy 11.
Should I do it? I am on the defensive.
Thank you, Elisa. That's so nice of you. I really appreciate the follow. Yeah, if you try the game, you're always welcome to come here and ask questions. I don't always stream this. I stream all sorts of things. But even if I'm streaming something else, you're always welcome to ask questions. I answer questions about any game that I'm playing. While I'm playing any game, I don't mind. I play them all, and I enjoy them all. Also, you have to forgive me. I'm a little out of breath. We are nearing the end of our last cycle on the treadmill. Played gacha games before. Oh, you like GBF? Yeah, I play GBF as well. I've actually got GBF on my phone right now. We are grinding, I don't know, something or other. Oh, I'm trying to do Hexa. I'm still kind of a noob. I've only been playing for what, like 6 months? I have like a 15% success rate on Hexa. You solo FA that? Yeah, you've probably been playing for some time, right? Yeah, I've only just started doing it. I need the whatever they're called, the shard things, for draconic rejuvenation weapons. And like I can contribute to the hexes. I'm not leeching, but like I can't carry them really. I could solo from like 100 to 40, but it's after 40 that's the problem. I don't have all of the right bits and pieces. Upgrading Prish's impetus would take so many books. Yeah, it would take a fortune in books. So be very sure you're doing what you want. Even just a couple of levels though, that's the nice thing about the impetus, I think. Even just a couple of levels of the impetus is quite effective. Yeah, just buy book packs. God, there's all we get coming through here are fucking broke boys complaining that they can't afford to buy all of the book packs. Unbelievable. Do you even like the game? Do you even like Wizardry, guys? You should be mortgaging your house for Wizardry. What's wrong with you? I have a D9 Prish. Yeah, but where's your plus 20 Prish weapon, Jenna? Where's your level 7 impetus? Got 0 god hands, that's disgusting. Stupid game. Nah, it isn't even that good, Jenna. People are high value accounts are I laugh every time I say high value account. It makes me think of Ethereum. High value accounts are mad for it because it's just easy to farm. It actually even has a lower attack, I think, than Silver Cesti does, funnily enough.
Something's here. Do you think we can open it?
Yeah, it's kind of bad.
It's done.
Or at least, you know, it's not good enough that I would want to using it really. Like that is a weapon you'd need to get to plus 20 to even be comparable, which is nightmare to start with. And then even when you do, is it even that good? Dunno. I'm not really there for it. Yeah, I guess that's it. You can roll 5-star red on it. Oh god. Oh god. What have we done? What have we done? It's alright, Aniki. That's your fault, Aniki. That's your fault, mate. You fucked it. You should be ashamed of yourself. Wasn't my fault. Why do you keep making these mistakes, Heineke? For fuck's sake. You've just heard what you wanted to hear there, Mr. YK, I'm afraid. They put God Hands. Yeah, it's her gacha weapon. It's not particularly good. But if you pull on the gacha, you can get her weapon and use it with her. But you're better off just getting a weapon from the event, really, for the most part. Or even just buying one from the vendor. The vendor cest is actually perfectly fine.
Let us end this quickly.
I am on the defensive.
Yeah, there are half of the relic weapons in the game. There's the one-handed sword, great katana, two-handed sword, staff, shield, dagger, bow. And they're all named after the Final Fantasy XI relics, and they all have abilities that match them or are similar to them. Rough approximation. Boots can't get surety. No, there's no surety on boots. Can't roll surety naturally on boots. Excalibur, pretty bad. Yeah, funnily enough, it's actually the worst relic weapon. No joke. It is actually the worst relic weapon by a ways as well. Elysian. It's cool though. Really same as Final Fantasy XI, damn. Faithful even in that respect. Yeah, there are some boots out there with surety on them, but they are grandfathered. You can't get surety on boots anymore. You used to be able to get everything on everything. There were even items where you could get multiple lines of the same stat when the game first launched. Not that this game wasn't perfect immediately when it launched or anything. Obviously, it's never had a bug in its life. I've seen boots out there with 4 surety lines on them.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
We should probably still BIS. Maybe.
Opportunity.
Maybe not. Can't exactly like full alteration saying that, can you? Two-handed relic sword is Giga Busted. Yeah, that's the best one. At least for the average player, that's the best one. The great sword. Yeah, he has double attack, essentially everything. Indeed, Capital. He has like boots and shit. Boots and gloves and shit. With, not gloves. Gloves already get attack. Boots and helm. No, helm already gets attack. What's the other piece? Chest. He has chest. With attack on.
What could be inside?
Disarming.
But it's really good on ranges. I've heard that it's not like super good on ranges because it doesn't have a lot of base accuracy on it. But it's fine on them if you want to use it on them.
They'll not escape.
I end you.
I am on the
Shit.
defensive.
Got away with it. I misclicked.
I hope I can hold out.
Well, it lasts.
Hiya! 'Tis the power of darkness.
On Tomberries.
Familiar enemy.
The Tomberries counter attack if you hit them with a melee attack. So I have to use range attacks to kill them.
Disarming.
Or everybody's grudge me. We killed a lot of Tomberries at this point. So everybody's grudge us for well over 1,000 damage. Which is paltry compared to a lot of people who've done this, but It's a lot for me. It's kind of unlivable. When you auto-farmed 3 Tomberries appear. You managed to get Aegon. Nice, Davos. Congrats. Don't forget to talk to him. Don't forget to talk to him. I know people who have walked straight past him. Has seen him right in front of them. And they're like, fuck this. I'm not talking to an NPC. Just bounced. And then I'd be like, how do I do the lexicon? It's like, did you talk to the guy at the end of the Abyss 2? Like, what guy? It's one of the people that you save, Parag, in Abyss 2. What guy? Exactly. Didn't expect to warp on run 1 after this fight. Yeah. You're not really meant to, but you can do that because of the way that the Abyss is designed. You can actually do the whole of Abyss 2 runs, I think. You just have to get the lexicon and then you can pretty much just blitz through it and do it again. But it doesn't, unless you're using a guide very strictly, you're probably not going to do that. You can reroll and get the collab characters. Yeah, you also get a character for free. They haven't taken that out, right? The selector's still in. You guys know? The selector's probably still in, right? This too legit ruins the game. Yeah, it's a mess. It's such a bad mess. Like, the game was so unfinished when they launched it. It was so rushed out. It's so shit. Abyss 2 was broken in about 15 different places when it launched. And it's still just a mess now. It just isn't fun. Scripted deaths all over the place. Long, pointless fetch quests for seemingly no real reason. Shit, man. It's a shame. It's available for the whole collab. Okay, so yeah, you should have a selector. You'll be told, I don't know when it unlocks, but you'll be told at some point that there's a shady man hanging around at the start of the Abyss. I think it's very close to the start. I think people have claimed them quite early. And you can claim just any of the collab characters there or a small selection of other characters. Which is really nice. Means people who are trying out the game can instantly pick their favourite and play with it. You could, yeah. Yeah, you could absolutely re-roll for one of the units. My advice, Iroha is not great. The other two, Prish requires a lot of investment. Zide is actually really powerful out of the box. So, any of them will be fine. Any of them at all will be fine. You'll be able to use them. You'll be able to have fun with them. You'll be able to clear the game with them. Don't worry about that. But in terms of accessibility, it's definitely Zide, Prish, Iroha. And in terms of power, it's probably still Zide, Prish, Iroha, for a newer player at least.
Pathetic. Leave it to me. How about that?
One of my is she's in this game. Bad units are not actually bad. When we talk about a unit being bad, we're like, it's not quite as good as the other ones. But she still has a full kit. She can still be very effective. So if you like Iroha, don't be put off Iroha. She's still fun. She has some really cool animations as well. She's the best looking of the three characters in my opinion. They really worked on her animations. They probably will give Limbus in the next collab if they do another one yet.
I am on the defensive. I must see to the wounded.
It seems we can still keep fighting.
There are a lot of medieval units, yeah.
This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done.
You also get a regular selector. Like all new players get a selector, but that will only be for the base units, which are some of the best units in the game. Things like Lana Vale and Alice, both of which I'm using on my team right here, right now. They're still incredible units, even now. Limbus, not this time. Not this time, I'm afraid, Kuzan. But there's definitely a window for them to do more collabs in the future and more work with this. They've left the window open, and the Final Fantasy XI director seemed very, very positive about the collab. So there's certainly room for it to come back at some other point with maybe new characters or whatever, or support for old ones. Yep. I don't want to say anything concrete, but there's definitely murmurs. Oh, Shantoto. The Wizardry devs even said that they wanted to do Shantoto. Ugh.
It's done.
Ugh. Actually gross.
Insolent lot. We must do away with them.
I can bear this type.
Give me the cat. What case here? Now that I could get behind. Now we're talking. I gotta hustle on this mirror dungeon, man. I've been really slacking. I'm the biggest fan of Lily. Big bad of Wings of the Goddess. Save pools for the entire game. I'm certainly sure the Wizardry devs would love to do more Final Fantasy stuff in the future. And it seems like at least the Final Fantasy XI fan base director are not against the idea. This collab has popped off in Japan. Shantoto, a Lalafell. She's not a Lalafell, I can't remember the name for it in 11, but she's basically a Lalafell. They have a different name. Taru, yeah. The Final Fantasy XI races are similar but different. She's so annoying.
A job well done.
Well, shall we be going?
A tricky one. Pathetic.
I love the way she acts and talks. Even though with her small legs, she has lengthy walks. Hey, whatever floats your boat. Different strokes for different folks.
This is the essence
For me,
of exploration.
oh boy, I never want to see that character in any game ever. Well, I know there are lots of people out there who love him.
A tricky one.
An insignificant foe. I am on the defensive.
Yeah, we have a fairy character called Anemone. who is a legitimate Tinkerbell fairy and has annoyingly hard to farm equipment. Hello, Chili. Coming up here. Come on. Come on. Good girl. That's clever. That's clever kitty catting. Whoa! Careful! Oh, we have run out of MP. I've blasted off too many sleeps. Oh, that was very dangerous. I should not have done that. I did not mean to hit with Alice there. So tempted to get a Benius from the COLLAB selector. Kind of homeless. A Benius would be my least favourite pick probably from there. Because she's not a cool COLLAB character. She's not Redbeard's inherit and she's not Arboris's inherit. But if you have everything of those that you need, then by all means crack on. Almost permanent lost your Camille. You didn't know how to how resurrect worked. Did the number of red warnings in capital letters scare you off? Hopefully so. It's true, Fame. I know two people in this game, very early on in Wizardry history, when I first started streaming the game, who came through who were like, how do I get my character back? And I was like, what do you mean? And I tried to, I resurrected them and now they're gone, and I was like, yeah, you don't.
I am on the defensive. No ill will. Perhaps I'm starting to fit in with this party.
Rose got lucky and almost deleted her. Oh, close. Close.
This is a good opportunity.
I see, brothers, I see.
I am on the defensive. I must see to the wounded.
If you, is there any reason you want to build a Benny Assault? If you don't already have a bigger Benius, I don't think a Benny Assault is particularly good. But if you like her, then obviously that's the main reason to do it.
I end you. This is but one torture.
I am on the defensive.
I end you.
I am on the defensive. I must see to the wounded. There's been one more rely on Great Agora's strength. What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Let's go with gusto.
Have at you! I am on the defensive. Yeah.
Keep I need her ult to make it worth. Again, honestly, a Benius older is not worth it if you don't already have like an invested Benius. She's just not really that great. She's okay, but like a Benius is like a super carry, right? It's like a hyper carry. She needs a lot of investment. She's just like an okay fighter. Probably not worth the effort unless you really, really like her. Lavana is a much better low investment fighter than a Benius. Like so much better.
Disarming. It's done.
She's a monster. Yeah, so in this game, if you ignore warnings and do really silly things, you can get your characters perma-killed by trying to resurrect them when they have no fortitude. What you have to do is wait for their fortitude to come back. But if you're really reckless and silly and don't read, you can get your characters permanently killed.
A treasure. Do you think we can open it?
I haven't seen it for a very long time. I haven't heard of anyone getting their character deleted in a very long time.
An insignificant foe. All shall be dedicated unto Great Agora.
I am on the defensive. I must see to the wounded. I hope I didn't let
Being careless with a familiar enemy is
This
a
is
quick
the
way to
essence
die.
of exploration.
Disarming. It's done.
Yeah, it's not even the first time. They turn to dust first and you still have more chances to get them back. Like, it's really hard to get something permanently killed.
Let's go.
Ash your character so you can feel something nice. Whatever gets you there, mate. Hello, Tanfun. How are you? I'm gonna turn to dust. Then I try to get... Jesus, man. That takes some real obliviousness. Impressive, sir. Impressive.
We have the initiative. Praise be to Great Agora's blessing.
I haven't heard of anyone doing that in a really long time.
I must see to the wounded.
Trivial.
We need
Being
not
careless
capitalize on
with
Great
a familiar
Agora's
enemy
strength.
is a quick way to die.
Brazil bringing back permadeath all by himself. I think Ishmael is having a moment in Limbus. I think things may have gone a little slightly wrong for her. Ah, yes.
Should I do it?
Got a little rogue tidal elegy.
I am on the defensive.
These things happen. She still hit the boss, so I mean that's all that really matters, isn't it? Still Rambongi.
This is quite the
Labor. So true, brother. So true.
I can withstand. This is quite I must see to the wounded.
Perhaps I'm starting to fit in with this party.
COLLAB with Final Fantasy? I don't know. Why didn't you ask them, mate? Isn't your uncle KJH?
Disarming. It's done.
Gamers will only be interested as to who gets a T for ID.
I am on the defensive.
You do the meal quest. Oh, Jesus. Great, great Gale proc. Wowie.
While it lasts.
You love to see it.
I am on the
We need to heal as well. We need to actually go back to the inn. Just go and get the mackerel sandwich, Bloodus. After you talk to her, just go to Abyss 2, talk to the guy at the front who'll give you a mackerel sandwich for 1,000 gold. Easy peasy. She loves it as well. Delicious mackerel sandwich.
Let's go with gusto.
Nothing procs anymore. Yeah, no procs save you. RIP.
Let us quickly do away with this rabble. Must see to the wounded.
Ah, I see, Bloodus. That's awkward.
Quick way to die.
Yeah, you probably can't. I'm not sure.
An insignificant foe. All shall be dedicated unto great Agora.
She's complaining about your rabbit. Yeah, she doesn't like it. She doesn't care for it.
On the defensive.
Ugh, mackerel sandwich. That's disgusting. Ugh.
We can still keep fighting. This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done.
The coordinates to reach are over there.
An enemy, a tricky one.
Have at you. I am on the defensive. Well done.
You could give her berries. Mm-mm-mm.
You have done well enough. Being careless with a familiar enemy is a quick way to die. What could be inside?
A treasure chest.
Do you think we can open it?
Still didn't get a response. Yeah, so crazy. So crazy, Capital. I'm sure you'll get one any day now. They probably, it's a clerical error, no doubt. Oh, we need to go back and heal. Can't do that.
There's something here.
A job well done.
Mustard herring on a sandwich. Delicious, I'm sure. Not for me, though. Malefios for the katana. Yeah, it's really good, Tweshry. It's super good. I'd go as far as to say that the katana might be better than the greatsword if you are using a samurai, especially if you're early in the game, because finding a katana of that quality, that's not something you can get very early. It's ultra good. Ultra good. I'm not even looking at this. I'm meant to be going to the inn, not a tavern.
Do come in.
Uh-huh. And that's pretty darn good. Like, that's incredible. It's incredible action economy. Because, like, you never want to really cast Balafios, right? Like, Balafios is not a spell you really want to cast. Now, of course, it's a slight issue if you end up having too many debuffs and you don't want the attack down. But I think most of the time you probably want attack down on any kind of challenging content. It's really, really strong. Yeah, it's insane. It's such a good weapon. I genuinely think if you are using a katana user, its priority might be above the greatsword, even for the average player. It's so good. I remember people were shitting on that. I remember before I even played the collab, before I tried to get the relics, people were shitting on that katana. I can't believe it. It's so good.
Come stay anytime.
It's so good. And, probably more importantly, means you probably don't have to farm a fucking Kagurazaki, which is the greatest blessing of all for anyone who hasn't already farmed one. I haven't even made the relics yet. Have fun.
We've been here before.
Kagurazaki, yeah, the ninja farm's disgusting. Oh. Well, fuck. We just went back to town. You still only have a plus 15 Kagurazaki, yeah. It sucks.
Opportunity.
Leave it to me.
Oh yeah, I bet, Cabisa. Yeah, a lot of people got it when it was still basically an exploit for the ninjas.
An enemy, a tricky one.
We have the initiative. Praise be to Great Agora's blessing.
I end you.
It's ruining the vibes. And that's what it was. It's an exploit. We were even saying at the time, this is an exploit. This is clearly an exploit. It's going to get patched. People were like, you got to do this right now before it gets patched. Intelligent farmer, yep.
You have done well enough. Great Agora is pleased. Keep fighting.
Do as you will with what's inside.
It was enough of an exploit that I didn't want to stream it.
It's done.
Let's go with gusto.
What was the exploit? They were just farming. The ninjas were spawning in a very bugged manner. They were like respawning constantly on top of each other. And you could find seeds of maps that just had 3 or even 4 ninjas on them. And they would just respawn over and over and over again.
I hope I didn't still keep fighting. Quick way to die.
It was really, really busted. And like clearly not intended. They patched it out quite quickly.
As long as we keep our wits about us. How about that? I am on the defensive.
Yeah, absolutely, Tweshery.
I must see to the wounded.
People were doing things like leaving their game on for a week at a time, farming this, like scared to close their game if they to lose the seed. Yep. Yeah, and that really goes to show, doesn't it, like how awful that farm is. The fact that even with that exploit, like people were still only just about able to farm these.
All shall be dedicated unto Great Agora.
I am on the defensive. I must see to the wounded.
That went well enough, didn't it?
This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done.
We cannot lose as long as we keep our wits about us. I am on the defensive. I must see to the wounded.
Trivial.
You need not have relied on Great Agora's strength.
opportunity.
How about that? I am on the defensive.
Swiping for gachas for brokies shows that you don't have the time to farm. Time is the most precious resource. True.
Be inside.
Some might call that a twisted way of thinking. I can see it, Capital. I'm with you, mate.
A treasure chest.
Pathetic.
I am on the defensive. Well done, ye faithful of Great Agora. You have done well enough.
Great Agora is a familiar enemy.
Do as you will with what's inside.
What could be inside?
Why sleep when you can swipe? Surely that works, right?
Should I do it? Leave it to me.
Have at you.
I am on the defensive.
When I was playing Langrissa on Southeast Asia servers, the whale community over there is very real, right? Like, possibly one of the biggest I've ever seen. There was a guy who had an account manager. He had several account managers, but he had one specific account manager that was like the key person, who's basically the account holder, who he paid to play 12 plus hours a day. He gave his credit card details to him and was like, make sure you max start everything as soon as it comes out. Make sure you buy every pack in the store. That's like part of your job. And then he would have a dozen pilots, like literally a dozen pilots for the playoff games, like to play his account, to like work together to play his account. I don't know when he ever actually logged onto his account. He talked quite a bit about his account, but I don't know when he actually ever logged onto it.
Disarming.
He had like one specialist who did certain PvE events, and he had another that was specifically good at a certain type of event. And they would all go to the they'd all go to the designated account holder for account permission. It was funny. He had like a whole network. I've never seen anything quite like that, like up close in a gacha. The job interview. I mean, maybe legitimately. I don't know. Never asked that. It really is next level. Yeah, it's some real insane shit. PvP gacha. Yeah, it's a PvP gacha thing. But like Langrissa was so competitive. The games of Langrissa were so strategically hard. Like it was genuinely extremely hard to play. Even if you had mega whaled out stuff, it was so hard to play. So being the champion of Langrissa, like it really meant something, and it was a very, very coveted thing. You got like skins commemorated after you and shit.
Tis the power of darkness.
While it lasts.
I am on the defensive.
It is done.
We're on Grand Marshal grind. No, I've already done it twice, Capisaur. I don't think I need to do it a third time, mate. I think twice in one lifetime for a High Warlord is enough. Third time's a charm. No, it's not. First time wasn't. Second time definitely wasn't. Third time, I mean, no.
Let us quickly do away with this rabble.
I think it's Summoner's War back in the day. Yeah, I'm sure it was. You need to manually start every run. Now you can just press times 30. Start automatically. So I wonder if account managers just lost their jobs. Probably not, to be honest.
Disarming. It's done.
Opportunity. I end you.
Have at you.
It is done.
Perhaps I'm starting to fit into this party. This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done.
They'll not escape.
I end you.
I don't have high hopes for Classic Plus. I'll have a look at it though. I don't trust anything Blizzard related. Blizzard's a fucking mess, dude.
I am on the defensive.
I end you.
Yeah, that's fair, Capital.
I am on the defensive. I must see to the wounded. What do you think is inside?
Got the game fully installed now. I got some questions. Sure. Gave me a stats and alignment. These matter. I really advise that you start neutral if you can. It's a bit difficult. There's a site called Faster Thoughts out there. This is like a wiki for the game, essentially. Privately run. No profit. And the guys who maintain that, very smart. You can find it on there somewhere for the questions if you want to get it right. Starting neutral is helpful for a number of reasons. Just easier to work with. You can change it later, so it isn't something that you need to be. It's not like, oh my god, no. The stats, they don't really matter that much.
What do you think is inside?
I wouldn't worry about those at all.
Disarming. It's done.
If you can, go for neutral, yeah.
This is a good opportunity.
I am on the defensive.
It'll just be easier for you. Hello, Fox. How was work, mate?
An insignificant foe. All shall be dedicated unto great Agora.
I am on the defensive. That battle could have been won more effectively on Great Agora's strength.
Runs like 3 stores of parts because nobody stocks things. Great. Super. I hope you could do it in one trip at least. It wasn't like a, oh, I need this, you get back, and you're like, oh shit, I need this too. Thanks, King Goliath. Appreciate the follow. Very kind of you. Be having a good day. We need pickaxes again.
What could this be?
Turn back? Whatever.
My Rene is discipline 9. Ah, fuck, we need to go back and get pickaxes.
Let us sneak in.
I look forward to our return to town.
Big orange brick on the chest, yep. She has max fine trap. And some Aldrichs as well.
Feel free to look around.
This filth brings to mind unpleasant memories.
Looking for anything in particular?
Think about spending some money on Wiz since I'm enjoying it. Best bang for your buck is the two gem battle passes and the mission pass.
That's a great choice.
The small gem battle pass, big gem battle pass, and mission pass in that order. There's nothing that comes even close. I wouldn't even stop to look at packs.
A pleasure. Thanks.
In comparison to those.
Here you go. A pleasure.
Wizardry packs. We don't talk about those. Maybe they'll rework them when they rework Wizardry Capital. Maybe they'll be great. The Cave of Malice packs and Wizardry packs are not the ones. If you're interested, look in special deals in the jeweler. They are something. Gold packs. There's a pack that's like $30 with like an adventurer tag thing in it. A marker, a grade marker. It's absolutely ludicrous. I don't know what they were thinking.
Onward.
And a tricky one.
Should I do it?
I am on the defensive.
Perhaps I'm starting to fit into this party.
For a strength.
A treasure chest.
Do as you will with what's inside.
Oh, we really don't have a lot. So we're not doing that. Oh, we can fuse this.
Disarming. It's done.
My floor is covered in furry cat toy balls.
Should I do it?
I end you.
I am on the defensive.
I just stepped on like 5 of them as I was moving back into position. Should have just been dumping them in here.
Do as you will with what's inside.
Some people will have bought them, yeah. Some people will have bought them. I don't know how many. Surely not a lot. Buff Notorious Monster drop rates? Yeah, it feels like they've buffed a lot of drop rates like under the hood. Special COLLAB Bone Shop, after you clear. Normal bones.
Interlopers, I end you.
It's got Prish shoulder. Damn. That's sick, Capricorn. What player you are, man. Fight the teddy bear for the 3rd time this Mirror Dungeon run. It's a Zide altar. Oh, really? Wow. What did you do? Look in the mirror to actually... Ah!
I end you.
You made quite a showing.
It is done.
What could be inside?
Infiltrating. Treasure.
An insignificant foe. I am on the defensive.
I was mesmerized.
Take this!
I think Fox is talking about Granblue Fantasy. I'm trying to unravel this, but I think Fox is talking about Granblue Fantasy.
Do as you will with what's inside.
Don't take the Carmilla. Love Carmilla though. Yeah, they are. They're making it so you can make the relic weapons even after. That's the whole point of it. They don't want people to miss out. They don't want to FOMO people with it. That's the whole point for them. It's pretty cool. They might remove the mining spots. Yeah, they'll probably remove the gill. I don't know. They'll leave some stuff. They'll remove some stuff. But they're making sure that you can still get the relic weapons. It'll be a bit harder, but like... grinding people are doing right now? I think most of the people who are like super grinders are probably already finished with like all the relics and everything. They're probably just grinding mining spots at this point. Trying to luck for Adoration Stones. Yeah, you can finish with the relics. Oh fuck. Oh no, it's okay. It's okay, we're safe.
I hope I can hold out. A flies faster. I will endure.
Well, it lasts.
I am on the defensive.
It is done.
I must see to the wounded. That battle could have been won more effectively and still keep fighting.
Do as you will with what's inside.
Hey Fox, I meant to ask, how's the crew looking? Is crew still looking in healthy shape? On GBF.
Should I do it?
I don't know anyone who wants to join or anything, I'm just curious.
I end you.
I am on the defensive.
Opportunity. Interlopers, I end you.
Need some members, everyone is in login pretty much. Oh, that's good, that's good.
I must see
How many members are we missing? Like 5? 5 or so at this point? I imagine we've had some drop off and we haven't had people coming in to replace them.
Should I do it?
I don't even do Cosmos anymore. I fight Cosmos off.
I am on the defensive.
We got all of our mats for thingy.
I hope I didn't let
For the... Oh, that's not too bad, Fox. That's pretty healthy, to be honest. I expected a bit worse than that.
Pathetic. Have at you. I am on the defensive. I must see to the wounded. I hope I didn't let anyone down. Fighting Agora's strength.
Maybe accurate, we'll see. Light Guild War is definitely going to be a bit tougher. We're going to have to work for our Sunstone, I'm sure.
I am on the defensive. The types do not match.
What could be inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Should I do it?
I end you. This is but one torture.
I am on the defensive.
A flies bear this type. A flies master. A flies master.
I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive. I must see to the wounded.
Perhaps I'm starting to fit in with this party.
Great Agora's strength. Do you think we can open it?
You're a summer below. Oh, damn. That's awesome, man. Congrats. A huge pickup. Summer Belly was awesome.
Should I do it?
Interlopers, I end you.
God, Ishmael's only had one flip out during this. She's trying her best.
That would hit me. It is done. Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
This is a good opportunity.
Leave this to me. Have at you. Have at you.
Come now, while it lasts.
End you.
I am on the defensive. This.
You made quite a showing.
I am on the defensive.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
We have probably way too many of these mats now. I don't know. We're just here. Just here now.
An insignificant foe. All shall be dedicated unto great Agora. I am on the defensive.
Oh, we did it! We won a Hexa! 2 Hexamats!
What could be inside?
Imagine, just imagine. Yeah, I am playing 3 gadgets at once. Don't judge me.
Disarming. It's done.
Mate, I've turned a total of 8 Hexamats. 8! I'm a big boy, folks.
I do it? I was mesmerized. I am on the defensive.
Really how they're keeping this area permanently. Me too, big time. Like, I'm so happy, Somnio. I really am. I'm so genuinely happy. It would be such a waste for this area to go away. And clearly, it's such a show of respect from the Final Fantasy devs and also the Wizardry devs, like mutual respect. Just being like, wow, I can't believe you did the collab so well. And the amount of time and effort they put into it is crazy. Yeah, it means so much to them. They put Abyss 5 on hold for this. You know they did. Like, we're not getting Abyss 5 till next year, let's be real. Oh. Really what I want to see right now.
Leave this to me. Have at you.
Uh-oh.
This will be your grave.
Okay, we're good, we're good.
I end you. Darkness. I will endure. I hope I can hold it. I am on the defensive. I end you. Leave this to
Oh, whoops. Don't worry about that. Yeah, 3/4 strike is so strong. I'm playing 3 gadgets at once, yeah. Just the way things are going tonight. We were on the treadmill. We were on the treadmill playing 3 gaches at once. What of it? I've gotten so much better at multitasking when I started streaming. It's actually been really, really healthy for me in that respect. My multitasking's gone through the roof. I think we just leave it till next time.
Let us quickly do away with this rabble.
I wasn't just multitasking either. I was playing Hexa, like I was manualing Hexa.
Being careless with a familiar enemy is a quick way to die.
Nah, Quantum's too casual to do Hexa. Come on, they do me like that, guys. No, Pexa is not brain dead for me at all. It's actually so hard. I don't have like a lot of the bits that you need for Hexa. It's quite fun though. Like, it's the first time I've really been able to, like, try my luck against stuff and, like, have to figure things out for, like, properly. Fun.
I could go for a hot
I love
right
Quantum,
now.
man. He is, it's true, he is ultra seasonal. You're absolutely right, Arizel.
Shall we go out again today?
Don't, Libra, don't try to leech some hexes, dude. Like, that's so grim. Yeah, you do you, but like, it's so grim leeching Hexa. Like, it's so rough. Like, people are genuinely trying to get mats, and it's so hard when people come in and leech.
I am on the defensive.
It's not really a leeching mode. If someone's put up a Hexa at like 1%, it's really hard. Like, if you're not like the fucking 0.1% that can solo Hexa, you have to work really hard to get your Hexa clears. I've got like a maybe 10% success rate on Hexa or something like that. And I'm not like super strong, but I can hold my own. I can do an amount of stuff below 40%. I can last a while below 40%. But I'm so far from being able to like actually carry it. It's really hard. You need so many tools and things.
Something's here.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
They'll not escape. How about that? I am on the defensive.
I almost got all my world anima today. So that only leaves silver relic shards and then Sede de Spades. And we're like kind of caught up in Granblue. You have to wait for rotational, seasonal stuff. Yeah, I remember that, Fox. I remember your pain. Wambus just didn't want it for you. It's horrific. Oh, I think we're about to find out whether we love the city or not. Guys, do we love this city?
We have the initiative. Praise be to greater God. I am on the defensive.
I was mesmerized.
We don't love the city. Oh, shit.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
We have the initiative. Praise be to greater glory. Well, it lasts.
And there it is. What did you get, Libra? Final dagger. Nice. Congrats.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
No. We hate the city. No. No.
We have the initiative. Praise be to
Gotta be very firm with these people.
I am on the defensive. This
It's like Jehovah's Witnesses turning up at your door, you know. You gotta say no a number of times.
With a familiar enemy is a quick way to die.
Preferably not answer at all.